Right, well, we'll start now then. So the inquiry is resumed. Apologies for that slight delay. We're just getting the cameras sorted out. Hopefully they're all right now. So welcome to day 3 of the inquiry. I've just got the usual announcements. First of all, mobile phones, if you could make sure that please that they are switched to silent, that would be helpful. And I'm just going to run through the fire alarm arrangements just in case there's anyone here who doesn't know them. So no fire test. If we hear the fire alarm, it's for real. So exit routes then from the chamber are over there where it says on air, or over there behind Mr. Simons. And they go on to directly onto the stairs, or one leads to a fire escape, and then we congregate in the car park, on the other side of the car park, which is the assembly point. And we're asked not to come back into the building until we're instructed to do so, and not to use the lifts. So just ask again if anyone is unable to use the stairs. Was everyone happy with that? Yeah. Okay. So that's fine. Thank you very much. Now we have had one document that's come in, document 1 of the inquiry.
What is it?
Well, it's the that new community landscape advice from LUC.
Oh, right.
That we were talking about yesterday, January 2019.
Thank you.
And we've got the page relating to Highsted Park. I think we could do with also having the front page, just because it doesn't really tell what it is.
I can't see it at the moment. Is it on the?
No, it hasn't been distributed.
Oh, I see.
Don't think.
No, I'm happy for it all to be all. Happy for that,
We'll
of course.
have that as an inquiry doc.
Sure.
First inquiry document, all right?
That's fine.
No, but
absolutely
I think
fine. I think I've
page,
seen it before.
Looking at it, what we've got, you wouldn't know what it was. It just goes straight into. It doesn't even say who's the author of it.
Yes, that's certainly on what I've seen. There wasn't a front page. I've only seen electronic.
Yeah.
There must be something at the front that tells you the date and what it is.
I'll leave it. But yeah,
Anyway,
I'm
can
happy
we have
for
a
it
look
to
and
be.
see if we can?
Yes, and
Right.
also just to say on that on that theme, if obviously that's very helpful. We've still not yet uncovered what the source is of, I think, as I understand it, of the actual quotation in the doc.
External and internal advice.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that that's going to happen.
Yes. Is that
Well, we're seeing if there's anything else, but I'm going to re-examine all this, so we might get the answer.
Right. Will we? Because Ms. Hearn said she didn't know where it was from.
Well,
Right. Okay. Fine. Let's see.
Well, I mean, if the witness doesn't know, then
No.
obviously it's additional information. You can't really.
Oh no, I
question
wouldn't be
her on it.
wanting to. Well, no, I mean, if she does, I said yesterday, if she doesn't know, she doesn't know. But that's fine. I wouldn't be seeking to put questions to her about it.
No.
But I would like to know because
Yes.
it's and the inquiry would it would be good for us all to know, you know, collectively.
Yeah.
If it could be uncovered, if it can't be, it can't.
Right. Well, that document anyway will make its way onto the website. I don't know whether you want copies sent individually, or shall we just put it on the website?
Website's fine for us. Thank you so much.
Okay, jolly good. All right. Well, that's all the announcement I've got. Anybody got any issues they want to raise before we start?
No, thank you.
I do have. It's kind of an issue.
Okay.
Is anyone managing to get the internet to work here?
Oh,
I'm using hotspot. I'm not sure. Yeah.
I have got it on. Okay. Are you using the Highsted Park
It's just
one?
it's all very stodgy, but I wondered if that was.
It's not.
That's my problem.
It might be a more general problem, but
It's not got much.
not
zoom
got much
on it.
service. Oh dear.
I think it, Yvonne said if you use the open one, you know, the just the ordinary one that doesn't need any sort of password or anything, then you get a better signal maybe. All right. Anything else? All right, is everybody ready? Well, we'll carry on with your cross-examination, Mr. Simons.
Thank you, Madam, and good morning, Mr. Hearn. Now, we've been over some of the high-level principles about what may or may not count as landscape-led just towards the end of yesterday afternoon. And I'd said that I was going to start to zoom in on the situation here to examine whether or not, trying to actually apply those principles, what we've got could be described as landscape-led or not, accepting as we do and we agree that it's not actually a term that's defined anywhere, so we're going to have to do our best to model through. First, then, I want to consider the position in the area in Sittingbourne in relation to the status quo so far as green infrastructure is concerned. And in order to do that, we're going to need core document 15.31. So if you could turn to that, please. It's something called a Swale Green and Blue Infrastructure Strategy. It was 15.31. Yes, it does. The council can perhaps confirm. I don't know what its status is, but the only one we've got is marked draft. The questions, I think, are factual that are in here, but yeah, if the council can confirm what its status is, that might be helpful. Have you got that? Sorry, Mr. Hunt. Thank you very much. So if you could turn into the introduction of it, it's on page 5.
Yes.
We're told that the coastal borough of Swale is home to an abundance of green and blue infrastructure, which forms a key part of the fabric of our towns, settlements and landscapes. Do you see?
Yes.
We're told that GBI is the acronym that's used, green and blue infrastructure, is vital to the quality of life of our residents, planning for, as well as planning for climate change. Investment into GBI can deliver a range of benefits, including environmental enhancements, public health benefits, and contribution to the borough of Swale.
Yes.
You see?
Yes.
At 1.7 on the same page, GBI, we're told, is the green spaces and water environment which make up the network of spaces which are essential to ecosystems and also to quality of life.
Yes.
Now, that's what it means. That's what GBI means. But what actually is there in Swale at the moment in terms of GBI? We're told on page 10. On page 10, there's a section, Swale's GBI resource. Have you got that?
I have.
And we're told at 2.2 of it that 94% of Swale is GBI. I'm not crazy on GBI, but otherwise it's a bit of a mouthful. And then there's a table that illustrates how that 94% is sort of categorised, is broken down. You see?
I have that. Yes.
Okay. So, just under half is agricultural land, 49%. You see?
Yes.
And we've got 7% orchards, 7% grassland or scrubland, and indeed, as over the page, 8% woodland. Do you see?
Yes.
And most of the others are sort of at or under 1%, aren't they? So things like natural or semi-natural green space, that's at 0.5%. 1% for outdoor sports facilities, 0.1% for amenity green space. Do you see?
Yes.
And if we look at parks and gardens, top of the sort of second column on this page, 0.3%. Right?
I can see those.
So we've got a lot of GBI looked at as a whole, at 94%, but the vast majority of it, well, the vast majority is half of it's agricultural land, plus orchards, plus grassland. Very little of it proportionately falls into parks, gardens, sports facilities, provision for children and young people, 0.005%.
That's correct, and I think this is probably fairly typical for a borough such as Swale.
Yes, yes. Might well be typical. Doesn't mean that Swale think that it's okay, as we're going to go on and see in a moment. Those proportions are mapped for the inspector's note visually on PDF page 12, where we see how that stuff is all distributed across Swale. And we know what the council thinks about this status quo from page 17, a couple of places, but the first place is page 17.
Okay.
Where we're told at 2.29 that the population of 140,800, I think that's Swale's population as a whole, is largely concentrated in four main towns: Sittingbourne, Faversham, Sheerness and Minster. Sittingbourne's the main town, acting as the main employment and service centre for the borough, home to the largest industrial estate in the borough, which is Eurolink. As stated in Swale's local plan, Sittingbourne's got a poor quality green urban environment in the centre and the north of the town, with recognised deficiencies in parks and gardens, street trees and indeed other green spaces. Yeah?
Yes.
Which is something you would agree with, presumably, as someone who's analysed the GI in this area.
I wasn't the author of this report.
No, I didn't say you were.
I haven't analysed the GI of Swale.
Have you not? No, right.
I've only looked at it in relation to our scheme.
I see. Were you aware of the shortage in high quality GI, or the poor quality green urban environment in Sittingbourne? Is that something that is known to you, or is that not something?
Well, I can see it here in 2.29 that the town of Sittingbourne has a
I know you can read it now. I'm saying, when you were preparing your evidence, is that something you knew about or not? Is this news to you?
I've read this report, yes.
Okay. We get a bit more detail on, just before we leave this document, if we just note in passing before we leave it, on page 24 of it, there's a cross-reference to something that we're going to look at in a moment, which is this idea of green grids. The Swale green grid strategy is referred to on page 24 at 2.42 and talks about a strategic joined-up approach to land management to create multifunctional green spaces. So just note that we'll be coming back to that document in a moment, but it all sort of links up. We get a bit more detail on the issues in Sittingbourne. If you could turn to core document 15.28, which goes along with, and it appears to be a draft appendix 2, the document that we've just been looking at, 15.28, and turn to PDF page 6.
Just give me the page number, please.
PDF page 6, 15.28.
Yes.
There's a section called... Oh, I'm sorry. This is part, I think, of the same strategy. There's a section called Section 6 GBI in Sittingbourne. 15.28, PDF page 6.
Right, sorry, what, a paragraph?
Section 6, PDF page 6, GBI in Sittingbourne. As mentioned earlier, we're told Sittingbourne, Swale's main town, most populated, 42,000 people, we're told at 6.1. At 6.2, we're told that once an industrial town, Sittingbourne now has large commuter base for people working in London, as the town's got the high-speed rail to London St Pancras, providing opportunities to enhance multiple benefits of Sittingbourne's accessible location. But despite its good rail links, some areas of Sittingbourne suffer from poor air quality. 4 of Swale's 5 AQMAs are located in and around Sittingbourne. And then we see a couple of lines down, the planting of street trees and other urban greening interventions like green roofs, etc., can combat air quality if active travel routes are simultaneously provided to reduce traffic and reduce emissions. Obviously more of that anon in the inquiry to do with traffic and air quality. 6.3 is about GI or GBI. Sittingbourne's poor quality green urban environment, primarily in the centre and the northeast of the town, is referenced in the local plan and is stated to include a deficiency in parks, in gardens, in street trees and in other open spaces. The GBI map that we've already seen outlined a large area to the north of the A2, concentrated on the Eurolink that suffers from a lack of GBI, and it also, figure 2 also shows that in the core of the town itself, to the south of the A2, there is an absence of GBI. Do you see?
I can see.
So we've got this consistent message. At 6.4, it makes a slightly different point, not just about whether there is GBI, but what kind of GBI it is. The more multifunctional of Sittingbourne's existing GBI assets lie on the outskirts of the town, including large areas occupied by orchards. Although these areas provide shading, food provision and carbon storage, amongst other functions, and should be valued for their functions, they're not publicly accessible, providing limited direct benefits to Sittingbourne's human population. You see?
Yes, I have that.
And this is the problem, isn't it, with GBI that skews too much in one direction or another. Yes, of course, it's all got value. Of course it does. It's multifunctional green space. But if you skew too much in terms of, say, private agricultural land or orchards, you're providing limited benefits, aren't you, to the human population in an area. That's what the council are recognising here.
I don't understand about skewing. What is being skewed?
Do you see the proportions of GI that are accessible to the public? So the point that's being made at 6.4 is that to take orchards as an example, they provide lots of good things, as the document explains. The issue is it's not publicly accessible, providing limited benefits to Sittingbourne's human population.
Yes, I can see that fact.
Yeah. Okay. And the intended approach to try and do something about this is illustrated on the next page, where we can see Sittingbourne, we can see the Eurolink estate in red to the north of the railway. We can see obviously Bapchild and our area, both in the north and the south as well. All of which is sort of washed over with a key, and the key denotes an urban fringe GBI enhancement zone, as you can see from the following page. Are you with me? The sort of green spots.
I'm just flicking between the key
of course,
and
yeah.
the map, so just bear with me a moment.
Of course.
The urban fringe GBI enhancement zones is the dotted.
That's the dotted urban. The dotted area, exactly, to the immediately to the east and to the sort of southeast of Sittingbourne, and of course not just there as well, wraps around. Do you see?
I can see that. Yes.
You can see it. Okay. How are we ever to achieve the enhancement of green and blue infrastructure in these urban fringe enhancement zones, or indeed anywhere else? The document tells us, and it tells us on PDF page 24. PDF page 24.
Yes, I have.
The page before starts the table 3, schedule of actions as part of Sittingbourne's urban GI strategy. And on page, then there's all sorts of things, obviously. Most of the lead partners and delivery partners are public bodies like the town council or some of them are businesses, Wildlife Trust. But if you look on the next page, on PDF page 24, the final block, the final few rows, is promoting the provision of multifunctional GBI in development, you see?
I can see that.
And the top one of them is to ensure that all development sites adhere to open space requirements, provide multifunctional GI and contribute to the wider GI network. And that's for Swale to lead on, but the delivery partners include, of course, the developers.
Yes. And the Wildlife Trust.
And the Wildlife Trust, yeah, absolutely. So we're in an area, aren't we, of a long acknowledged deficiency, and our site, the application sites, both of them, are in areas that the council's identified as being appropriate to bring forward strategic enhancement of green infrastructure. All of that is true.
Yes. Could the page number for the map again?
Oh, sorry. PDF 7.
Yes, GBI enhancement zone.
Exactly.
And yes.
Good stuff. Thank you. Now, if we could just skip back, you're going to need 2 documents now at the same time. So I don't know how easy that may or may not be with your setup. You need Mrs. Brockhurst's proof, and you need core document 15.31, which is the 15.31 is the previous document that we've looked at together, this draft strategy. You need that, and you need Mrs. Brockhurst's proof.
I have both of those.
Lovely. In 15.31, could you turn to page 6? And in Mrs. Brockhurst's proof, could you turn to page 45? Well, yeah, let's make sure everyone's got them both.
So page 6 is with the table examples of blue and green infrastructure.
That's right. So that's that one.
Yep.
That's page 6. And then Mrs. Brockhurst's proof's on, but if you could turn to page 45. Mrs. Brockhurst's proof, it's called document 37.3.2. She's got a table as well, so you should have the 2 tables open. Great. Now, we've seen what the imbalance is already in Swale at the moment. Half of the GBI is agricultural, 7% orchards, another 7% grassland, etc. And we've got very small percentages of things like parks and semi-natural green spaces and all the rest of it. If we just work down, though, what Swale give as examples of GBI, just so we're getting a sense of the scale and nature of what's actually on offer here. First, the first type of GBI that Swale give as an example is parks and gardens, and they give examples of things that might be parks and gardens in the next column. Do you see where I'm at?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And we can see, we know from the table that we looked at earlier that in fact that there's a serious shortage of parks and gardens, isn't there? That we know that it was on page 10 of the document that you're looking at the moment.
Yes, that reference, just to clarify, that reference of the shortage was within Sittingbourne town centre.
Yeah, but we're looking at Swale as a whole. We know 0.3% of the GBI is parks and gardens.
I do think I have to clarify that point, is that in a rural borough, that it will be mainly agricultural.
Yes.
And a small, so it was looking at that 0% would be parks, which are typically urban parks. So
yes.
It would be much smaller percentage than compared to agricultural land.
Yes, absolutely. And yet, what the council's position is that Sittingbourne in particular suffers from deficits of these sorts of things.
Yes, the town of Sittingbourne.
And so, if we just take parks and gardens as the first sort of GBI as an example, parks and gardens, different sorts of parks and gardens are identified from country parks to formal gardens, pocket parks, and all of that stuff. And we see, looking at Mrs. Brockhurst's table, 6 or 7 down, there's a nature park proposed of 36.6 hectares. We see parkland a few down from that at 54.9 hectares. And we see, and that those are both in the southern application, we see in the northern application 4 lines down, parkland proposed at 11.9 hectares. You see?
I can see that.
We're talking about a situation where in an area of acknowledged shortfall, in a town of acknowledged shortage and poor quality, over 100 hectares proposed of new parkland.
Are you suggesting that these are provided within Sittingbourne?
I'm sorry.
You're comparing it. I'm just. clarifying the question, this is provided within the new development and the shortage was within Sittingbourne.
Within the existing settlement of Sittingbourne, that's right.
Yes.
And the new development is providing over 100. My maths is not great, but I think it's over 100 hectares of parkland. Right?
Yes.
The next type of GBI that is referred to is natural and semi-natural habitats. And that includes woodland, natural reserves, and grasslands. Do you see?
Yes.
And looking there, when we've got, let's see, in the south, six rows down, there's over 34 hectares of new woodland that are proposed just in the southern scheme.
Yes, I can see that.
And a range of, there's 60 hectares, if you look 4 lines down, 59 hectares, sorry, of natural and semi-natural open space in the southern scheme, and over 9 hectares of natural and semi-natural green space in the northern scheme. Do you see?
Yes, I can see those.
We won't go through them all, you'll be pleased to hear, but I wanted to just start this going so that in due course the inspector can have a look and see that the sort of open space provision, both in its nature and in its quantity, in its sheer scale, we are meeting the vast majority. There might be a couple that we're not. I'm just looking down. I suppose we're not providing new churchyards. We're meeting almost all of the examples of GBI and green infrastructure assets that are suggested as examples of green infrastructure by the council. Aren't we?
I would like to make the point that these infrastructure assets are being provided. They're in terms of quantitative terms. They're not all accessible to people living in Sittingbourne. If you're in Sittingbourne and you have a deficit of amenity green space or a play area, these don't compensate for what in Sittingbourne, where you have to have these within walking distance of your home. So I wouldn't agree that these provide. There's a quantitative assessment. I think if we added these all up and did the same figure as you showed me for Swale, about 0.0% agricultural land, we wouldn't get a much variation from that table that you showed me. I think if we added those to the Swale,
you're saying that this scheme on its own wouldn't change the overall strategic mix of the borough?
I think if we looked at the figures that you showed me first, with proportion of agricultural land, proportion of parks, and we did that calculation again by putting 11 hectares, 4 hectares of play areas, 54 hectares of parkland.
Yeah.
I think those overall proportions that you showed me at the beginning for Swale wouldn't move significantly from that, because these provide it for a development. And they also don't provide these, in terms of their location and access, they don't provide them for the residents of Sittingbourne where that need was shown. Although I agree that I agree with the terms of the hectares and the quantities. I agree with that.
Okay.
I agree with this table.
Okay. So just to go back just a step, the question was, do you accept? I think you ended up accepting at the end that is it correct that the open space provision on offer through this scheme delivers almost every single kind of example of green infrastructure that's identified by the council?
I identify it provides quantities of that, but green infrastructure is about accessibility, connectivity, integration. It's about more than quantities, and this table is only giving me those quantities.
Yes, of course.
So it gives me a quantitative amount of green space.
Got it. So we agree on the quantities, and so we need to look at the qualities. That's what you're saying. is it really your case? I don't know whether this is what you were saying when you made your point that allowing this scheme wouldn't significantly, or what I don't know how significantly, wouldn't change the borough-wide mix of agricultural as a proportion of overall green infrastructure. Is that something that should be held against this scheme in your view? Is it? I mean, obviously we know that half of the overall hectareage of this scheme is given over to green and blue infrastructure, 350 odd hectares of it.
I don't think, I haven't said it should be held against the scheme. I just wanted to point out that I was drawn to a table which gave me proportions of green space in green infrastructure in Swale as a whole. And I was asked to look at that as my first table, and I think I was told that it was skewed towards agriculture.
Yes, yes, I did
I'm
say
saying that this wouldn't fundamentally change the proportion.
Wouldn't change the skew
in that table.
Okay.
If we recalculated, adding these hectares to that, I haven't done that.
No.
That job.
No, I haven't asked you to. Can I ask you this? Your point about accessibility that we'll obviously come on to in a minute. Is it your position, just so I'm understanding it right, that the GBI that's on offer through this scheme, all of this stuff that we're going to come on to in a moment and look at it on a plan, would be of no benefit at all for the existing residents in Sittingbourne? Is that your take? That the basis upon which you've approached it? That seemed to be what you were saying, but I don't know whether I've mischaracterised it.
I think, for examples such as nature parks, parklands, play areas, amenity green space, community gardens, allotments, a highways green space, I think those will benefit the residents of the new development. And they're all things, they're not innovative green infrastructure that this development is proposing. It's green infrastructure that every development that comes forward needs to include. We have standards, and they need to be. Do
please try and answer the question. I don't want to keep interrupting you. If you could
answering the question.
Well, I don't think
they
so.
They need to be included in that development. I think all of those would benefit people in the development, and they should do. But I don't see a way that people who are in Sittingbourne, who don't have a local park, they won't benefit those people.
Let me ask you this, if possible, I appreciate, I don't want to sort of hamstring you to answer in whatever way you want. If it might be possible to start by answering the question directly with a yes or a no, and then qualify.
She said basically it wouldn't.
Is it your position? No, she didn't.
She did.
All right.
She did say it wouldn't, and she needs to be allowed to answer, provided she's being relevant.
She went round the house a bit, but she did say that.
All right. Is it your position then, sorry, that, because I thought it was qualified by those people who don't have access to parks near where they live. Is it your position that the GI on offer in this scheme would be of no benefit to the existing residents of Sittingbourne? You don't have to say yes or no, but if you could make sure that you just answer it.
Well, I will have to answer it in the way I answered before.
Right.
Which is, and I picked out areas.
Maybe you could ask.
No.
For you, but maybe you could ask which bits of the green infrastructure.
Are there any bits of it which would be of any benefit to anyone in Sittingbourne at the moment? And if so, which ones are they? That's a much better way of... Much better. If I can hand my notes to you, madam, at the beginning of the session, you could do this quicker. Which bits are they, if any?
I think some of the sports and community facilities, which is a need for, if well designed and planned, good access to, people would come out and use them. I think people would drive out to use them. I don't think they would travel out along green infrastructure links.
The sports and the community facilities.
I think that I'll just work from the top. Community gardens, allotments, no, they will be used by people in the development. Amenity green space within the development, used by people in the development. Ancient woodland, well, we have ancient woodland at Bexwood and Highsted Wood, both of which will be surrounded by new housing. So I don't think there will be travel to those two woodlands by people in Sittingbourne. natural, semi-natural, open space. So there's some proportions of natural and semi-natural open space, which if you were coming on footpaths if you were travelling on existing green infrastructure, the rights of way, coming east of Sittingbourne, that you would meet these, because these are open space which contain the new road. So you would meet these open spaces before you got to the new road. So they could have a marginal benefit.
Hang on. So which one are we on? You're on. Is it natural and semi-natural? You
Natural
think
and semi-natural.
marginal?
They would have some benefit, but you would recognise that also your existing rural experience on those rights of way would include crossing either the southern relief road or the northern relief road.
Would you mind, just before you get to nature parks, I don't, if you are about to get to nature parks, could I just ask you something, just given on your answer there? Do you accept, is it part of your approach to understand and accept a difference between the quality of experience that a public right-of-way can offer versus a 60-hectare area of completely publicly open space? Is that something that you've given any weight to in your consideration?
In my consideration here,
or at all?
There would be a benefit. There would be a benefit on that. There would be a benefit of some areas of semi-natural open space, but recognising that when you're in that space, you are likely to hear, see, and have to cross a road, which is often a dual carriageway road. So there's a benefit, but there's also a disbenefit because you have that infrastructure as well as your open space.
So mixed bag on that 59 hectares. All right. Are any of the others? We can go through them all, but please do keep going. Sorry, I cut you off.
Let's just go through them. Nature.
Sure.
And when I'm taking them from the top,
of course.
I'm talking about the north and the south.
Of course.
I'm not going to go back down through
Fine.
the north. I'll talk about
Sure,
both
sure.
together. So nature parks. I think I'm aware of a nature park by the Kent Science Park in the scheme.
Mm-hmm. Is that of any benefit to anyone in Sittingbourne at the moment?
I presume there might be some educational visits to a new nature park, so some people might travel out to the nature park.
Okay, so some people.
Yes.
So we get some benefit.
There might be some visitors who would travel out to a nature park. I think it was probably you would travel out for educational purposes if it provided those facilities. New woodland, I disagree with, because the majority of new woodland is we talked about yesterday, is planting shelter, but linear belts.
Right.
So
right.
They have a different. You wouldn't travel out to visit a linear screening belt.
Okay.
Existing woodland. Well, existing woodland if
it's there already.
It's there already.
What about parkland? We're in we've got the 55 hectares of parkland there, and then we've got another 12 hectares below in the northern scheme.
Could we just look at the master plan?
Sure.
Look at that parkland, and you could. I would.
Right, let's just see what's best to. Which side are we looking at? The southern side?
Well, I'm looking at both sites, but the parkland as opposed to the semi-natural green space, which parklands are, if I could understand the question of which parklands.
Are we looking at the master plan? Or are we looking at the parameter plan? Which one are you looking
Well,
at?
I'm
just going to try and find the
master plan.
Where have you got that?
I've got a CD 8.31, but I was just asking for clarification before I answer the question, Madam, on which parklands.
Yes, okay, go on then.
Because I've taken when I've talked about natural and semi-natural open space, I was answering that in relation to the space along the roads, the Northern Relief Road and the Southern Relief Road. So the parklands are, just to clarify, please, where they are before I answer.
I think the place to go to understand the parkland would be for the southern scheme would be core document 7.33. I'm sorry. This is a separate document. It's the. I mean, you can go back to that once you've seen where it is. Sorry, 733 is the landscape and open space strategy.
Okay.
And of course.
Is this for both sites?
This is the southern, and then there is an equivalent one that we can look at. Oh, sorry. This is, I should have said what it actually is. It's called the Landscape and Open Space Strategy. There's two just to look at, just to answer the question from Mr. Hearn about where is the parkland. So if we just focus on the south just for a minute, and then we can obviously, if we'd like, we can do the same. Yes. If we turn to page 38 first.
Strategies and design studies.
Yes, there is then a coloured key that illustrates where overall some of these different things are, and you'll see sort of around the area that's called Highsted Country Park in the text, on the actual plan, there's a green wash, and that is denoted as parkland. And then, just to check, Miss N, have you got that?
I have.
And then if you turn forward to page 52.
I have that.
Yeah, sorry, that there's a parkland design study. So I think hopefully that answers your question in respect of the southern site.
So when I answered that, so just to answer your question, that's also, I answered that in relation to the semi-natural open space.
Right.
So the same answer. I'll just turn back. Was it page 38? I'll just
Page 38.
39.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just turn back
So
to
it's
that.
Highsted Country Park, basically, is the parkland, and there are two little bits. There are a few little bits scattered around, is that right?
Yes, in the southern scheme, that's right.
So the country park, it's the same as the answer to the semi-natural open space. I think you would, if you lived on the eastern side of Sittingbourne, you walked those footpaths, you would, those people would benefit from that. I don't think it's something you would drive up to visit on the southern, because it's open space around. It's around the relief road, so it's not a parkland destination, but it would provide benefit, I think, as you say, as you're on the footpaths and you had some more access. If you're walking out along those footpaths and you're able to walk through some of that area before you got to your crossing of the relief road.
So you were keen, just to take a step back, you were keen earlier when I first had a crack at the question before the inspector made it a bit clearer. You were keen to emphasise the idea that people in Sittingbourne at the moment would not, as I'd understood my learned friend's paraphrase of your answer, derive any benefit from the proposed GI, but we've already now agreed that...
Well, I didn't say that. I went through them. Sorry, I must clarify that. I did go through them and say there would be some benefits, but the majority of these wouldn't benefit.
Oh, I
That's my
see.
first answer.
Was that? Well, then that was totally my misunderstanding of your first answer. All right, then. So several of them would. So what? The natural and semi-open... Sorry, natural and semi-natural open space, you think marginal benefit for that 59 hectares
and the
of
parkland.
land.
And the
parklands are of benefit. The sports and community facilities are of benefit.
Could be, yes. They would provide some benefit. I don't think you would come out from Sittingbourne to visit that park, but I think if you're on the footpath, you could have a small benefit from the parkland before, but that would be weighed up against the fact that you've got the road.
So we don't want the inspector to be left with an impression of your evidence being that the existing residents of Sittingbourne wouldn't benefit, because they would. We disagree, I think, on the extent to which they would, but we agree that the GI on offers obviously of benefit to the residents of the new schemes, obviously, but it's also of benefit to the existing residents of Sittingbourne to a degree that we disagree on.
I must say, I'm sure the inspector has written lots of notes down on my qualifications on the amount of benefits. My answer wasn't that this GI will benefit the residents of Sittingbourne. I qualified my answer.
I know you did. No. Did you hear me? I said we disagree on the extent of benefit, because we think that the benefits are absolutely enormous for the people of Sittingbourne. You don't. That's the difference between us. But we do agree that the existing residents of Sittingbourne are going to be benefited by the GI that's on offer in this scheme. Don't we?
If you have understood my qualifications
I see.
of how many and who and what benefits.
Okay, all right, thanks. Right, but net, if we sort of add it all up, we've got 350 odd hectares of stuff, but of benefit to, with qualifications, with your qualifications that we don't accept, to the people of Sittingbourne, also of benefit to the people of the new scheme. But as we looked at yesterday, in your analysis of the case as a whole, there are no net benefits. You do not, in your evidence, adduce or assess any net positive benefits from this scheme at all, do you? As we
I think it provides green infrastructure, which is a requirement of a development.
Yeah.
But
Again,
it doesn't go over and above, and it's not a landscape approach to the provision.
just
of that.
pause there. It doesn't go over and above. Doesn't go over and, is that what your understanding is? Is your understanding is that this is a scheme that does no more than meet policy requirements for GI?
The majority of GI provided is what would be expected in a scheme of this size and scale.
Right. And what have you conducted any sort of analysis to support that? Do you know what the policy requirements are? And have you conducted?
I'm aware of the policy requirements, I haven't done an analysis.
No. So you're just sort of just saying that now then, without having checked.
I haven't done the
No.
policy.
Okay.
now.
Well, we can ask Mrs. Brockhurst about whether or not this is just what one would expect in any old scheme or not. But that actually wasn't my question. None of the things you've just said answered my question. My question is it correct, as discussed yesterday and as you confirmed, that even though we're proposing 350 hectares of green infrastructure in an area of acknowledged green infrastructure deficiency, which you accept with qualifications will be of benefit not just to proposed residents but existing ones too. Your case to the Inspector and the Secretary of State is no net benefit. Thank you. There's no benefits to weigh at all. Not in the end. There's nothing. Right?
I'm just hesitating because I'm trying to think through
Yeah.
the answer.
It doesn't feel right, does it?
I mean, there is a benefit in that the scheme has more trees, for example,
Okay.
than exists currently.
Okay. And that's a net benefit. That's a good thing to be weighed in some scales by someone else.
Yes.
Okay. And where in your proof do you give us evidence on that?
I
then?
have conclusions about where the trees are planted, how they're designed, how they fit, whether they're in the right place.
Yeah.
But in terms of quantity, there's a benefit.
Right.
In this landscape will have more trees than it has now.
Okay, great. And where in your evidence do you describe or give us any feel for that?
I think I say it in 7, don't I? But
Are there any other than the quantity of trees going up, are there any other net benefits that you want the Secretary of State to have regard to on offer from the GI? Is there anything?
I'll just take a moment to look at
Have a good old look.
7. I'm going to stick with trees.
Stick with trees. Okay, so that's the Council's advice to the Secretary of State is we're in an area of acknowledged green infrastructure deficiency. We're in an area that the Council itself has identified as somewhere where this needs to be sorted out on the urban fringes. 350 hectares of stuff's proposed that meets all these different definitions of GI. Don't weigh any of it positively other than there'll be more trees. But remember, when you're weighing that, even that we should be downgrading because those trees are just buffer planting, basically. Now, yeah, I'm trying to just cut to the chase of what this council's position is, because there aren't any other benefits, are there, on a net basis that you identify? There's some more trees. It's good to have them. but that's it. I'd like to.
Well, hang on a sec. Did you ask that as a question?
I didn't know if an answer was coming. Is that? Have I? Is there anything else that I've missed?
No, I'm just looking. I'm looking through my analysis. No, that's
No, that was it. So I think I got it right. Okay, then. Let's have a look then at how landscape has informed, and indeed we would say, I know you don't accept, led the approach that's been taken in this scheme. Starting point. We know, don't we, from the work from Peter Brett that we went over yesterday, that one of the things that's happened is the capacity of the scheme, the quantum of the scheme in terms of the number of homes that it's going to be offering has gone down over time by 3 or 3,500 or whatever in the south.
yes.
And that was thought, I don't know whether by, maybe not by you, I don't know, but certainly it was described as in the Peter Brett report that we looked at yesterday as a positive mitigation measure so far as landscape considerations were concerned.
Yes. It was in the Peter Brett report, but you will also see the LEC reports that say it's a challenging site, and if it were to be developed, there would be significant landscape and visual impacts.
Yes.
Was our conclusion.
Yes, yes, yes. Thank you. Now, we heard from Mr. Murdoch on the first day of the inquiry. It feels like... were you here for all of that stuff? You were. Feels like a while ago already. We heard from him about the approach that had been taken to the landscaping and GI design within the scheme. Do you remember?
I do.
And worthy of note, he wasn't asked a single question by anybody other than he said some things in re-examination, but no one said anything to him in cross-examination, even though there were, I think, 5 barristers or whatever who were lined up to ask him things. But he explained what is in the landscape and open space statements that we've already been to, one of them today already. And if you could just turn it up again. It's the document we'll start with the south. It's the document at 7.33. Core document 7.33 is the first version.
Yes, I have that.
We've got it's called
Space strategy.
exactly, yeah, same one. And just for your note, Madam, that there's equivalent ones for the Northern scheme. You might have them printed out already, but those are at core documents 1.27 and 28. Fine, good.
Do you want me to get the Northern scheme as
No,
well?
we can start with the South.
Okay.
It's just to illustrate the approach. The approach is the same, as you can see if you go through them both. The approach is common across the two. If you start with the introduction on page...
I do apologise. I've just had a blip with the internet, and I need to get it up again.
No, don't
So
worry. You let me know when you've got it.
I had it up, and it's just everything disappeared.
No, of course.
So I'm going back to 733.
Yeah, 7, exactly, yeah. 7, 3,
No, it's come back now.
3.
It's here.
Lovely.
Yep.
There's an introduction page on page 3, if you've got that.
Yes.
Section 1, this document for Highsted Park's been prepared by Murdoch Wickham, forming part of the planning application. It focuses on the landscape analysis strategy and proposals, etc., whilst referring to the open space and recreation strategy, sports and recreation strategy.
Yes.
You see?
Yes.
So it's clear on its face, as it explains, this is part of the planning application.
Yes.
Now, you say in your proof that it wasn't. At 7.2 of your proof, you say it's not part of the planning application. Where'd you get that from?
Sorry, can I just because I've just flicked off the document. I just need to get that
Sure.
the page you're on, which is the first page. So, and you've taken me to my proof, which is
7.2 on page 92 of your proof. You Oh, tell me when you're there.
I have it.
So section 7, and then in 7.2, you talk about something called a landscape and open space strategy, and you say at the end of 7.2, the landscape and open space strategy is not included as part of the planning application. I'm just wondering why you said that when it is.
Well, this says, yes, this says it is. I was looking, what I meant was the detailed landscape. I was looking for what, as part of planning application, I was looking at the composite master plan, I was looking at the planning documents, the green space structuring plan, recognising, and I wanted to recognise here in this section, I wanted to, sorry, this microphone means I'm not looking this way. I wanted to recognise that this was all, landscape was reserved matters, and I didn't want to critique something overly without, if it was actually the detail was going to be in reserved matters.
Right. So is what you meant to say, rather than it's not part of the planning application, something more along the lines of it's illustrative and will be subject to further detailed work at reserved matters?
Yes.
Okay.
It's illustrative and the detail is reserved matters. And it was mainly because I didn't want to critique something which would be dealt with at a later stage. So
because that would be a mistake. It would be a mistake to sort of micro-criticise an illustrative document that is subject to refinement and improvement at the stage of reserved matters. That would be a waste of everyone's time.
I mean, I've critiqued the information that was provided for the. I've critiqued what I have. I've had to critique the composite master plan, the green space structuring plan.
Yeah, but those are illustrative too, aren't they?
As well, though, aren't they?
That's sort of where I'm going. It seemed to me that you've actually slightly misunderstood. You've not critiqued for some reason, and I still don't quite understand why. Well, I'm just going to call it the LOS. We call it on our side of the room the LOS, which stands for LOS, a landscape and open space strategy. You don't critique that at all. You just say it's not part of the application and you move on. You spend then pages going over an illustrative master plan that's illustrative and drawn at a scale of 1 to 2,500.
Okay.
I don't get it. Why spend pages on the illustrative master plan that's illustrative?
Because
but why and not a page, not a bit of your ink spilled on the actual landscape strategy?
Well, I will explain this. Chapter 7 is based on the master plan, which has emerged from this this study, this strategy. Okay. I'm very familiar with this, the landscape and open space strategies, and the master plan is what falls out of these strategies. So I haven't wasted my ink on chapter 7. I have provided an analysis based on the master plan that has come from this strategy.
Got it. Thank you. Okay, so if we just have a look at some of the key pages on the we'll just do the southern one for now, but it's a very similar approach in the northern one as well that's taken. There is a topography plan on page 6 of it. We saw some of these in the slides from Mr. Murdoch the other day. Do you see where I'm at? 2.1. So we start with an analysis of the site's topography. We layer onto that at the next page a visual assessment. There's visually sensitive areas that are identified with views denoted with different arrows. Do you see?
Yes.
There's then some typical views that are in terms of sort of panoramas or whatever, images that are set out on the following page, pictures.
Yes.
And then we've got at 2.3, couple of pages on from that, there's an assessment of landscape designations.
Yes.
Beyond that, obviously this is a bit of a whistle-stop tour, but it has to be given timing. We go on to things like hydrology on the next page after that, followed by an assessment of existing ecology and vegetation.
Yes.
But I suppose more with a focus on, there's a page on heritage, but beyond that, on page 13, there's an assessment of landscape character, looking at the landscape character areas.
Yes.
And then all of that is put into, on page 14, what is called, my favourite word of today, an axonometric diagram of all of these different features layered on top of one another, as it were, in the way that is done at page 14. Do you see?
I can see that.
And all of that is done in order to create what is described as a green grid. Do you see at the top of this page that we're on at the moment, 2.8, there are many existing important landscape features within the site and the surrounding area that have influenced, and this, we've got a sort of capital G, green grid strategy, including all the things that we've seen have been looked at. You see?
Yes.
Now let's just put a, as it were, a thumb in that page just for now, and take a step back and ask ourselves, well, what is a green grid? Why on earth are we interested in trying to adduce one through an axonometric diagram of stuff? Green grid strategy is something that this council supports and relies on, and we can see its green grid strategy in the core documents. Let's just have a look at it. It's core document 18.35.
That's the green and blue infrastructure strategy we looked at.
It should just say, hopefully, green grid strategy.
Oh, hold on.
And the date is June 2016.
Okay, I need to get that document up.
Of course, no. You let me
saved
know.
Just remind me of the document number.
Of course, 18.35. You tell me when you're there, Mr. Hearn.
Yeah, it's just loading.
No, you just let me know.
I have it.
Great. 18.35. This is the Swale Green Grid Strategy.
Yes.
Now, just to understand a bit about what this is for, if we turn into it to page 6.
Yes.
We're given the have you got section 1 Green Grid Framework?
Yes.
We've got some sort of introductory text about the context of Swale and its stunning and distinctive environment. But then at 1.2, the question is asked, well, why a green grid? And some of the text is in green, so I think there's a theme coming through this document. Why a green grid? Green grid, we're told, is a strategic, joined-up approach to land management. It focuses on the relationship between green spaces and the communities they serve and aims to maximise the potential, multifunctional benefits of a well-designed public realm. The green grid aims to create a network of multifunctional green spaces, providing sustainable access within urban centres and development zones and beyond the development areas in the urban fringe and rural areas of influence. That's what green grids are for. Right?
Yes.
And we can understand now perhaps why Swale thinks it needs more of them, because we know, don't we, that this is an area of acknowledged green infrastructure deficit, qualitatively and quantitatively too.
Yes.
Right? Over the page, on page 7. At 1.3, the document asks, how does it add value? How does it add value The green grid approach offers a strategic vision which inspires confidence in private and public sectors alike. Sounds good. By planning, designing and managing green spaces as an interconnected network rather than isolated sites, green grid can add value to existing projects, justify prioritisation decisions and provide a carefully phased and tailored investment. Do you see?
Yes.
It is, there's another phrase, it's a design-led approach. Do you see?
Yes, it is.
It's not the same as landscape-led, maybe. I don't know quite what the difference is, but anyway, what Swale think is that if you're doing a green grid approach, that's an approach which is design-led. Right?
I can see that.
And what will it deliver at 1.4? It will deliver lots of these bullet points, but the first thing it will deliver is it will create more accessible green space and wildlife along an integrated network of safe, attractive pedestrian and cycle routes, and lots of other things. Now, what does it include? If you turn on to page 9, there's a section called Green Grid Components, and I'm doing this so that we can sort of understand a little bit what we've just seen in the landscape open space strategy. What are its components? Well, we see, and I'm not going to go through them all in detail because we know what they are, but do you see the headings? The first one is, do you see landscape character?
Yes.
So you've got to look at that. You've got to look at next landscape designations. Do you see?
I can see that.
And over the page, you've got to look at the ecological network. You see that?
Yes.
And a number, well, in fact, that's all it says. It doesn't say maybe it doesn't say heritage specifically. In any event, those are the things that you've got to look at. And what about when it comes to structure? The structure of your green grid, that's explained at page 13.
Yeah, I can see it gives some very useful guidance under the headlines that you're...
Oh, it does. I don't want
to me.
to. If there's any you want to read about, please do. I've just. Yeah, there's also. I mean, I'm certain it's a very useful document.
Yes, it's really useful. Functional connections between not having small areas of habitat.
Yeah.
Taking account of landscape character in the design, character, scale, texture, colour, form, and how different landscapes feel, enhancing character, positive change, as we talked about yesterday.
Yeah.
So some really, very good
Very useful
guidelines
stuff.
in this document.
It sounds like we're all commending this document to the inspector.
Public rights of way.
Yeah. All sorts of stuff. This is all part of this green grid-led approach that leads to the structure that's explained on page 13. There's a heading, Green Grid Structure. Have you got that?
I do have that.
The spatial structure of Swale's network of green grid projects and opportunities can be understood in terms of these different components. You've got green spaces, you've got corridors, and then over the page you've got other things too. Major development sites, wider area initiatives, gateways, all kinds of stuff. And note on corridors, do you note there's different sorts of corridors that are touched on, aren't there, on page 13, and one of them's roads. At the top on the right hand side, do you see? And what it says about roads, we'll come back to roads. Obviously, it's something that you are particularly concerned about in your critique in your section 7. But what Swale say in their green grid strategy is when it comes to roads, we are talking about, in particular, extending existing landscaping around the A2 and the A249 to provide multifunctional landscape strips along their whole length. You see?
I see that.
So when you critique the approach to GI in your proof of evidence as being focused on the roads, and linear. We can go to. You've said it today, I think. Even we can go to examples in your proof where you say those things. Go on.
I would just draw attention to the fact that the roads, it says it's around existing roads, extending landscaping around existing roads, A2 and A249. It doesn't say about creating new large public parkland, semi-natural green space in association with new roads. There's nowhere I can see that in this vision to create, in creating new green spaces, for example, on number 1, or corridors. It doesn't say that they should be created around new roads.
Right. So what it says about roads that exist is that what we should be doing is providing multifunctional landscape strips along their whole length, doesn't it?
Correct. Existing roads.
Yeah, and so just to be clear then on your approach to this guidance, your approach is, and what you're asking the inspector to sort of take away from it is that might be all right for existing roads, but the approach of multifunctional, is this right? This is a question. Doing multifunctional landscape strips along the whole length of proposed roads, that would be wrong in principle.
I think it's not wrong in principle, but what the answer that I do want to give is if you are creating a new strategic green infrastructure resource, a green space or a corridor, as under number 1 or 2, or a habitat link under corridors, or a local connector, or any of these, the green grid structure, the vision here is for those structures is they wouldn't be in association with a road. If you're creating a strategic green grid, as you took me to, parkland or semi-natural green space, that's different to a multifunctional landscape strip along an existing road.
Right. Okay. Just I'll try and answer the question. I'll ask the question in a more sort of specific way. Is it your judgment that this guidance on the approach to roads applies only to existing roads but should not be taken to apply to new roads? Is that your assessment or not?
Yes, it is, because that's what it says. It's extending existing landscaping around the A2 and A249, which are existing roads, to provide a multifunctional landscape strip.
And therefore, the approach taken to multifunctional landscape strips along their whole length, you say, is not the appropriate approach when it comes to thinking about landscaping for new roads. Is that correct?
I think it's an approach you would take to a new road, but I don't think it's an approach you would take to providing a strategic green infrastructure space.
Right. So, okay.
A parkland or a semi-natural green space, which is what it's labelled as in the strategy. So
just to take this in stages then. So the guidance on roads is fine for existing roads, you've said, I think. I mean, I'm paraphrasing. You've said it applies to existing roads. Then you've said, I think you've just said, it's also appropriate for new roads, I think, but not, your caveat was, for new, wider natural green spaces, parklands, etc. Is that, am I getting it right?
Yes, because what it is it's a landscape strip along, a landscape strip. It's not a strategic green infrastructure place. It's a landscape strip. They're two different things.
So, in fact, this guidance about roads is applicable and correct in your view, both for existing roads and for new roads as well?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And what that tells us to do is to think about multifunctional landscape strips along the whole length of the road?
Yes. Well, no, sorry, this guidance, you asked me, the question about this guidance is about existing landscape around existing roads.
I know. That's why I've taken it in stages. Are you listening to these?
I am listening.
Yeah. So then, but the principles don't they, also, we've just agreed, sort of 3 times, also apply to new roads as well, not just existing roads, don't they? I thought we'd agreed, but if you
But
don't...
I'm not. This specific point in this document refers to existing roads.
It does, right. So let's take that as read, because
I
we
think
can
we
all
need
read it,
yes.
okay? So take that as read. In the bank, all it says is about extending existing landscaping along the A2 and the A249. So we want to take it to the next step, because that's all very well, but we need to try and work out what, if any, value this guidance on green grids from your client council has any relevance, if at all, to the scheme that's before this inspector and the Secretary of State. So what I'm asking you is, does the approach to landscaping for roads here, does it just, in your view, literally apply to what's said, the A2 and the A249, or is it also applicable and appropriate for new roads as well? And I've asked you, I think, 5 times.
Well, I'll answer again. This guidance here that we're looking at, we can't say that this guidance here, the structure, applies to new roads. It's specifically about the A2 and A249.
Yeah, so do the principles, in your view, in this guidance, should they be taken to apply or not, in your view, as a professional landscape architect? Or do you...
I think that's a different question. If you're designing a new road, you want to integrate it as...
Does the guidance here apply, should it be taken to apply to new roads, or should it only be taken to apply to existing roads?
This specific guidance should be taken to apply to the A2 and the A249.
Okay. When it comes to providing green infrastructure that treats existing roads, the council's approach is to suggest multifunctional landscape strips along their whole length.
Yes?
Yeah, those 2 roads, to be fair. Right?
Yes.
Multifunctional landscape strips along the lengths of roads are, by their nature, linear in their morphology.
Yes, they are called strips.
If we have a look at the master plan for the scheme, it doesn't matter which one, just any of the overall master plans. So you've got the inspector's book of plans, or either one. I've got core document 2.3, which is just the illustrative master plan for the scheme as a whole. The southern's fine, but the composite, when we know what it looks like, it's just to remind ourselves. This is a scheme, isn't it? Looking at both applications as a whole, that include 2 relief roads, the one to the north and the one to the south.
Yes.
Obviously, the wider benefits or not of those roads in terms of what they do for things like congestion and air quality and all the rest of it are for other people, other witnesses later in the inquiry. So I'm not asking you about whether there's a need for these roads or whether they'd be a good thing or a bad thing in highways terms or in air quality terms or whatever. But the point for now is that the delivery of those 2 roads is obviously something that this scheme is proposing to do. And it's a key thing that this scheme is proposing to do, isn't it?
Yes, the scheme delivers roads.
Roads are, by their nature, linear features that pass through a landscape, aren't they?
Yes.
They require, don't they, various kinds of treatment and mitigation through things like landscaping and green infrastructure when they're brought forward.
Yes.
If you are applying landscaping or green infrastructure treatments to features that are linear by their very definition, It's not exactly a surprise, is it, if some of your landscaping has to include a linear morphology?
It's correct that landscape would be linear, but that's landscape strips, not strategic green infrastructure resource.
So, we'll come on to the strategic green infrastructure resource around the country park, etc. But it should not be a surprise then, and in fact it's rather what one would expect, that some, not all, of the green infrastructure treatments proposed for roads adopt a linear morphology, because roads are linear.
Yes, it
Okay.
would. A landscape strip along a road will be linear.
Let's have a look then at what is proposed. Back at, if you get, where I asked you to keep a thumb was 7.33, which is the landscape and open space strategy, or one of them.
Yes.
We got to the axonometric diagram on page 14. That the next page is page 15, section 3, landscape concepts and strategy.
Yes.
There's a page on garden village principles, and then on page 17 we have the so-called grid.
I have that.
Good. That's not at all. So it's page 17, 3.2, landscape strategy, and it's got this. Well, it's described the main green blocks are described as the primary green grid, and then there's a secondary green grid and some other things in the key. You see?
I can see that.
And the justification for that grid is set out over several pages that follow that we're not going to read through in detail, but this was touched on obviously in the evidence of the of our landscape architect on the first day. The green grid principles, connecting habitats, advanced planting, that's on pages 18 and then page 19. Linkages to public rights of way, it's on page 20. Page 21 is all about off-road footway and cycleway links meandering through the green grid, and page 22 is all about drainage, and it's brought together on page 23, which is the landscape framework plan. Now, you have critiques that you make of this landscape framework plan and how it feeds into the illustrative master plan. But before we get to them, the approach that's taken in order to derive it is completely consistent, isn't it, with the green grid strategy that this council advocates?
No. I don't agree.
Do you want to give a because or not?
The approach that we saw on the first day and the approach at the beginning of this document.
Beginning of, so which one?
Sorry,
which
I'm
document?
on 7.333.
Oh, yes.
It's the approach is exactly right. The laying up of topography,
Okay.
landscape character, looking at the views,
Okay.
looking at where the ecological networks is. I'm just going through those diagrams. The ecological networks, it doesn't look at the networks beyond the site, which is what I would like to see in this.
Mm-hmm.
The approach is promising.
Okay.
And in when you read this document, you think, yes, this looks good. When we heard the presentation on Monday, I thought, yeah, this looks good. The hydrology, the blue grid.
Yeah.
Where I feel that it fails is in it's not these ideas and this layering and how they come together. It fails in its application in the actual design.
Right.
And I'm happy to provide some examples from this document. So the page 14, which shows how they all layer up. I mean, that's what we want. That's what we want to happen. But then when we get on to what actually happens, it doesn't happen. It isn't carried through into the detailed design.
Right. So this, I think, goes back to what I was trying to suggest yesterday, is this ambiguity and this idea about things that are landscape-led, which I don't think it was an ambiguity that you accepted, but anyway, I think we've got an example of it happening now. You accept, I think, what you just said, is the approach taken is, your words exactly right, and then you, I think, said promising or whatever. The approach, procedurally, if you like, to what was the way in which things were done was spot on. It accorded with what you'd like to see. Why you say this is not a landscape-led scheme is not because of the approach that was taken, the steps that have been gone through, the exercise and all the steps in the order in which they were gone through. It's what happens at the end. It's how all of that is translated into an ultimate design. You say that bit is faulty for reasons that you've explained in your section 7, and therefore not a landscape-led scheme. Is that, I know that was a very long question, but I'm trying to capture this difference. Have I got that?
I would say that the approach is promising, and at first you think, yes, this is going to be good. And then you get to the design and you see a fantastic green grid, and then you go to the detail and see that it's all of the green grid is severed. All of the major bits of the green grids are severed by mainly dual carriageways in the south. You look to, and I'll just give one example of, and I'm looking at page 17, where we have the green grid. And this is one example of many, and we can spend as long as we like, as we need on this. But one example is we have the green grid nicely following a small dry valley in the north, which comes out to the A2. So if we go back to the topography map, that's clearly shown as and a feature. If we go back to I'll just go back to one map. For example, 2.4 on page 10, existing hydrology, which shows that as the dry valley watercourse route. And then if you look at this diagram, you think, great, that's going to be a lovely a planted valley. It's going to have a swale in it. It's going to be a natural watercourse, and there's many examples of this from this. And then you move on to, what should we move on to? You can move on to the master plan. You can move on to one of the structuring plans. And what actually is that valley? It's a main road. It is a major roundabout junction, and the watercourse, the valley watercourse, which you would hope, if you were doing a landscape-led scheme, would be the centrepiece of green infrastructure. And I hadn't realised this till I heard the presentation. He actually said we picked it up and moved it over. I can see it. I can see it just about alongside the Southern Relief Road on this diagram, which is on page 23. But I understand now actually it's been moved. And that's one example where I think that I know that this plan isn't landscape-led. It's looked at all the components of the landscape, and then the development and the parcels have been placed onto it, and then the green infrastructure has been fitted around it. And I'll just give one more example, if we look at the ecological assets, and I will have to flick around, but back to the diagram on the analysis of ecology. Existing landscape designations, you can clearly see the important ancient woodlands. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at PDF page 9.
So, sorry, are we looking at the open space strategy?
I'm looking at 7.33.
I'm looking at the hard copy.
Landscape and Open Space Strategy, June 2021.
Yeah, what page?
flicking very quickly from page to page, but currently I'm on page 9 of that.
Landscape designations.
Yes, and I'm looking at that, and on that diagram, I can see the area of high landscape value. I can see Bexwood ancient woodland. I can see Highsted quarries, Highsted wood, ancient woodland, Cromer's wood, which is ancient woodland. It's outside the bounds of the site, but I can see a really good collection of ancient woodlands, and I can see the area of high landscape value. I can also move to the next page, on I think it's page 10. I can see the dry valley and the water course as part of the blue grid running down through those areas. And then I'm just going to move on to the I'm going to move on to the, so yeah, and then I'm going to move on to page 17, which shows the green grid. And that shows, yeah, great connection between the woodlands. It looks good. But then when I move on to the, can't find the diagram now. We'll move on to page 23, which is the landscape framework. Again, I see the relief road running through the area of high landscape value to the west of the science park. I see it charging through the area of high landscape value. I see it severing a small part of Bexwood, ancient woodland. I see it disconnecting between the woodlands on the local wildlife site and Highsted Wood, ancient woodland. The major opportunity for a landscape-led scheme, look what is there in the beginning and build on it and fit your development around it, has been lost because there's parcels and parcels of housing between Highsted Wood and Cromer's Wood. There's a very thin green link between the two, and if you can look really closely at the diagram, you see it's a play area. It will probably need to be lit because it's a play area, but that's a detailed design thing we'll come to. And it's not landscape-led would look at what are those assets, how can we link them? We wouldn't look at those assets and then put a little narrow corridor between them or sever them with the road. And I could give other examples where the green grid diagrams shows great connections and linkages, but then when we come to this diagram, we see that green grid is actually, a lot of it is the primary and secondary access routes into the development with trees, streets with trees. They're not actually green links. So I think there's a problem there when saying that it's been done right, but it hasn't been applied and carried through into the design.
I thought, I can't remember what my question was now, but I think in the end we've agreed that is your critique. What I was trying to get you to do is to be clear on what your critique was. And I think where we're at is that I've taken you through the sort of the so-called green grid approach that was undertaken. I think you're broadly happy with, I'm summarising, broadly happy with the creation of that grid and the way it was done, but it's detailed translation, if you like, for reasons that you've just given and others, no doubt, into a design you take issue with, and you say in the end, therefore, not landscape-led.
I say it hasn't been translated into the design. The development has come first, and the green grid has fitted around the development.
Right.
And that's my point.
Right. Okay.
I think that yes, I'll leave it there.
Righto.
Break, by the way.
Well, now'd be a perfect moment.
Can I ask a question of clarification here? Well, there's two things actually. The movement talked earlier about the movement of the northern valley. I'm not quite sure. Could that be explained a bit more clearly? Exactly what's proposed at some stage?
Yeah. What's the question exactly?
Well,
yes, of course.
The movement of the valley, or I mean, that was what you referred to, and what I remember hearing in the presentation.
Oh, in the presentation
Well,
of the
and
architect.
also Mr. Hearn referred to it as well.
Well,
Okay.
I picked it up. I only saw the valley kind of underneath the road, but what I heard in the presentation on Monday, that the watercourse is picked up and moved.
Yeah.
I'm only repeating. I haven't read
Sure.
that on the diagram. I'm just repeating what I heard.
We'll look into that.
Can you explain that?
I will. I can't at the moment, but I will do. Yeah.
You or somebody.
Mhm.
And the other thing was, I just wanted to ask you, Hearn, do you think, just a matter of principle, that you could satisfy what your vision of a green grid, could that be satisfied and putting in a road infrastructure of this quantum plus 8,000 houses? Sorry, no, in the southern section it would be 7,000 houses. Do you think that, are they compatible?
It could be better. I think I provided the answer to that in the document we had, inquiry document 1 this morning, which said that it would have to be significant reduction in development, particularly in the residential components of development, because one of the issues with the amount of residential development is all the infrastructure and the roundabouts and the access roads that you have to have come into it. So there's
So my question really is, no, you couldn't, because if presumably, I mean, the road isn't, as I understand it, just to serve, we'll be hearing about this later, just to serve the development. It's also from a
It's a strategic road.
strategic road, so it's going to be that size, probably, even if there were less houses, I would
I think
imagine.
it would.
Yeah.
Anyway, the proposal is for this 7,000 odd houses plus this road, and I just wonder whether what you're looking for is compatible with that. Could you ever do it?
I think you could do better than
Yeah.
what we have here. I think it could. I think there's
Right.
a lot that's been done there, but I think, but I also see that would need a further reduction in quantum of development.
I see.
But so just to pin this, because actually that's just sort of cuts to the chase, and I might be able to cut out quite a few pages of questions after the break. Is it, which would be great, obviously, for everybody, just to try and pin that. I know you've said you need to reduce quantum in order to make things better, and I'm not surprised, obviously, that's your position, and that's what I'd expect you to say. But fundamentally, as a matter of principle, is it possible, in your view, to deliver the southern? We'll just focus on the south for a minute. I mean, it's the same question for the north, I suppose, but just for the Southern Relief Road and the quantum of just over 7,000 homes and all of the commercial development, to pay for it all. Is it possible for such a scheme, on your understanding of what landscape-led means, which obviously is a very long way away from ours, but that's not the point, on your understanding, could it ever be done? And the answer can't be reduce the scheme, because I'm not asking you about a reduced scheme. I'm asking you about this scheme.
That is a very difficult question, and it's something I would like time to think about. But my point on the green infrastructure here is that there are opportunities for it to be much better.
Yeah.
You said that those opportunities would be, for example, in reducing the number of houses. That's not what the proposal is it?
No.
I wonder if we were going to have a break.
Yes, that's
Sure. By all
Good idea.
means, it'd be an interesting thing to ponder on a cup of tea. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, you might not be able to answer, fair enough, but I'm just, for my own clarification.
Well,
really,
it was.
something else.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I feel that this
Let's
is.
just have a break. You think about it. I need a cup of coffee. So,
Me too. Me too.
so let's have a break, and then we'll come back in 20 minutes. Well, we'll come back at 25 to, just a little bit.
25-2.
25 to 12. Thank you.
Right.
Right, okay, the inquiry is now resumed. So are we going back to that question?
Yes, please.
Yes.
So,
And subject to that, how long, do you think you'll be finished before lunchtime? Or?
yeah, that's the plan. Very much the plan. I don't know what's the plan. I wasn't supposed to be going this long, and I'm sorry, Miss Hearn. My questions have been too long. But I think, yes, it will be finished by lunchtime, yeah. And the good news is, well, it's not, you know, the saving grace or whatever is that timetable-wise, I think we're doing all right. So,
yes, as long as we finish Miss Hearn today.
Oh, we will.
Fine.
We certainly will. From my side, we will hope by lunchtime, and unless my learned friend's got 4 hours of re-examination, we should be okay.
So it's,
We'd still be okay. I don't, but even if I did, we would still be okay.
so we maybe bring Miss Miller on or not today?
Yes, I think it's probably feasible to do her evidence in chief, and then break probably,
Okay.
because there's the rest of cross-examination. There's any questions you have. There's re-examination. Maybe if that's after lunch, and then we'll see where we are. And,
See how we're getting on anyway.
yeah, but there should at least be evidence in chief.
Yes.
Should be possible. Yes, she's. Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
Let's see where we get to. Right, let's continue then. Thank you.
You left us, Mr. Hearn, on a big cliffhanger. So it was that the question was to do with this idea of landscape-led, and it was the inspector's question to do with the idea of, in principle, if what you're talking about is a scheme that has the things in it that the southern scheme's got in it, could it ever be landscape-led on your understanding of that term?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, I just had my microphone off, but anyway, it was a repeat of the question from before the break. So far away.
Yes, well, thank you for the break, because that did give me time to think about that. And
Good.
I have answered that question actually multiple times in the work we have done for Swale over the years. And my answer also was in the quote you read out from Peter Brett yesterday. So
Yes.
my answer, and I'm going to look at, we have landscape opinions, we provide landscape opinions, and I'm going to look at core document 4.17.
Let me just catch you up one moment. 4.17 is it?
Yes, 4.17.
Okay.
And I'm on chapter 4.
One moment. Was this for the this was for both, was it?
This is for the southern site.
Southern.
4.17.
Okay. Chapter.
Page, sorry.
It's PDF page 17. It's chapter 4 conclusion.
Yes. Oh, yes. This is your very difficult.
Hold on.
Sorry. Sorry.
All right. Thank you.
Is it chapter 4 conclusion? Is that, are we on the right page? Page 14. It's your report from. Did you actually write this report? It was obviously it's LUC
I wrote
report.
this report.
Worked on it.
So my answer to the question, and I would like to read out paragraph 4.1.
4.1.
My answer is, this is a very challenging site for development, for a road and residential development of the scale proposed. In landscape terms, much of the area is highly sensitive, including part of the Kent Downs A1B to the south, and its immediate setting, representing special qualities, dry valley, extending out from the A1B boundary. The landscape quality is recognised by the local landscape designation, which covers a substantial part of the planned development area, with the valley forming a key landscape enclosing the south-east edge of Sittingbourne. And then I won't read out the next few paragraphs, but it's go to 4.3. I'll say, in our opinion, it'd be very difficult to achieve a landscape-led scheme with the specific local context, within the specific local context, involving, and I say the visually exposed areas and the dip slope, the articulated topography. And the application remains a road-led scheme with substantial housing associated. And there are limited opportunities to fully mitigate impacts in this location, which is of high landscape sensitivity. And then I'll just go down to 4.5. And I said...
Where's that? So, sorry, page 16.
I'm on page 19, but it's at 16 of the...
Oh, yeah, PDF 19,
PDF
sorry. 4.5, and which, yes, go a bit far away.
I've said, in conclusion, if a development of the size and scale proposed in this sensitive location were to be progressed, significant adverse landscape impacts would need to be accepted. Further refinement of the current scheme is unlikely to reduce landscape effects, so I give examples of where further attention is required to achieve a more landscape-led scheme. And I've said that, I've paraphrased that last phrase. So what I'm doing, I have said that the location, the site, its sensitivity, its attributes is very challenging. And what I'm doing for the inquiry here is I am setting out what those significant landscape and impacts are.
Thank you.
How they need to be taken into the planning.
So
ballot.
I don't want to be pernickety about this, but I might just try a little and just push you to be just that little bit clearer, even more than you have been already. So your position, as per your note here at your 4.3 that you've just read out, is very difficult, quote unquote, and you've read out all the context around those words, so don't feel the need to read it out again. Very difficult to achieve a landscape-led scheme, in your opinion, right? Does that suggest, just because it might be or interpreted differently by different people, does that suggest that your view is that it can be done, or is it your view that it just actually it can't be done, and not with this quantum of development and these elements? Is it that it can be done, or that it can't be done, in your opinion?
Well, I've answered that here in 4.5 under the final bullet, where I say a more robust landscape-led approach should be adopted, than in the existing scheme. However, I say there are opportunities to do a more robust landscape-led approach.
Yes.
Here. However, I don't say that by doing that you will reduce the significant landscape and visual impacts of the scheme due to its location and the challenges of that particular quality of landscape.
Okay, and I can read what you've said, and I've got this horrible sinking feeling that it's me being slow about this, but I'm just going to try one more time. You may have answered it. You clearly think you've answered my question, and I don't, so we've got a problem. What I'm asking you is, just to be clear, as a matter of principle, is it possible to bring forward these elements of a scheme on this site in a way that would meet your definition of what landscape-led is, or not? Appreciating you've said it's difficult, things could be changed, as you've explained in your bullet points at 4.5, it's difficult because it's sensitive. There's all your case that you've explained. So I've bank all of that, all noted. But my question is it possible to do a landscape-led version of this scheme, or is it fundamentally impossible from your point of view?
I think I'm being slow here, because I thought I've answered that. Because I said... Well,
could you try with a yes or a no and then qualify if it's possible? Because I'm trying to frame it as a yes or no.
Okay.
As in it's either... Because I mean, everybody can have their own views about the detail of an illustrative master plan. That's understood. Obviously, you've got yours and you've explained them. That's fine. But just taking a step back, as a matter of principle, regardless of what we put in this master plan or whatever in our landscape open space strategy, could it ever be landscape-led, given what the elements of the scheme are in this location, or not, in your view?
The answer is yes, because I've said a more robust landscape-led approach should be adopted.
Right.
The qualifier is that this would still result in significant landscape impacts.
Got it. That is a clear answer. Sorry, that was probably
my
me being no.
answer.
You no doubt that you did answer it. So it is possible, in your understanding, for a scheme to be designed here, which includes, say, for the southern scheme, the over 7,000 homes, the commercial space, the strategic road, all of that, which would meet your prescription of being landscape led.
Yes, I've said a more robust landscape-led approach should be adopted.
Yeah.
And that hasn't been adopted in the scheme that we have before us.
I know you don't think it has been. I do, believe me, fully understand that, and you have said that. But it can be. That's your position. Is that as a matter of principle, this scheme could have been designed in a landscape-led way. You don't think it has. Obviously, we do, as we'll hear about more next week. But you don't think it has been. But there's no in principle bar to it happening. These elements on this site could come forward in a landscape-led way. Is your position?
Yes, but we must include that my qualifier.
Yes.
That there would still be significant landscape and visual impacts.
Of course.
Because it's a challenging site. So there's two parts to that.
Yes.
You can do a better landscape-led scheme.
Yeah. So there's yes, understood.
I can't answer one part of the question without
the other.
The qualifier.
So even if you're saying, even if we'd come along with a design that was met all of your prescriptions for being landscape-led, there'd still be, because of the very challenging nature of the site, you say significant adverse effects, etc. That's the nature of your qualification. Right. Okay. So landscape-led is something that can be achieved as a matter of principle. Doesn't avoid significant adverse effects, but it can be achieved. You say at your page 100 in your proof.
Yes.
Page 100, this is your section 7, which is we've looked at already, obviously, but briefly. Page 100 is your summary. Do you see?
Yes.
And you summarise, obviously, you've set out the detail before. What you think's wrong with our landscaping at 7.11. You don't think it's, as you say just there, right at the end of 7.11, you use that phrase, you don't think it's part of a landscape-led approach. Well, we've been over that one, to an extent anyway. But then you say at 7.12, landscaping is a reserved matter in these applications. There's an important opportunity to develop a better and more coherent scheme with improved content meeting Natural England's GI principles. Obviously, square brackets, we think we've met them already, but you obviously don't. Strong conditions for the landscape are required. You see?
Yes.
Obviously, you wrote that. And then you say at 7.13, given that the master plans outline an illustrative, a degree of caution is also required. In interpreting the benefits of planting for screening and softening to such an extent that landscape and visual effects reported in the LVIAs are largely reduced by year 15, 7.13. You see? So you see where I'm at?
I can.
So the points you're making here are that this is an outline application, landscaping's reserved, and indeed your position to the Inspector and the Secretary of State is that there's an opportunity, and you think it's an important opportunity, to make things better and more coherent at the stage of reserved matters, meeting GI principles of Natural England. Correct? I mean, I'm just reading out your 7.12. That is what you say.
That's what I say.
Right. And not wanting to sort of split hairs then, but does that mean that we all agree, given that the scheme can be landscape-led as a matter of principle, we think we have already, but you don't think so because of the way that the green grid is translated into the design, but you do accept that things can be improved into something more coherent and better in the future, meeting GI principles. Does that mean that the Secretary of State can record that this is a scheme that can be landscape-led once those matters are dealt with at the reserved matters stage. Are you with me?
I'm with you.
What do you think?
My answer has to be there. The reserve matters. Obviously, there's room for improvement there, but there's on the landscaping. But the fundamental design of the scheme will be a block to getting a truly landscape-led scheme.
Truly landscape. So it could be maybe a bit more landscape-led, but not what you think of as truly landscape-led.
I thought it had been agreed that it could be landscape-led.
That's what I thought as well. So I mean,
Now you're saying not. Is that right? I'm not quite sure. Sorry.
Well, there's a distinction here between what you can do on reserved matters for the landscaping and what you can do with, for example, creating the key linkages between existing assets, which are shown on here as housing parcels. So, if we could.
Well, but the parameter plan, which does show the positions of the housing parcels and the road, which is to be fixed. So that's fixed, isn't it?
Yes, I have that.
I suppose that the question has to be framed within that context, doesn't it?
very much so. I mean, we can't change the parameter plan at reserve, and you know that, don't you,
No,
Mr. Hearn?
I think that the parameter plan isn't that the parameter plan won't result in a landscape-led scheme for the reasons I outlined earlier.
So, right.
The reasons. So. For the reasons you've outlined earlier. So to take a step back, so you're saying, just to be clear, or to try and be clear, this is my questions, not your answers that are unclear. So it's not a criticism. You're saying that in theory, a landscape-led scheme could arrange these elements on the southern site in a landscape-led way.
Yes, that was in theory.
In theory.
Starting from scratch. We got to the axonomic diagram of the layers up.
Yes.
And then we translated that
into a
the
scheme.
master plan.
So the fact that, for instance, there's a road that runs through the scheme from the A2 to the M2, that doesn't make the scheme not landscape-led, because we know that as a matter of principle, you can have that alongside homes and employment development, etc., as proposed. That can all be done in a landscape-led way, you think. But the parameters plan hasn't achieved it, I think. Is that what you say?
Yeah, the parameter. No, yes. That is what I'm saying. The parameter plan doesn't achieve. Doesn't achieve it because the ideas that were coming through are from the landscape strategy and the layering up of information isn't translated into the parameter plan. Right.
So that's again where that's where we get to. So we've got good ideas, as it were, coming out of the grid. The potential for a landscape-led scheme. But on your evidence, that is, in a nutshell, unrealised potential because of the way that the parameters plan actually arrange those elements. That's where we get to.
Yeah. So my point was it can be better. We can do better even around this parameter plan. We can do better, but that won't be landscape led because landscape led means that landscape comes first. And then you think about landscape first, and then the parameters take that into account. In this case, the landscape led has been done. Parameters have been put in place, but they haven't meshed. They haven't sufficiently meshed.
So the problem is this meshing. Yeah. Okay.
So we'd have to start again the master plan process to get
and we'd have to achieve this mesh. So the Obviously, we don't accept any of this, but the point of these questions is to try and just tease out where you're at. So when, for instance, you criticise the nature of the scheme, of the GI in relation to the scheme, as being quote unquote severed or being focused on a road or having regard to a road or whatever. You know, I'm summarising, but you have lots of criticisms that relate to the road. You accept that the road could be brought forward in a landscape-led way, not without significant adverse effects, but it could be done in a landscape-led way. It's just that the parameters you don't think have achieved it in this case. That summarises your evidence, I think.
Yes, I've also made the point that this is extremely challenging location because of its high landscape value and high landscape sensitivity.
Oh no, of course. I do appreciate you've said that as well. I'm not suggesting for a moment that you haven't. It's really just trying to drill down on what is or isn't achievable at reserved matters, because if it's right that a scheme can be brought forward in a landscape-led way that includes all of these elements, which I think we have agreed, then what you've got to be saying to the inspector, what I think you are saying, is that in theory it could, but the parameters here are so bad, essentially, are so poorly conceived that they would prevent a landscape-led scheme from emerging at the reserve matters stage. That's your case, I think.
Yes, I haven't. That is my case.
Yes.
The landscape lid hasn't been integrated early enough in the scheme.
Early enough.
So.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I just don't really understand this, because I mean, can you just turn up? Sorry to interrupt you.
No.
But if you turn up the parameters plan on the southern scheme, we're only talking.
That is. I hope this is the right one.
8.2, I think.
I was going to say, 8.2.
You got that?
Core Doc 8.2.
I'll guess it up.
Got that?
It's just loading, sorry.
Okay, don't worry.
I thought I had a hard copy of the parameter plan. Okay, I have it.
Got it?
Yes.
Right. So I suppose, well, my question, which I think is the same as what Mr. Simons was getting at, was whether you think that all of the elements of the scheme that are fixed could be fitted in, and albeit you're saying in a different way or whatever, and with a landscape-led scheme. Now, and you said, well, this not on the way the parameter plans shows it, but it's very difficult to see how else it could be done, really, because presumably that's why the parameter plan is being put forward for approval at this stage, because of the nature of the site and the fact it has two wider bits at the bottom and top, and then this sort of area in the middle, which is where the green goes. So, and you've got also, of course, the science part, which is a fixed thing, and so the commercial bit couldn't really go anywhere. Well, it'd be difficult to see where else it could go. And, you know, you've got these blocks of, or villages or whatever they're called, to accommodate 7,000 houses. So I'm still not quite sure what your view is then. I mean, do you think that if they'd started again, maybe something else better could be, or at least something that would satisfy your definition of landscape then could be put onto a plan? I mean, it's just that it seems quite tightly constrained in a way because of the nature of the site, and you know, I just wondered if you got in your head what could be done.
Okay, I will try and answer that as clearly as possible. The site is very constrained. Mm-hmm. It's very challenging. It's high value. It's on high sensitivity landscapes for much of the site. There will always be significant landscape and visual impacts for a development in this location. That is the starting point.
Yeah.
This scheme purports to be landscape-led, and we had extensive information on Monday
Yeah.
that said it was landscape-led. And I see my role as a landscape expert witness to say that actually, some of this was good. I like the layering up, but it hasn't translated in this design. And I feel I need to explain that, the reasons why. For example, the really good landscape assets, such as the valley, such as the potential watercourses, such as the areas of ancient woodland, they remain as isolated blocks within the development. So if you were to develop on this site, there's always going to be a significant landscape and visual impacts that will need to be weighed in the planning balance.
I understand that.
But you could do things better in terms of if you're calling the scheme a landscape-led approach, you could do things better.
Right.
For example, we talked about yesterday a bit about the linear planting strips all around the edge of the development. In design terms, it'd be much better to have something much more organic and a more organic woodlands and planted strips of development. Those things could be much better. And what I've tried to do is provide a counter to the argument that this is a landscape-led scheme.
No, I appreciate you don't think it is, definitely.
I don't think it is a landscape-led scheme. What I can't do in this inquiry now is master plan it in my head.
That would be a tall order. That's fair.
But you think it could be done, is what you're saying?
I've said it could be. I think it could be better. It could be better than it is, and I think we just have to go into this process by understanding. Is it? I mean, it's good we've had this discussion about landscape-led. I think it's been useful to just.
Great.
It's there's more that can be done for a landscape-led scheme.
Yeah.
So it could be done to make it better, but could it be done sufficiently well or sufficiently better to achieve the badge, if you like, of a landscape-led scheme, in your opinion?
No, I think I have to answer that the fact, because of the location, because of the challenges, I personally wouldn't call it a landscape-led scheme. I've always talked about you can do something which is better than we have.
So it could never. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
So it can't be. So I think that then takes us right back to the question that you were going to think about over your coffee break. Your view actually is things can be better, but if one set out to deliver the scheme that we're setting out to deliver here, on this location, with all the sensitivities that you rely on and all the values and etc. that you explain at length in your evidence, could it ever be landscape-led? No.
Yes, and that was the answer I gave straight after
Was
the
it?
coffee break.
Was it?
That was that. It's a challenging scheme, and you're always going to have landscape.
I genuinely, I thought you gave the opposite answer, which is yes, it can be challenging. You'll always have adverse effects, but you said in the final paragraph of that document that you took us to, which I've now managed to lose, you said it could be improved to the point that it could be landscape-led. I thought, in principle, but anyway, your position is.
I said a more robust landscape approach should be adopted.
But as the inspector sort of used the idea of it being a badge almost, there is a level, isn't there, somewhere out there, a level at which a scheme becomes landscape-led, and I'm a barrister who has absolutely no idea what that level is, but you do, presumably, Mr. Hearn, because you're a landscape professional, and your take to the Secretary of State is, it's all very well wanting to put a road here and other development, the thousands of houses and stuff. However you were to go about arranging such a thing, that scheme, assuming that's what you want to do, It can't be landscape-led because of these fundamental challenges with the location. That's your position, isn't it? I think. Is it?
Yes. Yes, I will say yes, because the location means there's always going to be significant landscape and visual impacts.
Okay. I probably should just ask that question about 3 hours ago, because in that case, it doesn't really matter, does it? What we've tried to show through our landscape open spacing scheme, our clever sort of multi-layered diagrams and stuff, and how all of the green grid is fed through into a landscape open space strategy with a master plan and different sorts of planting and all this stuff that was described on the slides on the first day of the inquiry, because we could have brought it to you on a golden platter, as it were, tied up in ribbon, but because of your fundamental view of this location, it's not possible to deliver this scheme in a way that's landscape-led, you think.
I'm afraid that I think the discussion has been really useful and we haven't wasted, because I think...
No, it wasn't. I'm not suggesting it's a waste. I'm glad you think it was useful.
It's been really important
Good.
to make these points.
Good.
If you have significant landscape and visual impacts from a development, and you accept in the planning balance that development would occur, and it's even more important, you have to work even harder to make as much landscape-led, and I don't even want to ever use that word again. You want to make landscape work really hard. You want to make sure, and I think, and this is the only point in this inquiry where we can actually challenge what you were told on Monday. Yes, we had a great presentation and we saw all those layers laying up, but they don't translate in the scheme to. It's poor scheme in those terms. It provides spaces, places, linear strips around development parcels.
Such a shame, Mr. Murdoch. I don't even know whether he's watching. He was here to answer questions if he wanted to about. I mean, you weren't asking him about how the green grid that he described was translated into a master plan, but I don't remember a single question being put to him. But anyway, not your job. No, I'm just making the point. I hope he doesn't take it too personally. But yeah, that's what you've said.
That's why this morning has been really important to be able to challenge that and show some examples why the landscape isn't working hard enough in this scheme. In
your view. So when it comes back to your page 100 of your proof, just to try and now draw it all together with where we're at on given the answers that you've now expressed. You've got page 100 as your summary. 7.12, I've read this out already, but just a reminder, landscape's a reserved matter. There's an important opportunity to develop a better and more coherent scheme with improved content meeting natural GI principles. But I suppose we can add, can't we, the square brackets. Even then, in my view, that would not lead to a landscape-led scheme. That's your position, isn't it?
Yes, I would take that.
So things could get better, but they won't get good enough from your point of view. And then also you say at 7.13, given that the master plan is outline and illustrative, a degree of caution is required in interpreting the benefits. I've just read this out already, but just reminding ourselves about the planting and to 15 years, etc. Do you see where I'm at?
Yes.
I was intrigued, I suppose, about why you expressed it in that way. You note the outline and illustrative nature of the master plan, which of course you're absolutely right about. That's what it is. And what you take away from it is, well, we've got to be cautious about interpreting benefits, right? Why doesn't the same approach go to things that you think of as harms or as shortcomings? Why don't you apply this same caution to things that you think of as negatives that are capable of being sorted through the reserved matters?
Because as an expert witness and as an LVIA expert, I have to take, and the guidance tells me that we need to look at the worst case, and that is what we have to do. We can't say the best case would be. We have to look at the worst case.
No, I don't mean it. There's fair answer in terms of significance of effects, but I don't mean in terms of best case, worst case, how fast trees will grow and all of that. I mean in terms of the table that you set out on from page 94. From page 94, obviously it goes on for several pages up until the page that we've just left on page 100. There's a table that starts on page 94 that's called Table 7.1, Highsted Northern and Southern Scheme Green Infrastructure Critique.
Yes.
And this is, obviously, just what it says on the tin, your critique of the approach taken to green infrastructure in the scheme. Yeah?
Yes.
And we're not going to go through all of the things on here, but let's just take as an example the first bullet on the first page of it. So the on the left it says Principle 1, what? Principle 1, multifunctional GI delivers multiple functions and benefits. That's the sort of heading. And then you've got your assessment narrative under a series of bullet points.
I do.
Right, so here's your first critique. The illustrative master plan does not indicate existing green infrastructure, including trees to be retained on the sites or ecological networks nearby, adjacent to and beyond. Do you see?
Yes.
Is that really a criticism of the? This is an illustrative master plan drawn, as we've heard, at a scale of 1 to 2,500, that's scaled to fit sheets of paper that you can actually print out and use. It's illustrative, as you have said in this sentence. It's not a parameter plan. Is it genuinely something you're telling the Secretary of State to hold against it, that we've not located all of the existing trees that are going to be retained on it?
No, can I answer that question in two parts? Because you started by asking me a question why I didn't apply the same degree of caution in 7.13 to this table, and then we've come to another question. Can I answer that question first?
Of course, yeah.
Because 7.13 is talking about the LVIA.
Yes.
Where we have to take a worst case scenario.
Yes.
As a basis for making judgments.
Of course.
So that is what I've done in 7.13.
Yes, understood.
I've not done, this is the set table, so this is just the answer to the first question.
Yes.
Table 7.1 is not an LVIA assessment.
It's not,
I'm not
no.
making judgments
Understood.
on significant impacts, which is the difference. So that's where that was the first question.
Okay. What about the second question?
And then they moved on to, I'm not asking the Secretary of State to look at the illustrating parts of the plan and see where the trees are. What this is doing is critiquing the green infrastructure. So it's critiquing the presentation that we had on Monday. Yeah. And one of my critiques of the landscape strategy is it does tend to it looks at the site within its red line boundaries, but everything we know about green infrastructure now and all the Natural England green infrastructure framework is about connectivity, and that isn't clear to me in the landscape strategy. So I'm making that point here. I'm not saying the illustrative master plan doesn't include trees to be retained.
That's literally what you say. You say the illustrative master plan doesn't indicate trees to be retained.
Sorry, I haven't finished my sentence. I'm not saying.
Sorry.
I'm not saying to the Secretary of State because that this is a reason why this for refusal. I'm critiquing the green infrastructure strategy. What
I don't get, I suppose, given that you've set. I mean, there are loads of examples of this, but this is the first one. You're setting that out as a critique, as you say. It's not a reason for refusal, fair enough, but it's a critique, something that you think's wrong with the illustrative master plan, as you say. But if there are things like that that are obviously capable of being dealt with at the reserved matters stage, and obviously also have been dealt with in other plans as well, to do with what trees are being retained and all the rest of it. But like it, why critique it? You accept that all of this stuff is perfectly capable of being sorted out. That we can illustrate trees to be retained on more detailed plans at the stage of reserved matters. So why is it a critique now?
But it's not just about
No, no, it's not
trees to be
just.
retained.
I'm taking it one point at a time.
It's about. No, I'm taking that point as well. I'm taking
Okay.
that point but the focus on including trees to be retained, which is in brackets in that sentence, what this point is saying.
Yeah.
Is about, it's critiquing the green infrastructure, and it's saying the approach taken, and this is a big part of the promotion of this scheme, that it is a landscape-led scheme. We heard that lots of times on Monday. The approach taken, a proper scheme, a landscape-led scheme, following the natural and green infrastructure framework, isn't about looking what you do within the red line boundary for a scheme. It's about connecting what's around and what's connecting. And I'm simply making that point that this scheme hasn't done that.
Okay. The third bullet, I suppose just pause there because I don't want to do every single bullet. We agree, don't we, that the master plan is illustrative, and you've accepted later on in the paragraph that we've seen that a number of things are capable of being, on your view, improved, and what was the wording that you used? In a better and more coherent scheme at the stage of reserved matters. That is common ground between us, isn't it? Right? I mean, that's what
Sorry,
you...
could you just repeat?
We agree, don't we, as you've said already, that a more coherent scheme, this is your view, we don't accept it's incoherent to begin with, but you say a better and more coherent scheme is capable of being delivered at reserved matters. Right? You're right. I mean, we've been over it a few times.
Yes.
7.12.
Yes.
And for that reason, it would be wrong, wouldn't it, for the Secretary of State to reach sort of adverse conclusions on matters which are capable of being corrected or improved, if indeed there's anything to correct in the first place. But putting that aside, corrected or improved when the detailed landscaping comes forward.
Yes, you took me to point 3 about the.
Hang on, I know we're going to go through some of these points, but have a go at the question. Did you hear it?
Yes, they can't all be improved at this stage.
Right.
You can get a better and more connected scheme.
Yeah, but right.
But the point 3 you took me to.
Yes. Yes. So point 3. Let's just do point 2, actually. The illustrative master plan highlights a missed opportunity. I'm on your second bullet point on page 94. The illustrative master plan highlights a missed opportunity to design a scheme with a landscape-led approach. As you say, I think we might have talked about that a bit now. As residential areas aren't structured around parkland and wider green infrastructure framework. Now, your assessment of the scheme, I won't read the whole paragraph out, but the final sentence is that green infrastructure along a relief road is unlikely to deliver optimum benefits for people or wildlife. Now, just to sort of pause there and consider that point, you'd accept, would you, that if there is to be a relief road at all, it's going to need to be addressed by green infrastructure one way or the other? You with me?
Yes.
So if there's no road, there's no road. You know, there's no road. We are where we are things are where we are at the moment. If there is to be a road, then green infrastructure has to be applied to it in order to, one way or another, in order to render its effects less harmful, more acceptable. I know you'd say they'd never be acceptable, but you know what I'm saying.
Yes, I understand.
So there's going to need to be green infrastructure along the relief road, one way or the other, if there's to be a relief road at all.
Yes.
You describe the nature of that green infrastructure as I don't think you do it here actually, but somewhere as linear. You've done it, I think, today orally. Linear in the sense that the road's a linear feature, and these are strips, you say, of landscaping that focus on the road.
No, we were looking at the green grid strategy that talked about linear strips.
Yes, that's true. Although you do, don't you, on, let's see, page 95. Sorry, that's probably the wrong one. Where do you use the phrase? Sorry, it's not page 95. It's page 100 again. It's 7.11 is where that idea of linear was. Sorry. The proposed landscaping scheme, you say, at 7.11 is not accessible or coherent. It's a linear development along the road, along the main road corridor.
Yes, that's linear, not strips, but linear.
Sorry. Okay. Yeah, that was my loose language. The idea of linear GI along the corridor. If we just get out, could we get out again the landscape and open space strategy, which is core document 7.33 in respect of the southern scheme.
Yes.
Let me just get right.
I have that.
Thank you very much. Just trying to find one moment. Let me just find the page. Okay. If you could turn to page 39 in it.
Yes.
One moment, just let the inspector find it. We've seen this before already, but it's the landscape framework. We've got, haven't we? I suppose this might be a blindingly obvious thing to say, but we've got to remember, haven't we, what sort of scale this plan's happening at. We get a flavour for it when we look at the urban grain of Sittingbourne immediately to the left of the diagram. We are, aren't we, at 1 to 2,500 in terms of scale or thereabouts. This plan covers a considerable area of land, doesn't it?
Yes.
And so we've got to bear that in mind as we zoom in a little bit to these so-called linear landscaping features along the southern relief road, haven't we? We can see, can't we, the area of if that central parkland area that we were talking about before. We see, don't we, on here, that there are other diagrams that maybe illustrate it better, but we see, don't we, the sports pitches.
Yes.
We see the areas of public open space.
Yes.
And we see to the north of the road, we see, well, I was going to say extensive. Maybe you don't accept that characterisation. I don't know. I'll have a go anyway. Extensive areas of public open space to the north of the road, with a range of different habitats.
Yes, we see area. Yeah,
Would you go to extensive? I mean, it's not. Was that a fair? I mean, if we look at how big Sittingbourne itself is, immediately next door, which obviously we've all walked around and know very well. I mean, it's I suppose fair to call it linear in a sense, in the sense that it is broadly just the shape of the site follows the sort. It's got the road running through it, so it's sort of linear to that degree.
yes, it's a landscape. It's a high quality landscape which is already there. That area shown north of the road that exists now. You can walk onto that area along the footpaths there to that landscape. So that's it's not a new it's not new landscape. It's there. It is there.
It's not new. It's there. Okay.
So what?
Sorry, go on. So I didn't cut you off.
What is new is there'll be Well, it's not shown on this map, but I presume there'll be more access from the existing footpaths.
I presume as well, yeah. But a bit more publicly accessible open space as a whole, I would have thought, don't you? Given that almost none of it's, other than the public rights of way network, obviously, we're not talking about publicly open space, are we? We're talking about agricultural land.
But it's accessible via the footpaths, but
Yeah.
as public open space, this isn't connected or linked to anything apart from the road.
So you say. Just for the inspector's sort of note, because I've spent some time in this document, this is not the final version, and so it's just worth just turning up before we leave this document altogether. What the final version is. Both of these documents for the North and the South were updated, and we've got the updated one at 7.22.
Are we going to another?
We are, yeah, 7.22.
Not the one I was given as a hard copy.
I don't know what you were given. There's one. So the original was dated June 21. And then the updated is dated September 22. You've got, yeah, fine. But that's just to let. Fine. I didn't know you'd had it as a hard copy. That's good news. And just to indicate, if we just turn to that the newer one in 7.22.
Yes.
Again, we can see on. If
Sorry,
we have.
what page?
Oh, so sorry. Yeah, if we turn to just page 7 of it.
Yes.
We can see, or in fact, on page 6, it just identifies what some of the changes actually were, with different numbers against the changes from the previous version, so we know what's happened. Do you see where that is?
Yes.
And we can see that some of those involve, like at numbers 2 and 3 and 4, and indeed, well, 2, 3 and 4 are all about the widening of corridors. That's what's happened in 2 and 3 and 4. The widening of green corridors for different reasons are explained. Do you see?
Yes.
And 5 is about development being removed and the existing local wildlife site woodland retained.
Yes.
And we can see on the next page, page 7, what that means in terms of what's called the composite landscape framework. And again, it's the same sort of story, but you can see, can't we know where that we can see the sports pitches? Can you see where that is, sort of to the sort of south of that central parkland strip? Can you see the sports pitches in the yellowy green wash?
Yes.
And there's a sort of brown wash next to the sports pitches, which are allotments and community gardens.
Yes.
We've got the nature park shown to the north of that, and then we've got a series of semi-natural green spaces to the north of the road. Do you see?
I've got that.
Now, as I say, I don't know. It might be tempting to look at a plan like that and describe it as linear, and I suppose in some ways you could understand why, because there is a road running through it, but if linear were to suggest narrow or a strip or something like that, then that would be way off, wouldn't it, in terms of an appropriate description of this. It's not just a long strip of open space, it's also a wide strip of public open space as well. If you start over at the semi-natural green space, which is to the north, you run your way all the way through the parkland, through the orchards, through the allotments and the sports pitches. It's, I think, did we hear it was 0.5 kilometre or something like that wide as well as long. It's not narrow, is it?
I haven't used the word strip.
No.
In my.
Fair enough.
I haven't said it's a strip.
Because it's not.
Because it is, I would characterise 0.5 kilometre as, it's still linear, and we have to recognise that width of open space, semi-natural green space, nature parks, is divided by the Southern Relief Road.
Yes.
So you will experience one part, which might be up to quarter of a kilometre, and
Yes.
another part which might be up to a quarter kilometre. You won't experience it as a whole, because you'll have to cross the road to do that.
Okay. But I mean, so what? I mean, so you have to cross a road, but we're still talking about absolutely enormous areas of fully publicly accessible open space of different typologies, serving all sorts of different green infrastructure needs that this area's got. I mean, that's a fantastic benefit.
Well,
Isn't it?
I wouldn't go as far as saying it's fantastic
Okay.
to have some new open space alongside a relief road.
Some new open space, and that comes back to, I think, something that you said earlier that we'll go into later in the inquiry, because your understanding is this scheme's more or less doing what it needs to do, but not much more in terms of open space provision. You said any scheme of this sort of scale would be expected to bring forward something along these lines. That's your understanding, right?
Yes.
Well, we'll test that then later to see whether that's correct or not. Now, as I say, we keep coming back to this road, and in your answers, in all of your answers about this approach, it comes back to, but it'll be severed, you say, by a road. You'll have to cross the road. It runs along the road. All of it focuses on the road. But we do agree, though, don't we, that if there's to be a road, except you might not want what you may well think it's totally the wrong thing to do to put a road on this site. I suspect that's what your evidence is. So, okay. But if there's to be a road, the green infrastructure needs to respond to it. It can't just pretend it's not there.
Is that a question for me to answer?
Please do, yeah. Can it? It shouldn't pretend it's not there. It should acknowledge and respond to it and manage its impacts.
I think that my answer to that question is green infrastructure doesn't respond to a road. Green infrastructure responds to people. Green infrastructure is for people. It's for people. It doesn't respond to a road.
It doesn't respond to a road.
Green infrastructure responds to people, the communities, and their needs.
Yeah.
And my point here in my critique was, as a parkland and a semi-natural green space, its position along a road isn't an optimum position for people.
But we'd already agreed, do you remember? We've agreed already that it's appropriate that green infrastructure should respond to roads. And indeed, that the green grid strategy from your council explains how green infrastructure is supposed to respond to existing roads. Do you remember there was questions about
two roads? It said
2 roads. No, I know 2 existing roads. I asked you about whether or not that was an appropriate approach for other roads, and you've ended up, I think, saying no, it's not, or you can't go that far. Is it then your evidence to the inspector that if there's to be a road on this in this area that connects the A2 in the north to the M2 in the south, that it would be best for the green infrastructure not to respond to the road? Is that it?
No, my answer to that question is provision of parkland and semi-natural green space must firstly respond to the new communities that it's serving.
Yeah, okay.
That doesn't mean that the road doesn't need green infrastructure to help integrate it, but if you are designing parkland, which is for people, semi-natural green space, which is for wildlife you wouldn't put semi-natural green space next to a main road. So there are different needs, and a green infrastructure requirement for a road is different to what you need to provide for people and wildlife. And this shown here is trying to do everything.
It's trying to do everything. It's one of those bits of multifunctional bits of green infrastructure. Which is exactly, isn't it, what the council's telling us to do? Because GI is supposed to be multifunctional, isn't it? That's the whole point.
Well, GI required to be multifunctional.
Yeah.
But you can't provide natural space, natural green space for habitats, nature parks and habitats next to the road. That is, you've got to think about what needs you're serving.
Yes. Okay. I think. Right then. So, back in your proof, that was what I just wanted to ask you about the roads and whether it was fair to describe it in the way that you have done. The third of your critiques, we're not going to do all of them, we're really not. I'm already looking at the clock, my goodness. Page 94 of your proof, there's the third critique is about swale and water attenuation features, sustainable drainage, blue infrastructure. You see?
I can see that.
Did you take advice on drainage when you were putting all of this together? From a specialist or from someone who's not a landscape architect?
No, I didn't take advice from a drainage specialist because I'm providing a landscape green infrastructure critique.
Okay.
And the reason I said this, and it came out, we have been told a lot about the blue grid on Monday.
Yeah.
And when you actually, which sounds good, but when you look at it, we do find that we have the blue grid is appended to the development plots, is appended to the vehicle corridors that we gave. We looked at that example of where the Southern Relief Road meets CA2.
Yeah.
So it's wrong to call this this site as having a fantastic blue grid. Perhaps it would be better to say that it's a drainage scheme in some parts of it.
Okay. But as to whether or not it's a good drainage scheme or a bad drainage scheme or indifferent drainage scheme, that's outside the scope of what you can talk about, and it's not something on which you've sought any advice.
No, what I'm saying, it's wrong to call it a blue grid in
Okay.
places because it's not a blue grid.
Okay. On the next page, you talk about the next bullet point is about air and noise pollution.
Yes.
Air quality.
Yes.
And I suppose it's the same question, really. I know these are topics that we're coming to later in the inquiry, but when you were preparing your proof of evidence, was air pollution something that you took specialist input on?
No, I didn't take special.
And ditto noise.
But
Ditto noise.
I didn't.
No.
As in Ms Brockhurst's proof, table 7.2, which uses also critiques the green infrastructure and includes water management. I would ask whether that and talks about dealing with waste and hydrology. It talks about health. It talks about economic values, and it talks about education. And so that is a fair points covering green infrastructure. But I would ask whether this proof also took
Which proof?
drainage, education, and
Her proof, you mean?
yes.
Well, we'll find out
Dealing
next
with
week,
waste.
won't we?
I think it's a valid.
It's a valid question, but unfortunately, that's what's called a sort of whataboutery. We can ask Miss Brockhurst next week all day long
Yes.
what she had regard to.
But
At the moment, all I can do is ask you what you knew about.
Yes. Well, I think it's valid to say that when you do a green infrastructure critique, you're
Yeah.
applying, as I understand both of us have done, has applied our landscape expertise, our landscape profession to that.
Yeah. Well, that may or may not be fair enough. We'll see what Mrs. Brockhurst says in terms of what she drew on and what material she relied on when she was giving her evidence. I'm asking about yours, and so far we've got critiques on drainage on which you have no specialist knowledge or expertise at all. And hang on, I've not.
Sorry, I just want to make the point. I'm not critiquing the drainage scheme.
Okay,
I'm
sorry.
critiquing how it is expressed.
How it's
And
expressed.
translated as the blue grid.
Okay,
Green
that's my mischaracterisation of your evidence, so I'm sorry about that. And then air pollution, so that's a critique. You've got something on which you've got absolutely no expertise. Noise pollution, that's a critique. something on which you've got absolutely no expertise, and neither of those you took specialist input on. It's just you.
No, but again, I'm not critiquing. I'm critiquing the green infrastructure strategy and what it does for those elements. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not.
But
doing
you don't know what it does for those elements because you're not an air quality specialist. We're going to hear from them. You're not a noise expert.
No, I haven't pretended to be a noise expert or an air quality expert in this table. I've simply tried to give what the green infrastructure strategy, what a good green infrastructure needs to provide, and I've critiqued this against those natural England principles.
Yeah. Okay. We'll hear more about air quality later. Page 96. You've got, there's a bit on ecology, areas of existing local ecological networks beyond the site have not been identified. I suppose there's a point you've made already. And it's not clear from the illustrative master plans how the schemes align with plans for nature recovery and wider habitats networks. It's a point you've made already. I suppose it's the same question. Have you actually sought any specialist input into this issue, into how our scheme relates to wider ecological networks? Or is this just you saying that the master plan, the illustrative master plan doesn't tell me? Because obviously we've got all sorts of ecological evidence before the inspector on all of this stuff, and we're going to hear more about it in a few weeks. Are you getting into that, or is this just you saying it's not clear to me from the illustrative master plan what the answer is?
I feel that I do have the expertise to critique ecology. I do have a master's degree, as you saw on my CV, in landscape ecology, design and management. And so I feel that I have the expertise to critique ecology. But I am not given, as with the other air quality and hydrology, I'm not giving evidence on those. I'm only critiquing how they're translated into the green infrastructure site.
Thanks. Well, what I say, we'll come back to ecological frameworks and how we link into the wider network later. On page 97, under your principle 4, accessibility, first thing you say is the northern and southern relief roads form the spines of the site with active travel corridors running parallel on the same alignment. An opportunity has been missed to utilise a bold landscape framework to structure the scheme rather than vehicular corridors. It's a difficult one to ask in cross-examination because I've got no idea what you're going to say. But if I asked you to actually explain what you mean, what do you actually mean by bold landscape framework? If we've got a scheme that's got these roads in it, it's got roads in it, and it's got development to pay for the roads and to provide houses for thousands and thousands of people and jobs for thousands of people, that's a scheme. And you're saying it could have utilised we've missed an opportunity here. And the opportunity is that we should, I think you say, have utilised a, quote, bold landscape framework, which sounds good, got to say. If we'd done that, we would have been better, I think you say. So what when you wrote that, and as specifically as you can, really, what do you mean?
I'd like to illustrate that example with, again, a quote from Monday about a great route running along the A27 between Eastbourne and Lewes.
Eastbourne.
And it was a very good route for cyclists. But there is an opportunity. That was a road that was already there. But there is an opportunity.
Right.
If you're creating a new place, you don't need to put your cycle routes along new roads. You don't need to, if you're in creating new green infrastructure, creating a new place, you don't need to put cycleways along existing dual carriageways.
I need to ask you about
even if they are in a corridor, it creates a wider carriageway, and it's not a great experience.
Got it.
For site.
I'm glad I asked. So when you say the bold landscape framework, what in this context, what you mean is that what it would be a mistake. The mistake you're identifying is putting cycle routes along the same cycleways along the same route as the road.
I didn't say it was a mistake. I said an opportunity has been missed to do something better.
Yeah, when I said mistake, fair enough, that was not exactly what you said, but I mean, so i.e. something's been done wrong that could and should have been done better.
Again, I haven't said it's been done wrong. I said that if you're starting from scratch with something new, you've got opportunities to do things really well.
Okay.
Putting a active travel corridor alongside an existing road
Missed opportunity.
is a missed opportunity.
Right. Let's just show the inspector actually what we're talking about then. I'm glad, I didn't know that was what you meant, so obviously it's worth asking the question. If we go back to that core document 7.33, which is the landscape and open space strategy, the first one, 7.33,
Yes.
so not the update.
Well, I've only got the update.
Oh,
Is that not much? I mean, surely we should be using the update.
no, because the update's not the update is an addendum rather than a complete new one. Yeah, it's only an addendum. It doesn't have all of the material in from the original.
So it just says landscape and open space strategy.
Oh, hang on. What date does your one have on the first page, madam? I think because there's...
It says... Did you say... Oh, right, I've got both.
You've got both. All right, then. So, we're looking at the first. Good question. Which one are we looking at? No idea now. The first of them, it's core document 7.33. And that's right. So the first one was June 21, and it's page 53.
So that's still current, is it?
It is. Parts of it were subject to the changes that are identified. The bits that are still, what I'm going to go to now is current. Yeah, page 53. We should have a sketch of this movement corridor through the park. I'm hoping. On page 53. Tell me when you're there, Mr. Hearn.
Oh, sorry, I've got it now.
Good. This is it. This is the movement corridor that you're saying represents a missed opportunity. And so that the inspector can advise the Secretary of State on what the nature of that missed opportunity is, what it is, I think, on your case, is that we see the, you see, it's number 6 on the diagram. Obviously it's illustrative, but number 6 is a footway cycleway. It's noted as a footway cycleway through the landscape away from the relief road. We've got the road itself at number 5, do you see, in the bus lane at number 4.
Yes.
And at 2, we've got, there's a couple of things noted too, actually, one on the left and one on the right, but those are both footways around the country park. You see?
I can see all that.
So the problem is the missed opportunity here that we've got to bear in mind, and why this is not a good piece of design. Or no, that you didn't say, to be fair. I've just put words into your mouth. You were very clear. This is a missed opportunity, you said. So the missed opportunity here is that the route at 6 follows the alignment of the road.
Yes, it does.
And that is a missed opportunity in your view. Correct?
Yes, it follows the route of the main road.
Which it shouldn't, in your view.
I think if you're creating a new road, you don't need to follow the routes.
Don't need to.
Cycle roads.
Be better
cycle
for it
routes.
to go somewhere else, or a different route, in your view.
Yes, there's an opportunity to do something different.
Just to be clear, and it would slightly going at cross purposes. I'm asking, in your view, would it be better to, or whatever? You say in response, there's an opportunity to. And just to be absolutely clear, and I don't want to seem like, a lawyer, of course there's an opportunity to, there's always opportunities to do X number of umpteen things. You could design it in a million different ways. So I'm not asking you, could you do X, Y, or Z? I'm trying to tease out from you, What do you think we should have done? Why have we got this so badly wrong? And here, if we just focus in on the movement corridor, the opportunity that we've missed, that we should have taken up, but we've missed it, in your view, is that number 6 follows the alignment of the road rather than going off in a different alignment of some kind.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
And I think I went through in quite a lot of detail yesterday the transport
Yes.
plans.
Yes.
And it's very clear that the active travel corridor follows very closely the roads, all the north and the southern Leith Road.
A couple of things. Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. Finish. So sorry.
I finished.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I thought you'd finished. Righto. Well, that's the missed opportunity then, and the inspector can take that away. A couple of things about it, though. Number one, even if it was correct, and we don't accept that it is, but let me just get up the plan. Yeah, even if you had a point, and we don't accept that you do for one moment, but even if you did, the routes of internal cycleways and that kind of thing can be dealt with at reserve matters.
Yes.
All right then. Back on page 97 of your proof. I know. Oh God. Yeah, I'm gonna. If we could go maybe to 1:15, then yeah, because I think. What was that? Sorry.
If it's 1:15.
If it's yeah. I'm gonna try and commit to that. I know I've gone way over, and it's totally my fault, Mr. Hearnsman.
If you don't think you're going to be able to do it, then we'll finish at 1 and then we'll...
No, we'll do 1:15, and then I'm going to stop. For reasons that I'm going to explain. There were things I was going to do, but I think I'm going to leave them, and not because of want of time, but I think it's just better to, for instance, I'll just be clear what I'm talking about. You did a tour, as it were, with my learned friend and your evidence in chief through the various junctions as one moved from the south all the way through the junctions up to the north. Essentially, there's an awful lot to say about the assumptions that you've made and those plans.
Well, I'd like to hear them if they're...
Fine, all right then. Well, then that case...
You know, if it's relevant...
Well, it's relevant, but the problem is that the best way of doing it is probably to put... I mean, they need to come out to the inquiry, but the best way to do it is to have the highways witness explain what's actually proposed. She's not Mr. Hearn's not a highways witness. She's done her best to read those plans, which is absolutely fine. If she's made misunderstandings about them, it's not her fault.
I wasn't trying to give a highways witness evidence.
No, I know.
I
No,
was
of course.
trying to show, making it clear what impacts the highway scheme and the infrastructure associated with the highway scheme, the things that needed to be taken into account in making judgments, and the reasons why I don't find beneficial impacts.
Yeah, there was no criticism of you in that at all. I wasn't meaning to suggest you presented yourself as a highways witness. What I'm going over is the best way of correcting any understandings about what the highways infrastructure actually involves. I'm happy to put things to Mr. Hearn, but in some ways... Oh, sorry.
You were speaking, so...
No, please, go for it.
Obviously, we know, and you know, Madam, that the scheme's in outline, but nevertheless, we still have to go on the materials that we have, illustrative though it may be.
Okay.
And you do need to hear what the landscape evidence is on the basis of the material that you have. So if there has been an error or there's something that needs clarification, I would invite my learned friend to put it.
I'm happy
and
to
it's
do
also
it.
relevant to the heritage evidence that we're going to hear as well. And so holding in store something that's said to have been a misunderstanding in week 1 until whenever it is down the line is not a very satisfactory. It's not a very
Absolutely
satisfactory
fine by me, and that was my original plan.
And can I say as well, sorry, we do have, I appreciate that we all get a little bit impatient naturally because we want to make progress, but we do have time, and it's a big scheme, and it's worth taking the time.
In that case, very happy. Thank you for that.
We are actually talking solely about the southern scheme.
We are. That's right. Yeah.
And I think we do need to, at least draw a few points out on the northern scheme.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah.
So I think, if you could, we'll go on till 1 o'clock, shall we? And then
I think given if we're going to do the highways bits and pieces, we definitely won't be, which I'm very happy to do. We won't be finished by whenever 1:15 or whatever. So
let's just carry
better
on.
to stop then.
There's a place to stop, and then
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Right then, Mr. Hearn, we've got a bit more time with one another yet. Page 97 of your proof of evidence is where we were, and I'd asked you about what was it? The bold landscape framework. We've just been talking about that. The active travel routes appended onto the roads. I think I've asked you about that now already. The fourth bullet point is public rights of way. The network of public rights of way demonstrates some connectivity to the wider environment. However, a number of these routes appear to terminate abruptly, reducing connectivity, or are shown to cross the roads, etc., or bridges along slip roads, or at grade crossings requiring dogleg diversions. You say for many rights of way, this means crossing the roads are not indicated. You see?
Yes.
Well, a couple of things to sort of say about that. The first one is that obviously we've got happily now detailed evidence on public rights of way from the county, and indeed from us, as to how crossings are going to be managed, which we won't have done, I don't think, at the time that you wrote your evidence. But in any event, is your point? Is it a criticism then that the means of crossing the roads aren't indicated in the illustrative master plan? Is that something that, in your view, is a negative of the illustrative master plan? Is that why you've said it?
I wanted to point this out because in the LVIA, we have a lot of viewpoint assessments for public rights of way. The viewpoints are they're taken as a static view on a right of way, and they look in one direction, and they'll say, you will see this, or you'll see that, and you'll have screening, or you'll have hoarding, so you won't see the development. I wanted to bring it out because if you're on a public right of way, it's a moving, dynamic experience of the landscapes. Your views are changing. So although you might stand at one point, it's a viewpoint, and you might have glimpse views of a development, you might move along to a viewpoint that's not being assessed in the LVA, and you might have other views. You might move along away through a housing area with green infrastructure, and then you might move on to some open space, and then you might move onto this road, and I'm still looking at the same diagram that you brought up, and then you have to cross this road.
Okay.
So what I wanted to point out here is that you have to think of the network of public rights of way as a whole, and the experience of moving them, not just think about them as at a static viewpoint.
No.
And the change in that viewpoint, which is always becomes non-significant by the time, by year 15 in the LVIA, whereas public rights of way, after it is experience, and there's most of the rights of way that we look at, I show in my appendix, involve a crossing of these roads. And as we can see here, this is a big road. This is shown as having 2 carriageways plus the sustainable corridor along the side, plus the active travel route. So it's a big impact as you're crossing the on the right of way.
Sure
and that was the point here.
That's not what you said. I mean, do you remember what my question was? The question was, is it a criticism that you make of the illustrative master plan and the landscaping scheme that feeds into it, that it doesn't indicate the means of crossing roads. Is that a criticism or
No,
not?
that isn't a criticism.
Okay.
You told me that there's more evidence on the crossings of the rights of way.
Fine.
But my point remains that experience of being on a right of way will change, and it's not just at the
No.
particular viewpoints in the LVIA. The bridges, slip roads, Northern Relief Road, Southern Relief Road, those impacts, there are also impacts on the visual experience from those rights of way. And there is another example similar to this for the Northern scheme, which does show a right of way dog legging to a crossing. So if there's more information since I wrote these showing the crossings, that's useful to know. And
Okay. Thank you very much. Spot on 1 o'clock. So I'll draw stumps there, and we'll.
Right, well, we'll have an hour. Have an hour's break. So we will resume at 2 o'clock and we'll adjourn till then. Thank you. let's continue your cross-examination.
Right, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Hearn. For the second afternoon we've had together. We've talked an awful lot today and yesterday as well, with plans in front of us that relate to the southern scheme. Lots of the themes in your critique seem to sort of focus in that area, but as the inspector said, there's more than one scheme, more than one application for the Secretary of State to determine, both of which make up the overall scheme. And I really just want to get a sense as to whether or not a lot of the same answers that you gave this morning on the southern scheme, the extent to which they kind of carry over, or the extent to which there are differences in approach. So if we take out that scheme and if we have a look at the relevant landscape note and space strategy, the up-to-date one, as it were, the addendum is core document 1.28. If you could go there.
Yes, have that up.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, if you have you got that, madam, as well? It's the one. Yeah. Hopefully, was the first one's May 21. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. That's it. That's it. But it looks like they've all been bound together, maybe.
Oh yes, I have.
Good. So the first one's 1.27, the second one's 1.28. The 1.28 one is the addendum that's dated September 22. And to understand why it is an addendum, what it's doing, we can see on page 6 what the changes were in this version from the earlier version. We've got again widening of green corridors. If you've got page 6,
I have got page 6.
You've got page 6. Summary of changes in response to post-application comments. We're told that in the area that's marked by number 1, we've got green corridors that are widened. We've got in 2, we've got green corridors reduced in size while still providing a link to the centre. At 3, we've got development cells reduced to provide additional amenity space for the cricket club. And at 4, we've got the cells reduced, development cells, reduced to provide an area for farm expansion. And then there's also on the next page changes being made to the composite landscape framework updates to reflect all of the changes to the parameter plan that we've seen. And so we can see what is described as development cells to the east of the diagram. We can pick up the northern relief road as it moves from the A2 and into the area that is described as the Tongue Country Park. We've got, this is just by way of overview because we've not seen these plans very much. We've also then got the green space plan on page 12. That sets all of that out. I'm hoping page 12. Not at all. Have you got that, Mr. Hearn?
I have.
The green space structuring plan also updated to reflect all of those changes that sets out all these different land uses, including the parkland around the country park and other things too. Right. So we have, at a smaller scale, but we still have a scheme that involves a road, it involves green infrastructure, it involves parkland, it involves semi-natural green space, 8.5 hectares of that, 8.5 hectares of amenity green space, 11.88 hectares of parkland. Then it has all those various development parcels. It's got, as we can see, it's got education uses happening also. It's got this road that goes off the A2 to the north of Sittingbourne. So I suppose high-level question. It's a sort of version of the question that we were talking about before and after the break earlier on, the coffee break, with the in respect of the southern scheme. Is it your view, presumably it's your view that this scheme is not landscape-led, the northern scheme, I have assumed, but is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so there is in this document and in the earlier one, the 1.27 document, there's a very similar sort of green grid exercise that goes through the same sort of approach where you look at all the different constraints and it does that axonometric diagram and all the rest of it. And so can we sort of take as read the questions and answers that I was asking about the southern document and apply them here? And by that what I mean, just to be very specific if I can, is the green grid approach so far as it goes is promising. I think you used some other positive adjectives about it in respect of the southern site earlier on. The approach looks good sort of thing on paper, but your problem is, I'm sort of surmising, your problem is in the way that green grid has emerged into the design that we see in front of us. Is that correct?
That is correct. I wouldn't want all my answers for the southern scheme to be applied to this
No,
scheme because
no.
it's a very different context.
I know that, of course, and I'm not suggesting that all of your answers should be copied and pasted. I'm trying to just get the overall shape of what you say at the moment about the northern scheme. So the scheme's not landscape-led in as much as, although the process that we went through might have been promising, used other words as well, the ultimate design, you say, is not landscape-led. So let me ask you another question then that sort of builds from that and recalls some of the back and forth that we had in respect of the southern scheme this morning. Could it ever be? So if you take, I don't know whether you've still got page 12 up in the update to green space plan in the core document 1.
Could you give me the number?
Of course, yeah. So core document 1.28.
Oh yes, I've got that.
And it's page 12, and it's called actually
Yes.
top right of the plan, green space structuring plan. We could
Yes,
use other
yes.
plans. It doesn't matter which one, but just so that
Yes, I've still got that one up.
we've all got the same one. No, it's northern.
Is this in our booklet?
It's where we've just been. I think you might have it. I don't know whether it's. I've not actually got myself a copy of this booklet at the moment, so I don't know what's in it. But it's the plan that we've just been looking at. So it's.
Is the booklet a separate document?
I think. It's an amalgam of core document plans, so I think we should all have one. No, it is a good idea, but it's not happened yet. So I think the barristers need, and others as well, not just the barristers, obviously, need a copy. Oh, good. Love it. For the northern, I'm looking at the northern. Thank you. So wherever we've got it, so this is just I mean, it's not particular to use this plan over other bits of other illustrations of the northern scheme, but just it's a handy one because we can see what the uses are, what the different areas of green space are, what their broad arrangement is, and all of that. So my question then is this really: is it, in your view, possible for the elements that are illustrated on the green space structuring plan to come forward on the northern site in a way that is landscape-led? We will remember your answer in the end for the southern site was no, for all the reasons that you gave. So is it the same answer for the northern site, or is it a different answer?
The elements, you mean the road and all the...
I mean everything. All of the... Yes, I mean, so everything that...
built developments.
Well, yeah, yes, the built development, the road, but I do mean everything. I mean the green space as well. I mean all of it. I mean the scheme as a whole. So looking at all of the roads, the different areas of green space, all of the things in the key. I hope you've all got the key on the left of the plan. All of those things. Is it possible for this scheme to come forward on this site in a way that you would describe as landscape-led, or not?
I need to qualify my answer before. I expect you're going to press me for a yes or no answer to that question. So,
Answer it however you want, then we'll see. I mean, it's like if you answer it fairly, then that's fine. I mean, it probably is one of those answers that ultimately resolves in a yes or a no, but no doubt there'll be lots of qualifications to it.
okay. Well, my view on the northern site is it is less constrained than the southern site. It's not next to and in the setting of the national landscape. It hasn't got areas of high landscape value. It's got areas high scenic quality and high sensitivity around Tong. My table 7.3 gives some concerns about the landscaping, the application of the strategy into this scheme, the fact that the main open space at Tong is quite far removed from the people at Tenham West. The fact that, again, the sustainable transport corridor is along the road. So I have some points to make on the northern scheme, but not as many as I do for the southern scheme.
Yep. Okay. So, do you remember what the question was?
Is it possible? The reason I'm not trying to not give you an answer.
Good.
The reason
Good.
is I can't master plan this site in the time you've given me to answer the question.
No.
So I find it very difficult to give you a yes/no answer. I can only set out the things that I would take into account if I was doing that master planning exercise.
I mean, that would be a very fair answer if the question that I'd asked you is, so how would you lay this scheme out? And then you'd say, I can't answer that. You've just put me right on the spot. But I didn't ask that. I asked you whether, as a matter of principle, you consider that it's possible for this to be a landscape-led scheme. In the end, you will remember that you did ultimately. I mean, we had a long back and forth about it, but ultimately you gave an answer to the south, and your answer was no. And we've with all the qualifications and caveats, you don't think that the elements of the southern scheme can come forward in a way that's landscape-led, as you've explained. So I want to know, for the northern scheme, are we in the same territory, or is it different? Is it here your case that there could be a landscape-led scheme?
We're not in the same territory. It's different because we haven't got the assets within the site that we have for the southern scheme.
But answer, you know, I mean, you're a very intelligent person. You know what the question is. I've asked it a couple of times. I mean, do you want me to repeat it or do you just want to have a go at answering it?
Your question is it possible this to be a landscape-led scheme?
Is it exactly? Yeah. And is it?
And I just find it difficult to answer without, because I'd have to take all the elements of the scheme, throw them up in the air and start again. But I can clearly say to the inspector that there are fewer constraints in terms of the landscape and its components.
Well, that's good news, obviously. We're coming closer together on the north, and that's noted. Obviously, I've got no problem with that bit of your answer. But you know, with respect to you, that's not what you said about the southern scheme.
No,
you didn't say I've got to throw everything up in the air and start again. And the reason you didn't say it is because that's not what I'm asking you to do. I'm asking you to look at the site, which you've assessed in detail, as have we. Look at the elements of the scheme that you've looked at in detail, as have we. You know, as I said earlier on, what you think landscape-led means, and you've been telling us about it today. What I really would like to know, and obviously I will just have one more go, I really would like to know, because I do think it's quite an important issue. I'd like to know if you consider that the elements on offer in this scheme are capable of delivery in the north in a landscape-led way or not. And please don't say that you think that it's less sensitive or whatever than the south, because you have said that, noted that. Fair, you've got fewer concerns. Good to know, but it's not that those things are not answers to the thing that I'm trying to ask you.
Well, I'm sorry, but I am going to say it again. You asked me why I didn't say I couldn't throw up the my answers for the southern scheme was why I wouldn't throw it all up and start again in master planning, because of the challenges and constraints of that scheme. The northern scheme doesn't have the same challenges and constraints.
No.
So conceivably, I can't give an actual answer without doing the master planning exercise, but there are less constraints to facilitate that to happen.
Okay. I think we're moving in the direction of an answer there then. So your take is that the southern scheme simply, no way, no how, because of your assessment of the landscape in the south locationally. The northern scheme is less constrained, and so it's conceivable that a scheme could come forward if carefully master planned that's landscape led. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. So there is an in principle difference for you between the two, and so in order for your case on the north to succeed, as it were, if that's the right way of putting it, probably not the right way of putting it, in order, what you're suggesting then to the inspector is, albeit in theory, a scheme could come forward on the north that's landscape led, in theory. Actually, looking at these parameters, it's, so bad, as I'm not, you wouldn't put it like this, but it's so lacking.
I haven't said anywhere, Inspector, that this scheme is so bad and so.
No, I hadn't finished the sentence.
In my
No, I know.
process.
I'm trying. I know you. Well, you haven't talked about the at all in those terms. What I'm trying to get to is it correct that your evidence to the inspector is the master plan is so lacking that it cannot a landscape-led scheme can't emerge at the reserve matters stage in the north? Is that your position?
No, that isn't my position. My position is to take the elements of this scheme that I can see before me, and my position and my responsibility to the inspector, to the decision maker, is to say these are the impacts.
Yeah,
and
no,
I've
I know
set
that.
those impacts out. So my responsibility isn't to redesign the scheme and say what could be done and what
I'm not
can't be
asking
done.
you to.
I can only simply say these are the impacts.
Yeah, I know that. Okay, I hope we're not at cross purpose. I'm fully aware that you're here to judge what the impacts are, and that's absolutely understood. What I'm asking though is you to move a bit of a step forward from just doing that, because you've explained in your proof of evidence that you understand the scheme's outline, you understand that the master plan's illustrative, you understand that matters can be improved, in your words, later on in the process. You've just explained now that you think that the northern site, in contradistinction to the southern site, the northern scheme, is capable of coming forward in a landscape-led way in principle. So, my question then, on the back of all of that stuff that we've been over and agreed, is whether your position is it your position or not, that the parameters before us, we're looking at the green space structuring plan, but obviously that reflects the parameters, that those will or will not allow for a landscape-led scheme to come forward? Do you say that they will allow it or that they won't allow it? Do you understand the question?
I do understand the question.
All righty. So will they or will they not allow a landscape-led scheme to emerge at the detailed stage in the north?
But I'm sorry, why I don't understand what answer. You've asked me this question. I've answered this question 3 or 4 times now.
You think so?
And I'm not the master planner.
No.
I'm saying there are fewer. I've given the answer.
Yeah.
Which is that there are fewer constraints which conceivably can allow a scheme to come forward. I don't have a lot of points to make about the landscape of the scheme. The points that I make are the extension of Tenham to the west, extension along the gap between Bapchild and Tenham, the severance of Tongue Country Park. My responsibility is to show those impacts. Okay. I'm not responsible for the future design of the scheme.
No, of course not. No, that's a fair response if that's what I've been asking you to do. But I won't keep sort of going around it. Can we agree then in principle, given that you're not here to design it, but that the Secretary of State can record, or the Inspector can record for the Secretary of State's benefit, that in the north, the parameters could, on your take, allow a landscape-led scheme to emerge.
Yes, we agreed that
Did we?
3 questions ago.
Great. Okay.
So
And I would have stopped. I'm really not
we
not hearing
agreed-
what you're saying, but that's very helpful. All right,
We
then
said
fine.
that conceivably,
Yeah.
the scheme doesn't have the constraints, and there's room.
Yeah, fair enough. Now, to be fair, it's not what we agreed 3 questions ago. What we agreed 3 questions ago was that the elements that are set out on the left could conceivably be arranged in a way that's landscape-led. What I've asked you now is something extra. The extra thing that I've asked you is looking at the parameters plan. Do the parameters that are set out, or i.e. in the green space structuring plan, could they allow for the emergence of a landscape-led plan, of a landscape-led scheme? And I think your answer to that too is, well, yes, of course they can. Is that
No,
right?
it's not a yes, of course they can.
Is it, or is it no, that no, of course they
answer
can't?
is, it's the same answer. There is more potential in the northern site due to
Okay.
the lack of constraints.
Okay. All right then. So where we're at on the north is that there's the potential for a landscape-led scheme to come forward in a way that's subject to fewer constraints and all the rest of it. At the reserve matters stage, you don't like the overall approach for reasons you've explained.
Well, I haven't said I don't like the overall.
Have you not?
I've pointed out some specific points in my evidence
Right.
on the northern scheme.
So overall, do you think it's a positive approach overall? That is that how you describe it in the north?
No, I don't. I haven't said it's overall a positive
No.
scheme. I've set out where the landscape and visual effects of this scheme are.
Okay, so it's neither a positive nor a negative approach, so far as you're concerned, in terms of the approach that's taken to green infrastructure layout in the north. You don't like it. You don't dislike it. You're overall. Neutral?
My job is not to like or dislike a scheme. My job is to say independently
Okay.
what are the effects of the scheme. I'm not advocating for a scheme. I'm not objecting to a scheme. I'm setting out
Got it.
independently what the effects are.
Fair enough. So what we have identified then, I think, is an important sort of in-principle distinction in your approach, because in the south, your approach is that it is not possible for the southern scheme, if I just call it that for shorthand, to come forward in a way that's landscape-led. And in the north, you think it is possible for a scheme to come forward in a way that's landscape-led. Yeah?
Well,
Thank you. Oh, sorry. I didn't want to cut you. Do answer. I'll repeat it if you want.
I can only say, and I am repeating myself, that there are fewer constraints to the north.
Yeah.
So it is conceivable a scheme could happen
Good.
to the north.
Okay. Okay. Taking a step back and considering the totality, if we can. Gosh, there's a lot to think about. We're looking at the north and we're looking at the south as well. We're talking, let's just do it with an eye on actually the composite master plan, so we've got something to actually look at, which is core document. 1 sec. 2.3. Yeah,
I have that.
thank you. That's almost certainly somewhere in your book of plans, madam, but I've got my one says illustrative master plan aerial, but it doesn't matter. It's just to get the overall. Mine is actually 2.3, but I'll just check. It could be the same. 8.3. It's the Jan 25. They're both the same, actually, but yeah, either one, 2.3s or 8.25, I think are the same. They are 8.32. Sorry, are the same. They're the same plan, so that's fine. So here we have the whole thing, obviously. And you've been over your assessment of the impacts in respect of the north and the south. You've been over the extent to which either one could or couldn't come forward as landscape-led schemes.
Yes.
On the benefits side of the equation, we're talking, as we've seen, about hundreds of hectares of publicly accessible new landscapes, green infrastructure, including parks, orchards, sports pitches, play spaces, semi-natural green spaces, woodlands, all sorts of stuff, all of which will be worked up through conditions, detailed reserve matters and all the rest of it, all of which I think you accept as capable of, what was the word you use? Improvement. All of which flows out of the design exercise that Mr. Murdoch undertook and talked us through on Tuesday. None of which, of course, he was asked anything about, but that's not your fault.
This keeps coming up, so can I just deal with that now?
Sure.
We had an agreement that I didn't need to ask questions if they could be put to another witness.
Well,
I asked Mr. Townsend, I think his name was, the first witness. Mr. What? Sorry, it's Mr. Sutherland. Can the success of the master plan be judged and by asking the specific topic witnesses? And I specifically put to him, and its success in landscape terms, and he said yes. And then section 7 of Miss Brockhurst's evidence deals expressly with the landscape open space strategy and the core documents we've been looking at today, including the one on the green grid and all the rest of that. So if I've made an error in believing that I could cross-examine Miss Brockhurst on section 7 of her proof and deal with these things, then that's my error, but I
not
can't
the witness's error. No, of course.
Can I finish?
I didn't mean to suggest it was the witness's error.
Can I finish?
No, it's not that at all.
Hang on, just let him finish.
Yeah,
first.
but
Sorry.
But that's the reason why, and my learned friend accepted fairly and appropriately, because that's the way things normally go, that would be an appropriate way to deal with the evidence, and that he wouldn't take a point if I kept in store questions that I could ask to someone else. And it's now come up, I think, 3 times, the comment that Mr. Murdoch was not asked a question about the green grid strategy and green infrastructure. He was, you'll recall, asked a question in re-examination about what landscape-led meant when he talked about a contemporary reinterpretation of the terroir of the landscape.
So he did.
The weight to which you will decide yourself, no doubt. But that's the reason. That's the reason why I've taken the approach I have. And I
totally understood. And there's no criticism intended. Just to respond on it, though.
I'm not writing any of this down because I don't think it's at all relevant.
Oh, fine. Well, all right. Well, then, I won't respond on it then.
I'm quite happy that you obviously cross-examine. I mean, we were, discouraged from any cross-examination at the start of the master plan because it was meant to be factual. So, and you did say that it could be dealt with through the witnesses. So that's
the only. I've no problem at all with Mrs. Brockhurst being asked anything that's in her proof. No. However, and that's all absolutely fine. But we had, if there's to be, as there now appears to be, a criticism made of the process through which the detailed green grid design strategy was translated into a master plan, which the mesh, as Mr. Hearn was talking about earlier on. I mean, that was literally what Mr. Murdoch's job was. We'll see what Ms. Brockhurst can say about it, obviously, but it was not her strategy. It's not her. It was his strategy. He designed it. There's no problem with the council asking about, as I said, ecology or heritage, or indeed landscape and visual impacts that flow from the strategy to anyone they want to who's a specialist witness. But unless we're going to sort of recall Mr. Murdoch to go over this, it's not going to happen.
If that's necessary, we will. But, I suppose Mr. Pereira, I know it's Hearn is his witness, but he can't be expected to know every single thing that she's going to say, and maybe
no, I'm not
anticipated.
No, fair point, and fair point, and it has done. And so, let's just see what happens with Mrs. Brockhurst.
We'll have Mr. Sutherland back. Mr.
Murdoch. Well, he was the author of of all these documents that we're spending time in now,
If it's necessary. We'll
if it's
have that.
necessary. Let's see where we go.
Let's see.
I'm happy to see where we go.
Exactly,
We've
but
got
let's not make a big thing of it.
absolutely.
Let's just get on.
Let's get on. Let's get on. Right then.
Right, the master plan,
Yes.
composite master plan.
The composite master plan. So, just to take a step back, we've been over some bits of the detail. You look at all of this stuff, all of these aspects of green infrastructure to be worked up through condition, etc. And your evidence to the inspector and the Secretary of State is, in terms of net benefits, no net benefits, bar, you said earlier on, there'll be the tree planting.
Yes, that is
That's your take.
my conclusion, and it is also the conclusion, and we covered this yesterday, it's also the conclusion of the applicants in their LVIA. They identify about 4 of about 100 receptors in each, the LVIAs for the north site and the south site. There's about 100, possibly more receptors.
Yeah.
And they identify about 4 where there's a small or minor beneficial. So I am in agreement with the applicants on that.
I'm going
and
to
that-
sorry, go on. Sorry, go on.
That is my point.
Thank you. I'll ask Mrs. Brockhurst about that on Tuesday or whenever we get to her. That's the benefits. There's not very much on your take. On the harms side of it, we started yesterday with this idea of the dispute on, or the key dispute on harms, the core dispute on the extent of adverse impact, being the stepping down on the applicant's approach and the less of a stepping down on your approach. Remember we looked at the tables?
Yes.
Yeah. And you'll remember also that as part of that, you have assessed all change when it happens, change as intrinsically net harmful. That was what you explained.
In this case, when we're looking at a rural landscape, and I apologise for repeating myself, but the rural landscape, high value setting, and you're replacing it with housing, and I'm looking at the harm to the current base. I'm looking at the change.
Yeah.
The change.
The change.
To the current baseline.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assessing an adverse effect.
Yes. Okay. That's just to really sort of round off where we're at, so I can ask Mrs. Brockhurst about it. There was one thing that you said when you were assessing harm that I just want a point of detail, really, but just to test it.
Yes, I'm assessing adverse effects harm.
Sorry,
Harm will
adverse
be
effects.
part of
That's
the
my shorthand.
balance.
Sorry, it's loose language. Adverse effects. You assessed, I think, adverse effects in terms of loss of remoteness. You were explaining, I think, in your evidence in chief, in places that I think you accepted, you weren't able to actually experience remoteness. Do you remember that exchange with my learned friend, and then with the inspector asked you about it?
Well, the point was I was asked to take to places where remoteness could be experienced, and
Yeah.
I pointed out some of those. And then I also wanted to make the point that remoteness does not rely on having access to
Right.
it. And there are places within this scheme which have no public access, have no lanes, have no rights of way through them.
And your approach, that's on remoteness in particular. That's why I asked the question about remoteness. But is it right that that's your approach more generally to things, i.e. features that will be adversely affected in your view? Those are effects that occur whether or not anyone's actually able to experience them.
Well, that's absolutely the right approach for landscape.
Mm-hmm.
Landscape doesn't rely on a visual experience or seeing it. Landscape exists. It's not the right approach for visual, because obviously visual, you can can see it.
So it's the distinction between landscape receptors and visual receptors.
There's a complete distinction
Yeah,
between
so
landscape
for landscape receptors, it matters not whether anyone can ever actually experience it. That's not what it's for.
What-
Visual receptors, on the other hand, it matters very much whether anyone can actually experience it.
Well, I wouldn't say it doesn't matter, and it matters very much. It's just a
it?
distinction that landscape is about visual is about people
Perceiving.
visual, and landscape you don't need to. Landscape exists whether or not there's a footpath through it, or whether or not you don't need to be able to access a landscape. It's still landscape.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I just thought that was more a question of just clarification. But so that is why then you say there's harm to remoteness, whether or not remoteness can be experienced in certain locations.
Yes.
Is that right?
I'm taking my baseline as Swales publish landscape character assessment, which is their document which identifies character areas such as landscape character 29 with areas of remoteness. So I'm using those key characteristics, which is the approach I should take in landscape and visual assessment.
Thank you. And one last mini topic just before we turn to highways, as we've now promised that we shall. One last mini topic just on the approach that you've taken to harms. And that really goes to this question of proportionality. So if you could start with Glivia.
Oh, I've just happened to have it in my
Perfect.
hand.
Well, you should never be far away from the grasp of a landscape architect. Core document 18.41. Oh dear.
Oh, sorry, core document 18.
No, that is it. Sorry, you've got it. The purple book.
Yes.
Sorry, for anyone else following, I think it's core document, whatever I just said.
It's not 18.31.
41. Sorry. And if you have it, if you could turn into section 5, if you could turn into page 90.
Yes.
You should have halfway down magnitude of landscape effects. I'll just let you go find it.
Yes.
Lovely. Ooh, dear me. Right. 5.48. Each effect on landscape receptors needs to be assessed in terms of its size or scale, the geographical extent of the area influenced, and its duration, its reversibility.
Yes.
5.49, size or scale. It says judgments are needed about the size or scale of change in the landscape that's likely to be experienced as a result of each effect. That should be described and also categorised on a verbal scale that distinguishes the amount of change but's not overly complex, and it gives some examples. The judgments should, for example, take account of the extent of the existing landscape elements that will be lost, the proportion of the total extent that this represents, and the contribution of that element to the character of the landscape. And in some cases, this may be quantified. You see?
I can see that.
So this, you might say, well, it's blindingly obvious, but it's right, isn't it, that when we're expressing judgments on the magnitude of effect, they've got to be proportionate in the way that is described here.
Yes.
Okay. Now. In your evidence, here's what you say. On your page, in your proof of evidence, you say it, for instance, on page 48.
Yes.
On page 48, you've got a paragraph 6.15 that begins the key difference, and you meaning obviously between the applicant and you, is the consistent underestimation, so you allege, of the magnitude of change. And that involves a number of different things that you set out in these subparagraphs here. Subparagraph number 5 is what you say is an overemphasis on localised effects. For example, how much, brackets quantum, of a much larger character area or designation would be affected. It's rare for any development to completely fill a whole character area. The more important judgment is how the key sensitivities and characteristic of that area would be affected. And just to pause, when you say that area, and this might be obvious, but you mean by that area in this sentence, you mean the landscape receptor as a whole, not the red line?
No, I mean the landscape receptor.
As a whole?
As a whole.
Okay. You then say, the assessor should not reduce the magnitude of change simply because not all of the receptor, character area, / national landscape would be affected, and you give the example of the AHLV. Okay? I say okay. Do you see?
Yes.
But I'd like to take another example to test the robustness of that approach. I'd like to take the national landscape. In respect of the national landscape, about which we're going to hear a lot more, I don't know whether it'll be today or tomorrow, you set out the difference between the parties on page 85 of your proof of evidence. If you could just turn to that.
Yes.
And it's a similar sort of broad structure, and by that I mean the nature of the disagreement between the parties follows the same sort of broad structure. So the applicants in the top row are moderate, substantial adverse to moderate adverse in construction, and also at year 1, and then they've got at year 15 it's down to slight adverse to negligible effect, and you're at major substantial adverse at construction, same at year 1, substantial adverse effect in year 15.
Yes.
You see?
Yes.
So your evidence to the inspector and to the Secretary of State is that as a whole, as a landscape receptor, the Kent Downs will suffer a substantial adverse effect as a consequence of this scheme beyond year 15 into the future.
Yes.
If we just try and test the sense of that with reference to Mrs. Brockhurst's plan of the whole area, if you could take out if you've got it, Mrs. Brockhurst's appendices.
Yes. Yes.
She's got a series of plans LP and then the number, and it's LP9 that I'm after. Oh, yeah, it's page 19. I didn't really see it was paginated. It's page 19. Oh, the pagination's in the top right-hand corner.
Yes, I have that.
Thank you. So I'll just let the inspector get it too.
Is that
It's
page 20?
page 20, yeah, sorry. The plan itself is page 20. We have the site. We have the area of the national landscape on the plan. Yeah. Do you see it?
Yes.
The Kent Downs, as we'll hear about today or tomorrow, is an area of land that's around 85,000 hectares. It's a quarter of the land area of Kent. That's your receptor in your proof of evidence for this bit.
Yes, that is my receptor. But the receptor also is the receptor is the special qualities of that area. Mm-hmm. It's not my receptor isn't a spatial
Is it not?
line. My receptor is why that is designated, the reasons for the purpose of designation. And my colleague Katie Miller is from the National Landscape, so
yes, of course.
she will be here to talk about that tomorrow.
Absolutely.
But I'm happy to answer these questions.
No, I'm not going to get into, as you rightly say, we've got a whole witness all about the special qualities and all of that, so I'll be asking about that. But is what you're saying then, just to understand conceptually, because obviously we don't take the same approach you do, we are affecting a few hectares of an 85,000 hectare area, and we, as you will see from Mrs. Brockhurst's proof, don't think that that is a substantial adverse effect to the area as a whole. But is it right then that if we go back to Glivia, page 90, where we left it?
Yes.
We're on page 90?
Yes.
5.48, which is where we started, magnitude of landscape effects.
Yes.
And we started by saying each effect on landscape receptors needs to be assessed in terms of size or scale, the geographical extent of the area influence, duration and reversibility.
Yes. Yes.
When it comes to the size, the scale, and the geographical extent, I'd understood methodologically, and that's why I want to make sure that I've not got it wrong, that when you were giving judgments on the national landscape and LVIA effects on the national landscape, the relevant geographical extent that you were expressing a view on was the Kent Downs national landscape. Is that correct?
Well, it's not entirely correct.
I'm glad I asked
The
then.
geographical extent is... No, I'm not assessing that for this receptor. I'm assessing the effect on the special qualities, and that's the approach that we have to take for national landscapes or national parks, because there will never be a change which is 50% or 20% of a national park. We have to take the approach that we're looking at what are the special qualities of that area. We're not looking at the proportion of that area that's been affected.
But we are supposed to, aren't we, look at the proportion? I mean, that's literally what we're being told to do. I appreciate special qualities is a different thing to LVIA. You know, that's why I'll be asking about special qualities tomorrow. I'm asking you about LVIA. And the Glivia guidance on LVIA tells us to look at size, at scale, and at geographical extent.
But that's why I have to draw your attention, and I know you have this from yesterday, written down when we looked at geographical extent yesterday, but I have to draw your attention to the notes and clarifications, which is 18.3. Core document. I need to check it because I haven't got the document number written on it.
Yes, it was 18.3, I think.
Have we agreed it's 18.3? Then I think it is. Yeah, I'll use my hard copy then rather than getting it up. But we have to. Yeah. Do you have that? So I'm looking at page 7, and it's principles and overview 3, and it's 3 brackets 3 weighting of components of magnitude of effect. I'll get it up for the PDF number.
No, it's all right. I say it's all right. It's PDF page 9, and it is paginated page 7. And it's core document 18.3.
We've been here before.
And it was 3 brackets 3, I think you were taking
3 brackets 3. We were here yesterday.
Yeah.
But and I know the inspector has written down this at the time yesterday, but to answer your question.
Yes. Yeah.
When taking, this is about weighting of components, magnitude of effect, so it relates directly to your paragraph 5.48.
Yeah.
Scale of effect, geographic extent, duration, reversibility.
Yeah.
And the query is whether they should be equally weighted or not. And as halfway down that paragraph, it says, when taking account of geographic extent and duration, care should be taken to ensure that the resulting magnitude of effect judgment is not understated. The focus should be on what would be affected and where, and not restricted to a proportion of a landscape character or a designated area affected.
Yeah, that's the bit you read out yesterday, but just like yesterday, you didn't read the bit immediately before. So if we just look at what this paragraph's saying, it's been queried whether all the components of magnitude are equally weighed or whether scale of effect is the most important. That's the question. The landscape professional should apply their judgment, explaining in the methodology how the components have been combined. For magnitude of effect, it's likely that size and scale will be the most important factor, with geographical extent and duration and reversibility considered as modifiers. You see?
Yes.
So just pausing there before we get to the bit that you've just read out. Do you accept that geographical extent is, both according to Glivia and according to this clarification, quote unquote, of Glivia, something that's important to consider when we're reaching a judgment on the magnitude of effect against a landscape receptor? Do you accept that or not?
Yeah, well, it's considered as a modifiers.
Yeah, I know, but what's your view? Is it important to think about geographic extent, or is it unimportant? Sorry. So, geographic extent, is that something we need to think about, in your view, when you're judging magnitude, or is it something that we don't need to think about?
Well, what I would think about is that in this case, when we're looking at a designated landscape, and this is the approach of Natural England, is you're looking at that effect on the special qualities of that landscape.
I know that's what you say. And
That's what we have to do.
Yeah.
And so we're not looking at a proportion of that designated landscape. We're not saying it's 0.01% and therefore, but that's not what we're asked to do.
So, just to be clear, and I've accepted already that there's a distinction between special qualities and LVIA that we're going to get into more tomorrow, I suppose. But just to be clear then, when it comes to an LVIA assessment of using the landscape receptor of the national landscape, which is what I'm asking you about, your view is the extent of the geographical extent of the impact is irrelevant. That's your position.
No, I haven't said it's irrelevant.
Well, I'm asking you, is it irrelevant or is it relevant? What is it? It can only either be relevant or irrelevant. And I don't mind which in a way, but you've got to try and answer the question if you can.
I will.
Okay, go on then. What is it relevant? A geographical extent, is it relevant to magnitude of change, or is it irrelevant for the national landscape as a receptor? Which one?
It's relevant.
It's relevant. Okay.
But I don't. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Go on.
So there's also a clarification.
Go, please.
In 5.11.
Yeah. Okay.
Where's 5.11?
In this same document.
What, the notes?
I think the thing that we're looking in at the moment, there's on PDF. Oh, is it the notes? Yes, it is the notes. That's right. Yeah, sorry. PDF page 15. There's a 5.11. Yes, which says, have you got that, Mr. Hearn? 5.11.
I have got the 5.11.
Which says that Glivia, so it says magnitude interpreting geographic extent for landscape judgments. And it says Glivia 3 appears to suggest that the geographical extent and therefore magnitude of effect would be smaller if the change occurs within a landscape type or area, or character area, and larger if a change is felt across several types or character areas. But this advice is hard to apply to individual receptors. So the question is, should the magnitude of effect on one landscape character area be greater simply because other landscape character areas are also affected? And the panel answers, the panel suggests that geographical extent should reflect the relevance of the location. It may more strongly or weakly manifest in one of the key characteristics than for other areas. It may have a geographic role in connecting parts of the receptor. And the spread of effects as a, quote, modifier to the scale of effects, so that it doesn't understate the magnitude of effects for extensive receptors like a large character area or designations, cross-refer back to 3.3 that we've looked at already. Right?
Yes, and I was simply going to repeat the fact that it says we shouldn't understate the magnitude of effects for extensive receptors.
Absolutely.
Designations.
And if I'd suggested that we should understate the effects on large receptors, it certainly wasn't my intention. But the panel is here confirming, again, just like it does at 3.3 and just like it does, or the Institute does in Glivia itself, that geographical extent is and remains relevant in computing the magnitude of change. Magnitude of effect, sorry. Do you want me to say that again?
Yes.
Geographical extent is, isn't it, material to the magnitude of effect on a receptor?
Yes.
Okay.
One of them, it's a modifier.
It's not the only one. It's one of the issues to be considered. Okay, right. So, if we go back to your proof of evidence, where we left it, where you were considering this receptor of the national landscape, which was on page 85. Of the proof of evidence. I'm sorry.
I would like to.
I've not asked you anything
Sorry.
yet, but no, it's all right. You can.
No, ask me the question.
Okay, all right. No, that sounds good. All right, let's do it like that. Page 85 of your proof, which is where we left it. National landscape, your major substantial adverse at construction and at year 1, and your substantial adverse at year 15, and thereafter. Where is it that geographical extent is factored in by you to your assessment of the magnitude of effect?
Well, my answer to that question is looking at the applicant's assessment.
Is it?
So, yes.
I mean, that's fine, but at some point I'd quite like to get to your assessment.
So I would like to I am answering your question.
Good, all right, I'm sure.
I'll make this as clear as possible.
Okie dokie.
So the applicant recognises a moderate substantial adverse, which is a significant effect of the development at construction.
Yeah.
At year 1, and this is we know what's happening in the OMB. We know the geographical extent of that within the whole 85,000 hectares, did you say? Whole area. We know that the applicant has identified a significant effect at construction.
Yeah.
We know the applicant has identified a moderate or substantial significant effect on the whole of the Kent Downs national landscape at year 1.
Yes.
What we don't know is how that geographical extent, we know that the screening, the tree screening that we've seen in the visualisations, the applicant says will reduce that to low to negligible magnitude at year 15. But what we don't know is how is geographical extent factored into those decisions? How does geographical extent, how does it have an effect on the whole of the national landscape at year 1 and reduce to having no effect, slight adverse to negligible effect in year 15? So my approach here is entirely consistent. In fact, with the applicant, I recognise one step up in terms of effects at construction. I consider between construction and year 1, they will stay the same, and I consider that they will step down at year 15. I don't think that in terms of the applicant that there'll be an effect on, the applicant says there'll be effect on the whole of that receptor at year 1, and then the effect on the whole of that receptor will reduce to nothing by year 15. I don't agree with that approach.
I know you don't agree with the stepping down approach, but just to take a step back, if that's all right, magnitude's what I'm asking about at the moment. I hope that has been clear. Magnitude of effect, and it's true that the applicant starts at, where do they start? At medium and go down to low negligible in terms of magnitude.
But
hang on. My question, and it would be good, if possible, for you to actually answer it with reference to analysis that you've done, rather than what you think the applicant may or may not have done. Hang on. Mrs. Brockhurst can definitely, if you'd like to, if your barrister would like to, can be asked about what she's done and what she thinks about extensive geography. I'm asking you. We've agreed that geographical extent is relevant to magnitude of change. We've agreed that we're talking about an area of a few hectares or whatever within tens of thousands of hectares of land. None of those, that's all fine, but my question is quite straightforward, is if we've agreed all of that, I want you to show us where and explain how geographical extent played into your assessment of impacts on this landscape receptor, if at all. By all means.
I'm trying to think of answering it in a clearer way, because...
Is the question clear to you? There's an item?
Yes.
Okay, go on.
Yes, I will explain.
I don't want to just keep repeating it.
I feel that I'm going to repeat my answer, though.
Are you?
Yes, I do feel that geographical extent has come into this assessment by myself and by the applicant. We both recognise substantial effects in year one, construction.
We don't. Medium magnitude, the applicants say.
The effect, but it doesn't matter what the magnitude, the effect is moderate substantial, which is a significant effect.
No, I know, but hang on, just take a step back. I'm only asking you at the moment about the role. I've tried to be really clear about this.
I'm trying to be clear in my answers.
Okay, I'm asking you about the role that geographical extent plays in reducing the magnitude of change. We've looked at the relevant bit in Glivia that answers that specific question.
Well, if you could, I think you'll have to ask your landscape advisor how it was taken into account to reach the effect, because I've followed that approach and I agree with the applicant. I absolutely agree there's a significant effect of construction. But what I don't understand, because it will affect the special qualities, and I absolutely agree with the applicant here, and I'll just take it slower.
Yeah.
I agree with the applicant.
But you don't. We've got different scores. We're at medium, you're at high.
No, I'm talking with significant effects at construction, which you identify at construction. I agree. And I have followed the same approach to you, is that they affect that receptor, which is the Kent Downs National Landscape.
Okay.
Where I don't agree is that, but by the time you get to year 15, the tree planting, screening by tree planting will have reduced that effect to not significant.
Yeah.
So I have taken the same approach as your landscape witness.
Last go.
Geographic extent.
But what is your approach?
You recognise.
That's it.
That the applicant, sorry, I'll talk to the inspector. The applicant recognises here that a very small change of a geographical area can still have a significant effect on a whole area, because you can see that in the applicant's ES and the top table. You can see that the applicant recognises that the argument you're making, that a very small change to the national landscape, a very small percentage change, can still be significant.
I'm not making an argument, I'm asking you a question, and it's the last time I'm going to ask it before we get on and do highways. So just really listen to it, and if you want to answer it again like that, you can do. I'm trying to think of another way of phrasing it. Is there anywhere in your written proof of evidence where you explain how geographical extent has informed your approach to magnitude of change?
Yes. 6.90, my last sentence says,
there you have...
in my opinion,
sorry, go on.
harm to the special qualities and character of the national landscape occurs even if the effect is over a relatively small geographic area.
So what you're saying there is, as I understand it, that geographical extent has played no role, as in the limited geographical extent of impact, has not played any role in modifying your assessment of magnitude of effect. Have I understood that correctly?
No.
So you have you, made a modification to your magnitude of change on the basis of the limited geographical extent of the impact. Is that?
I come down from a major substantial and recognise that some of the mitigation will bring it down to a substantial adverse effect.
And part of that stepping down, in your view, or in your assessment, is because of the limited geographical extent of the impact. Is that right? Is that what you're saying?
No, it's not, because I just agree with the... I can't differ from the applicant.
You can't.
I can't differ from the applicant that a small change within a small area. I agree with the applicant here. A small change in a small area can still be significant and substantial.
Let's test it this way, all right? Last go. If let's say that instead, just to test on your scale, you know, you've got you use this language of substantial adverse, moderate adverse. I know it's
your language.
I know. No, I know that. That's what I was going to ask you. You've adopted, have you, the environmental statement sort of approach, the LVIA's approach to those adjectives in your proof?
I thought it was helpful to follow the same rather than have a whole different range.
Very helpful. It's no criticism. It's very helpful. On that scale, as I understand it, major substantial's top of the tree, as it were.
Yes.
Is as bad as it gets as a consequence of that methodology.
On your 7-point scale.
On our 7-point scale, and substantial adverse is the one down from that.
Substantial adverse is one down.
Is one down. So just to test it, let's imagine, Mr. Hearn, let's imagine that you took the whole scheme and you put it a mile south, completely in the AOMB. Your assessment at year 15 would move up by one prong on the one rung on the ladder, from substantial adverse to major substantial adverse, right?
No.
It wouldn't. What would it do?
Well, I'd have to see the particular site, the context, and what the mitigation is for that site to make that judgment.
Okay.
But it would, yes, if you're talking about moving a whole motorway junction into the middle of the AOMB.
Yeah. I mean, you test it however you want. Take a very, very major piece of development, whatever it is, put it right smack bang in the middle of the AOMB, so that it's taking up a really significant proportion of the AOMB, whatever that might be. You've only got one more rung higher than where you're at at your year 15. You can go up one more rung. We're one rung from as bad as it could possibly be already, and we're only using 4 hectares of land.
We're already in the AOMB at this point.
No, I'm aware of that. But my point is that...
I just have a small 2-minute...
Oh, of course. Sorry, yeah, of course.
Could I come back at 15:15?
Yes, of course.
I just need
Of course.
Yeah.
No, take your time.
We'll adjourn just for 5 minutes then.
We're just going to send Mrs. Brockhurst to see if she's feeling okay. Oh, God, no, I don't mind who goes. If she's gone to the loo, it might need Mrs. Brockhurst.
We're just checking if she's okay because she suddenly said...
Yeah,
Oh, no. I don't mind.
The other thing that mattered was someone's laptop was going.
Oh, right. Oh, no. Oh, dear. Okay.
Are we too hot over there?
Well, I'm just thinking. I think the radiators might be on. So.
Oh, really? Earlier today it was cold, and now I'm sitting here thinking, no, but now I'm sitting thinking, it isn't as cold as it was 6 weeks ago.
I mean, it's fine.
Maybe we shouldn't touch it, but obviously as we get to that warmer months.
I'm worried about the summer. It's going to get.
Well, we can have a look at that at some other time.
Would you like to adjourn? Because it's 3:15. I don't mind having a whatever you want, if she's. Let's just.
How much longer do you? There's the road, isn't there?
I've got to do the road. We're done with this line of questioning. 100% done. So I'll just move straight to the road and then stop. Half an hour.
Yes.
Okay. We'll do a bit more. Yeah. Fine. Okay.
So the inquiry's resumed, and I think we'll probably move away from this line of questioning unless you've got anything in particular.
Move away from the what? Sorry.
This question.
No, I'm done with
We've
this
done
line of
enough of this
questioning.
now.
Absolutely. So, thank you very much. So that was a bit on the overall approach to benefits and the overall approach to harms.
Okay.
Leaving that, and
I
moving
feel that
away.
we have. I just wanted to say I feel that I answered that question.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh yeah.
I don't feel that
I'm
I've left
not-
that. I just want. I feel that I have answered the question.
Yes, no, it's fine.
I'm not
I think
asking.
We'll talk
sorry.
about something else. We have been on it for a long time.
We
so
have.
let's-
I'm happy. Sorry, I
let's move on.
should have moved on
No, that's
sooner.
fine.
No doubt.
it's all
Right, Ms. Ahern, we're changing tack completely, and I just want to go over some bits and pieces on
Right.
the roads. And in order to do this, we'll try and broadly go south to north in a similar-ish way
Yes.
to what you did
Yes.
in your evidence in chief. And so we'll need two documents in particular. So here's the first one, 7.31.6. If you just find that one. And then let me know when you found it. The second one is 11.8. So those are the two. So it's 7.31.6 and 11.8.
Yes.
I'll just let everyone else find it and then take it from there. Yes, of course. 7.31.6 and 11.8. So that's part. We're doing the south first, and then we'll need another document when we get to the north.
Right, okay.
Correct. Yes. Sorry. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's the national highways. Okay, so a few bits. Oh, I'm so sorry. Do you have those,
Yes,
Mr.
I
Hearn?
have them.
Thank you very much indeed. So let's start with the. We're on the south for now, as I say, and we'll move up to the north just in a moment. Can we start in 7.31.6, and can you turn in it, please, to PDF page 44?
Yes, I have that.
Okay. So this you should have you got it, Inspector? The overall, it's called the scheme overview plan with all the different bits on them. Right. So first thing to say, again, potentially at risk of stating the obvious, but to say anyway, all of this stuff that we're about to go through is all illustrative, isn't it? That you know and have understood.
Yes.
Okay. So to the extent there are concerns or whatever, it's possible for those concerns to be at least looked at again, because the detail of these design of these junctions isn't fixed through whether the Secretary of State decides to grant or refuse this permission.
Yes, and the point I would like to make while the Inspector's writing notes is they are illustrative, but we have to go on what's illustrative, and,
Yes.
and we've had to base our judgments in the landscape and visual impact assessment on the information we have before us,
Sure.
and we have to base our judgments on a worst case
Worst case. Yeah. Okay.
assessment. And so I have taken this as the basis for making my own assessment and judging the applicant's assessment.
Totally understood, and no criticism of that at all. Just to say, I mean, obviously you've worked with what you've had. Right then, the first thing to say overall is that you continued to refer in your evidence in chief, potentially during this cross-examination as well, but I now can't remember exactly when it was, to most of the road, or to, I think you said a majority of the road, as being in the form of a dual carriageway, i.e. with 2 lanes running north and 2 lanes running south is what I'm meaning.
Yes, I think I said some of the road.
Did you? Okay. Just to, again, this is all stuff that I am going to go over with Mr. Weil, but just to be clear, there is what I'll call a dual carriageway, which is to say 2 lanes running north and 2 lanes running south, until you get to the road that runs. Do you see where the Kent Science Park is?
Yes.
And then north of the Kent Science Park,
Yes.
there's the Green Bridge, which we'll come back to.
Yes.
But there's that. Do you see that junction?
Yes.
You might not be able to see. I can, because I'm zooming in. But anyway, a tapering north of the Green Bridge junction, and that is where the dual carriageway becomes what I guess I'll call the single carriageway,
Yes,
which is to say
that point is where it joins, where it's at the Highsted road crossing, isn't it? It's where it tapers. Is that right?
I think it's before then. If you look at, again, this is going to be difficult to do. Do you see the Green Bridge junction? If we just call it that for now.
Yes.
If you just start there and follow the road a couple of centimetres up to the north, it starts to change. You might not be able to see at this scale, but maybe we'll zoom in anyway. Let me just see if I can zoom in. Actually, hang on. If we turn to. It's hard to know which plan would be best. Oh, there it is. If you turn, just to zoom into a little bit, just to make this point, if you turn to PDF page 47, we're now, have you got that one? PDF 47, it should be sheet 3 of 8.
Yes.
we've got the highways alignment you can see for the green. I'm sorry.
Is that the Green Bridge junction?
That's right. You can see, can't you, in this zoomed in version, that as one approaches the Green Bridge from the south, you've got a dual carriageway arrangement. Can you see that, Mr. Hearn?
Yes.
And you can also see that as you leave the Green Bridge junction, head in a northerly direction,
Yes.
it starts to sort of taper, and by the time you're at the northern bit of this plan, the dual carriageway is gone.
Yes.
So, scrolling back, as it were, to PDF page 44. The overall arrangement. Are you there, Mr. Hearn?
Yes, yes, I am.
PDF
Yes, I've got-
44, the overall arrangement.
Yes.
We know, and it's right, that the area, well, just to the north of the Green Bridge junction, all the way down to the motorway, between the Kent Science Park and the motorway, is proposed as a dual carriageway.
Yes.
But the things, as the road passes through the country park in a northerly direction up towards Batchild and then round up to the A2, all of that stuff, it's all single carriageway.
Yes.
Okay. Right. While we're here, let's look at page 45, PDF page 45, which is the next page, the next page.
Yes.
Now, we know, and it's just worth confirming, we know that we're looking at an arrangement of the motorway junction that has been superseded. We've looked at that already. My learned friend referred to, I can't remember what shape he used for that roundabout to the north. A beak. The beak's gone. Yep, the bird with the beak has gone. It does actually, now you've mentioned it, it does. It's a good, what a good piece of design that is. But that bird with the beak has gone. But that's not why I'm looking at this with you. So we can remember that. And just for the inspector's note, I know she's got it already, but the note to see what it looks like now is PDF page 38 of 11.8. PDF page 38 of 11.8.
Yes, I
But I'm not actually asking you to turn that up. It's just for the inspector's note, just so she.
Yes, okay, fine.
38 of that 11.8. But just looking at this one for now, remembering as the bird with the beak's gone. There are a couple of things that you said that we just want to, in the spirit of, as my learned friend said, getting things out there in the open, but well in advance of highways. Just want to be clear about. Now, I don't know what your level of facility is with drawings like this, Mr. Hearn. Mine's not great, to be absolutely honest with you. But we can see that as the slip road leaves the M2 and goes south, as it starts to move onto our site to the north of Bexon Lane,
Yes.
you can see that there's cutting, there's earthworks indicated by those sort of, we call them tadpoles apparently, that run to the south of the road, do you see?
Yes.
And that indicates a rising of land, as I understand it, rising of levels up from where the motorway is.
Yes.
By the time it gets to the area of the road that is closest to Bexon Lane, which is the bit you were talking about yesterday,
Yes.
the bit where our junction comes closest to Bexon Lane, so I suppose it's at its most southerly point, really, or its most southerly point on the junction.
Yes.
You can see that the earthworks have almost completely stopped. Do you see?
Yes.
And the reason for that is because at the point that's closest to Bexon Lane, we are at existing level.
Yes.
We can see that as the road starts to curve around to the new bridge and head north, the road starts to rise again, and you can see that from the tadpoles that start to emerge again as we move around to the north and northeast.
Yes.
So at the point that it's closest to Bexon Lane, the road is right down there at grade.
It's at grade.
Okay. That's that. Next. Oh, go on. Sorry. Yep. These are really just questions of, I don't know, clarification really. But obviously, if there's anything you want to add about it, please do.
Yes, it rises. It rises up.
Yeah.
Reaches grade just not at the rises up near and at Bexon Lane. Then it starts to it starts to rise up onto the embankment to cross.
That's right.
The bridge, cross over the overbridge.
Okay, and the extent of its visibility in the wider AONB or national landscape is something I'll be asking about tomorrow. Now, the next thing while we're on this plan, the next thing I wanted to ask you about was, do you see its footpath ZR185, which is the green footpath that's currently a footbridge over the motorway? Yes. To the the east, to the right of the proposed junction.
Yes.
It's it's a bridge. Oh, is it? Oh, there's a further there's an underpass to the west, and to the east. This particular one is a bridge that you walk over. Now I'd understood. And I might have been wrong, Mr. Hearn, but I'd understood that you were saying yesterday that it was your impression that this one was to be, I think, either stopped up or lost or closed.
Yes, that's what the plans say, that this one will be stopped up.
Yeah, well, that's just to be clear, the inspector will see it. This footpath is not being lost. It is to be, the bridge that's there at the moment is being replaced with a slimmer bridge. And people will still, just as they do now, be able to walk over it in the same alignment.
I wasn't aware of that. I thought it was being moved further to the east. But obviously it will be a much larger bridge because it's got to cross a lot more slips.
That's not true, but I'll leave it with, obviously you weren't aware of it, that's not a criticism. I'll leave Mr. Wild to explain how the bridge will compare. It's going to be a much slimmer bridge than the heavy concrete structure that's there at the moment.
Slimmer bridge, but it has to cross. I'm happy to just listen to your points on this, but it will still have to cross. It will have to cross the new slip road from the southern carriageway, and it will have to cross the. There'll be no slip road to the north because that beak isn't there. So it will be a longer bridge.
Okay. The bridge to the west of the of the proposed motorway junction,
yes,
is being replaced in the current proposals, like for like, moved slightly to the west in order to accommodate the design of the junction.
Yes.
Okay.
And I think my only point there was the fact that just to recognise that is Ruinsbarn Rural Lane.
Yeah, there's a bridge there at the moment, but we're moving it a bit. Okay, that's that on that plan. On the next plan in the sequence, it's sheet 2 of 8. The next one in the exactly, over the page. Let me just see. Do you have plan 2 of 8?
Oh, yes.
I'm sorry, Ms.
Yes,
no.
I have a hard copy, so I've got them.
Oh, great.
Right,
Lovely.
in front of me.
Thank you. This plan is 2 of 8. So the next sort of junction, next roundabout up the road. PDF 46. PDF 46. Now, the first thing to say is that you made a number of observations, not just on this plan, but on lots of them, where you attempted to adduce measurements from these sections. Remember?
Yes.
Here we've got section GG. There were several as you went through. These sections are not vertically to scale.
Okay.
As you would know, if I've got to say we're moving beyond my own comfort with these plans, but there are plans that are vertically to scale later on in this document.
Yes, I only actually gave one example of a height. I was mainly referring to the horizontal width of the carriage of the carriageway. I think I did give one reference to height.
Fair enough.
But I didn't take these as read as that's the
Good.
scale
All right.
height.
Well, that's fine. It was really just for clarification then that they're not. You will see, looking at this plan, that the road, as it moves north of the roundabout and starts to move north in the direction of the Green Bridge, the road is completely on top of things that are at the moment buildings in the Kent Science Park. Okay, so if you start at the roundabout, have you got the roundabout? And do you see there's an annotation if you zoom in that says LR-S1 as the road starts to move north from the roundabout? Oh dear. It's immediately north of the roundabout. You don't need the annotation. I'm just trying to sort of get everyone to the same spot.
In the little rectangular box.
That's it. Yeah, on the road itself, there's an annotation.
If you were travelling northbound and you
Oh, that's a tiny thing.
yeah,
Tiny thing. It's just to let everyone know where we are. That's where I was looking on the plan.
Those all buildings in the Kent Science?
Underneath, yeah, at the moment.
Buildings, the science park.
That's right. Underneath the road, underneath the proposed road, the base plan shows the existing Kent Science Park. And a number of those buildings, obviously, are going to be built on by the road in the event that the scheme goes forward. Do you see all of that, Ms. Ahern? Do you see where I'm at?
I see that, yes.
Yes. So you will see then that there is no, as you said yesterday, clipping of the ancient woodland. I mean, the reason that the science park is being built over by this road in the way that's proposed is to avoid clipping the ancient woodland.
It does say in the ES at some point that the Beck's Woods is impacted by the relief road.
Okay. Well, this is what it is. We'll talk about the ancient woodland with the ecology
Yes.
witness, but the plan shows this. The point of going over this is to try and just be clear on what the plans show.
Perhaps someone ought to have a look at that and just see whether the ES does say that.
We will. Yep, happy to do
Check
that.
that
We'll
so
check what the
we
ES
know
says.
whether it does or it doesn't.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. That's that. The next junction is on the following page. Page 3, sheet 3 of 8, PDF page 47.
Yes.
And this is the, what we've been calling the Greenbridge Junction, which you've got that, have you?
I have that.
Yeah. Just to understand, given the nature of your critique against the Greenbridge Junction, what this is and what it isn't, this is an illustrative highways engineering drawing that's designed to prove to Kent that this is a highways arrangement that could be deliverable if consent were forthcoming. You understand all of that?
Yes.
The approach actually taken to delivering and designing this green bridge is illustrated elsewhere. If we take out, just for instance, the core document 7.33 again, that's the landscape and open space strategy.
Yes.
hang on just a minute.
Oh.
I'll just look on in here. 7.3.
7.33. You've got it in hard copy, madam. It's
I know I have, but I just think it's quicker just to...
It's page 55 of core document 7.33.
Yeah. Page 35.
55
Of the first one.
of the first one.
Just a minute, sorry. Oh.
Section 5.8.
Sorry, hang on. I should have just had a look in the wrong one.
Are you
I have
there?
it.
I think you're there. I'll just wait for the inspector to
Yeah,
find it.
sorry.
No, let me know when you're there, madam.
I'm nearly there. Oh, yeah. Oh, right, okay. It's being weighed down by trees, that.
If we start on page, I take it you found it then. Take it page 56 first, which is the planting strategy. It sets out what the objectives are for this bridge. It's to create. Are you on page 56, Miss Ahern?
I'm just moving to it now.
Okay.
I'm on it now.
Lovely. It's to create a structure of large canopy native trees, underplanted with shade-tolerant grasses and wildflowers, to facilitate views through the planting, at the same time creating a planted green buffer adjacent to the road, provision of strategically located earth mounding to emphasise the proposed planting, integrate the road into the landscape, creation of suds pond, on the part of the site-wide strategic drainage strategy, and also to provide connectivity and new habitat resources for wildlife along the road corridor. Do you see?
Yes.
Have you read, this is an open question, you don't have to have done, but just, I don't know whether you have or not, have you read any of the ecological evidence from the applicant on the function of this green bridge for species?
No, I haven't read the ecological
Fair enough.
evidence.
We'll come back to it later. But anyway, all of this obviously illustrative, as the design is for the junction. But alas, there it is. But you'd seen all of this stuff in the landscape and open space strategy before you produced your evidence.
Yes, I've looked at all of this before I produced my evidence, and I have done considerable research on green bridges.
Yes.
And I don't feel that the illustrations that I have meet the objectives of a green bridge, primarily because it's, and this, I think this is the only diagram where I went off track from just trying to give the actual information on the highways diagram yesterday, where I just tried to say what were the heights, what were the scale, what was the width. The green bridge, it tries to do too much in this location. It tries to be a vehicle bridge. It tries to be a bridge for people to get across, and it tries to be a bridge for ecology as well, all as one bridge. And we haven't. It's not clear how that would work in practice. And to me, it looks. The diagrams look like a highways bridge with trees on it, and it's another example where I thought the scale and value of what's being achieved it could be much better.
Could I ask you this? I don't know whether we're I do want to. We're going to get into the green bridges and the efficacy of them quite a lot in the inquiry, particularly during ecology. But can I ask you it like this? Is it possible, in your view, for a successful green bridge to exist in this location, or is it impossible? What's as a matter of principle? Is it just that we could never do one successfully, or is it that the one that you've seen is not good enough, but you could imagine how one could be designed?
I think it's several green bridges. I think it's a bridge for people.
Okay.
Which avoids people having to go up alongside the slips to get across it. I think it's. I won't talk about ecology, but I think it's a separate bridge for wildlife, and it's another bridge for vehicles.
I see.
I think it's not. It's not one bridge with trees on, which is called a green bridge.
Okay.
So you're saying that it should be there should be perhaps just for people or pedestrians and ecology without and the road crossing maybe somewhere else.
Yeah, I think it's very difficult to try and integrate vehicles, people and wildlife
I see.
on one junction.
Thank you.
And the width, to be effective, the width of a green bridge to accommodate all these uses, you're probably looking at about 80 to 100 metres width requirement to successfully accommodate those uses.
That's very helpful. Thank you. Well, that gives me something that I can ask Dr. Baxter about in a few weeks' time, the efficacy of the green bridge. Okay, so that's your take on the green bridge. But I was just taking you through those different junctions, so I'm just going to get back to them myself. Oh dear. Right, hang on.
So we're moving up to the next one.
We were. I'm just going to get there myself. We were back in the
48,
TA at page. Yes, exactly.
48.
So the green bridge was 47, and then moving on to the next one, which is 48. 48, which is sheet 4 of 8.
Do you think we ought to have a break at some point?
Yeah. Should we do?
Would you like
We're
to
really close.
finish this bit?
Yep, finish this bit. I think you have interpreted this junction. This is the Highsted Road. Have you got that one, Ms.
Yes, I have this.
As involving, as I think you explain, the public transport corridor, which is indicated as the road that's sort of on the northern side of this plan.
Yes.
Northern side, running along the public transport corridor, as going underneath the junction that is the junction, the main junction, as it were.
That's how I interpreted this diagram.
That's again why I wanted to raise it, because that would suggest, if that was so, that there'd need to be enough clearance, that it would need to be raised up enough in order to allow a bus or whatever to pass with adequate clearance underneath it.
But we already know we do know that it is raised, because it has to be raised above the dry valley to allow the flow path beneath it.
Yes.
So we know it's raised.
Yeah, but by how much is it raised
4
again?
metres.
Well, no. That's the point. It's not. You've assumed raising by 4 metres.
I haven't assumed. I've just taken parameters in order to do an accurate assessment of effects. I've taken the parameters that I can see, so I can make an assessment of what the effects are.
Just to be clear, and again, we're going to have to leave this for Mr. Wild, but I've been asked to explain where you're incorrect about things, so I'm doing it. It's not 4 metres. It's at grade. This whole thing's at grade. The bus lane is designed as a bus lane just on the same level as the junction, and the raising up over watercourses is not, as you've assumed, 4 metres. But in any event,
but that's what the report says it is.
Well, which report are you talking about?
I need to get my proof back up to tell you that.
So just while you're doing that, sorry, I don't quite know where this bus.
Oh, okay. If
lane
you
is.
see, oh gosh, how to do it? Do you see? There is a sort of continuous line, grey line, that's not that runs along the northern edge of the road.
Oh yeah.
That's it.
That's the bus lane.
Yeah.
Oh,
Then does it cross that junction coming?
Yeah. That's right.
Does it cross that junction?
It does.
so it's just going along the side of the road, in other words.
It's going along the side of the road. Correct.
So you asked me for a reference, and I'm taking this reference from my Appendix 3. figure 3. And the reference is the flood risk assessment.
Hold on.
And it is CD.
Appendix 3.
Where are we? I'm sorry, I missed your reference, Mr. Hearn.
You asked me for a reference, and
Yes.
I'm finding the reference from
Of
my
course.
proof.
No, yeah. Just where are we?
Appendix 3.
So I'm looking at my appendix 3,
Your appendix 3. Hang on.
and I'm looking at number 2, which is Highsted Stockers,
Oh, yeah.
which looks at this junction.
Yeah.
And I did this work to work out what are the parameters I needed to look at to assess effects.
Yeah.
So I've gone on to this page 1, page 2, page 3.
Yeah.
So we have location, junction of Highsted Road and Stockers Hill, and there's a small diagram, medium-sized diagram in the right-hand side of that page, and it says
Yeah.
flood risk assessment, CD 9.2.40. I also reference this in my proof where I consider this viewpoint, which is viewpoint 18.
Is that the one beneath? Oh no. Okay. Yeah.
And visualisation 3.
Which is the one immediately below, isn't it? That we looked at yesterday, with all the woodland.
Yes.
Yeah. So I suppose I've got to put it to you like this, because you're not a highways engineer, and that really is not a criticism, and doesn't sound like one, because it's not. If it is right that the assumptions you've made about this junction overcook it in terms of it, you assumed it was more raised than it in fact is proposed to be, for reasons that we can get into with the highways engineer, then it would follow that the assessment of degrees of harm might need to change.
I still think it would be significant just by looking at what the amount of infrastructure is shown on page 4.8 with the slip roads, with the substantial land raising. If it's not, I don't think my assumptions are wrong, because I've taken my assumptions from the information that's available to me on the scheme. So I haven't made any assumptions. I've taken it from. I haven't made any assumptions. And
Well, give me an
I've
example.
just taken information that's available and then used it to do my assessment.
You've assumed, just to take an example, that what's being proposed by us is a junction here at Highsted Road, where it's big enough, high enough, bulky enough, that a bus can drive underneath it with full clearance to enable the public transport corridor to keep sort of tootling along as people are driving over the top.
Yes, but I didn't make an assumption on that. I've looked at that map and assumed that's what what's happened. I haven't calculated the bus. And what I have done is looked at the information available from the applicant, looked at the dry valley flow path, which says that the road must be raised by 4 metres to allow that to happen.
Ms. Hearn, don't get me wrong, I'm not criticising you for making assumptions.
I've looked at this diagram and looked at the, as you call it, the tadpoles and the way that the road sits within the landscape. I've been to the site, I've looked from viewpoint 18, and I've made my assessment.
I know that. Let's just try and take a step back. Look, listen, Ms. Hearn, I'm not criticising you. It might sound like I am. I'm really not. Keep saying I'm not. Not criticising you for trying to make assumptions about what you've interpreted from different plans. Not at all.
I haven't made assumptions. I've taken the information and I've used that. I haven't made assumptions about the information.
What have you done?
I've used the information that's available to make my judgments.
If it turns out, I'll forget about this word assumption, so I don't want to fall out over words like that. If it turns out that your use of the material that you have received from the applicant turns out to have been incorrect through no fault of your own, it may be, mightn't it, that we need to reassess some of the conclusions on harm.
If the applicant changes the scheme and says that there isn't a need to raise this road over the dry valley, then of course I would assess it with those new parameters from the applicant in it. But I would also be aware of the scale of this junction in that open, dry valley landscape.
Thanks very much. I'd be happy if we're looking for a time for a short break. Now would be. We're almost. There's only two more junctions I think to do. We could press on if you like, but I don't mind.
So, I mean, basically, are you saying, Mr. Simons, that this information in the flood risk assessment isn't correct, or that it has been considered incorrectly? Well, I mean, Mr. Hearn, as far as I understand it, is saying that this information from the flood risk assessment shows that there is going to be a 4 metre.
Yeah, it's para 5.1.9 of that.
I see. So I've got an answer. I've got an answer to the question.
It says the road infrastructure will be elevated at both locations.
Yeah.
24.1 metres.
So it's
It's been
perfectly-
interpreted incorrectly, and indeed continues to be, because if we go back to the diagram.
Well, should we just have a look and see where it says
Sure.
it?
Yes, of course.
Do you want to have a break first? 'Cause
I'm happy to. Yep.
let's just have a break, get the information. I can perhaps have a look at that in the break.
Sure.
What's the paragraph? Sorry,
Yeah, it's CD
9.2.40 and PDF page 40 or internal page 37 is the start of this section,
okay.
which is about flood risk management measures, dry valleys. And then you want to read 5.1.6. And then 5.1.9.
Should we see if we can just have a quick think about that while we're having a break? So, all right, let's have a break then till 4:10. Thank you. Right, it's just now 4:10, so it's time for the inquiry to resume. So I've just read through that little bit about from the flood risk assessment, and it does seem to say that there's a 4.1 metre increase from ground levels.
It does, and there is. So we need to, in order to understand why the road is not raised up, we're going to have to spend about 5 minutes looking at these detailed drawings in the highways plan. So if we could all turn back to the TA, and it's page 14, PDF 49 is sheet 5 of 8.
49.
Oh, sorry, have I got the right one? Oh, yeah, well, could you do 49, if that's all right? It's the same junction, but just a bit further up. So, has everybody got that? It should be sheet 5 of 8, PDF page 49, this junction. Have you got that, Ms. Ahern?
I have that.
Right. Now, you're going to, well, I anyway need to zoom in quite a bit now. And I'm just going to explain how this diagram, I'll do my best, it's not going to go very well, how this diagram works. As one moves from the south coming to the northeast, you get to the junction. As you get to the junction, you'll see on either side of the junction there's the demarcation LRS1.
Just zoom in.
It needs some zooming, definitely.
Yes.
Hang on. Oh, I see.
Those little things. So LRS1 is as you approach from the south all the way up to the north, and then you'll see shortly after the second LRS1 you move into LRS2. Yeah. Do you see that? Okay, so that is where LRS1 becomes LRS2. That's the first thing. I'm going to explain what this means in a minute, or try and explain. The junction itself also falls between the red, next to the road, there are red markings that begin with the letters CH and then a number. So there's CH 1800 on the left-hand side of the junction. By the time you get to the right-hand side of the junction, it's gone to CH 1883. Okay. Last bit of detail on this diagram before we have a look at what sits behind it. There are, as you can see, as you move north of the junction in a north-easterly direction, there are some hashed lines, two sets of hashed lines, two pairs of hashed lines that run underneath the road, and that, basically in the middle of that, just for reasons I'm going to explain in a minute, is where the 4 meters is happening.
I'm sorry, when you say two, do you mean two diagonals?
There are, oh gosh, there are. I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, there are actually 3. I'm sorry, I'd missed the third. There are three pairs of diagonal dashed lines. As you move north from the junction, the bit, as we're going to see in a moment, I will show you, where there's a 4 metre clearance is between the second 2 sets of dashed lines.
Ones that are parallel.
Ones that are parallel, exactly, yeah. But the reason that 4 metres, that we get to 4 metres, is not because the bridge goes up or the road goes up, it's because the ground goes down, as I'm going to explain in a minute. So, with all of that behind us, could we turn, please, to PDF page 55. And we are in the midst of now the so-called chainage diagrams, where you've got the existing ground level running along underneath. I say running along. There's a one line is the existing ground level, that's the lower line, and the lighter line, and the darker line on top is the proposed level.
Are we talking about the graph?
The graph, sorry, yes, I should have said the graph, and the numbers that sit beneath that graph explain where things are.
Which graph, actually?
Do you see LRS1? on PDF page 55, the second graph down. So this runs continuously up the road from a southerly direction to a northerly direction, LRS1, and you can sort of follow it along. We start in the south, and as LRS1 moves left to right, it's moving from the south to the north. As we move along to the right, we're moving north. Now, LRS1 stops on the next page, if we just turn over, on page 56. PDF page 56, sheet 4 of 7. Just to sort of orient ourselves, LRS1 continues on in the top graph, on and on and on it goes, and it stops in that half graph at the bottom of page 56. And on the beginning of the next page, LRS2 starts. Just to make sure everybody's got that. Where LRS1 stops and LRS2 starts. Okay. Yeah, 56 is LRS1, and you'll see LRS1 finishes in the second of the two graphs on page 56. LRS1 comes to an abrupt halt, and then on the following page, LRS2 begins and continues the journey, as it were. Okay. Now, you will see in the row under LRS1, under the graph that's marked chainage, there's a series of numbers, and you might remember from the diagram that we've just been looking at that the junction is between CH stands for chainage, 1800 and 1883 on the map that we've just looked at. That's where the junction actually is. So you can see that it's essentially the junction starts at, I don't know if everyone can see 1800 on the chainage line at right just before the end of LRS1. There's chainage of 1800. It's the wrong way round, obviously, but it's what is it, 7 or 8 columns before the end?
Yes.
Can we see? Can you see that, madam, as well? Yeah, it's on the right-hand side. So that's that 1800. That's where the junction starts, and you can cross-compare that with the drawing from the overhead. And the junction finishes basically at the end of LRS1. So the clearance between ground level and road, or whatever, is between 1 to 2 meters, basically. And you can deduce that by looking at the difference between the two lines on the graph, between 1800 and the end of LRS1.
LRS1, if you go to the start of LRS1...
It's way down in the southerly direction. It would be...
Is it going left to right? Is it going north-south or south-to-north?
South to north. Left to right is south to north. So LRS1 begins at the very beginning of it is down at the Kent Science Park at that junction, the junction where the ancient woodland is near. And we go right to the end because at our junction, at this junction that we're talking about now, which is LRS1 becomes LRS2, the last bit of LRS1 is where the junction actually is. So there, the extent of road above ground starts off at under a metre, but then it turns into a 2 metres and just over 2 metres, because you can see with the line that's dropped, that's on the bottom line is starting to drop, and then if you just pick up the story on on the beginning of LRS2. The ground drops away. The ground drops.
The existing ground level is the one at the bottom.
Exactly, yeah. So what's happening is the existing ground level. We're beyond the junction now. We've passed the junction and we're moving up the road again in between those sets of parallel lines that I indicated. And at this stage, which is where the flows are that need to be addressed, there is a 4 metre clearance. The reason there's a 4 metre clearance is because the ground drops away before, as you can see further on, it starts to rise back up again. Yeah, it drops from where it was at 35 metres down to 31. It was 35 at the end of LRS 1, and then it drops down to 31. So that's what's happening. The junction itself is not raised up by 4 metres. The ground underneath the road drops by 4 metres.
Madam, I'm sorry to butt in. We're getting quite a few messages from the people watching, and they're saying they can't hear you.
Oh.
No. Do apologise. I haven't got my. Yes, I'm so sorry.
So.
Right, I was just asking if anyone's got this, whether it's going south to north.
Yes.
Left to right, and I was told it was.
It was. That's right.
And then I asked about the 1800, which is at towards the end of LRS 1.
That's right.
And then we go into LRS 2.
Yes.
So I think that's all that people have missed.
That's all. It's just trying to explain this diagram, really.
Trying to understand the diagram.
So what's happening? You can see it. You can obviously see it quite clearly when you know how to read it, which I must say I struggled with. But what's happening is that the level of the road is, well, it basically stays at or around 35 metres. It drops down obviously from earlier on in LRS 1, but further to the south. It comes down to this junction, and it stays at or around 35 metres, and then it goes off to the north, as we can see as we follow LRS 2 into the future, into the north, as it were. It starts to rise again together with the prevailing land pattern. But the key thing to explain is that what's not happening here at the junction is a rising up, not risen up by 4 metres for a bus, not risen up by 4 metres above the ground at the junction, which is at 1800.
Because it's called overbridge. What is the difference in level then?
I'm sorry?
Well, it's called overbridge.
Yes.
Overbridge.
It's essentially a culvert. It is a structure to enable the road not to go up as the ground beneath goes down, and that's for flood reasons and also for ecological reasons as well.
So the ground is lower, isn't it?
Yeah, it starts to the ground exactly. Yes, it is exactly. The ground goes down after the junction, in the way that is explained there. The level of the road stays the same, more or less.
So the difference between the ground and the road is 4.1 metres at its most.
At its most, that's right. That is correct. Yeah.
Right. Okay. I think I understand that.
So,
I can understand it. Can I give my response?
Of course
to the
you can.
inspector?
Yeah.
So thank you for that explanation.
I did my best.
So I think we're clear from this that at the junction is at grade, and then although you say the bridge, though you say there isn't, the road isn't raised, it is in fact raised above the ground level by 4 metres at this point within the valley. And so my response to that is, if I said, and I did say yesterday that the junction was raised, but the places in my assessment where I deal with this are on page 161 of my proof. And that is looking at the Rodmersham, Milstead and Highsted dry valleys, AHLV. And page 61 of my proof. I didn't write that much, 161. Page 61.
Yes.
Of my proof. So my response to you is that, so I dealt with it here under AHLV, and on the other side I put a picture of the junction.
Yes.
However, my assessment here and my judgments here relate to the whole of the AHLV, and where that the road, although we're saying it's not raised, it is raised over the ground level, and that still is within the AHLV. So I stand by my assessment there. My assessment under 650 and 651 does not just relate to that particular point. It relates to the whole of the AHLV from up to the west of the Science Park, all the way down to Sittingbourne. So I stand by my
Your
judgments in this
conclusion.
table. I also want to draw your attention to the other place I deal with it, which is under local residents at Highsted West, which is viewpoint 18, and I deal with that on page 83. And then I'm looking at that view.
Which view?
Sorry, it's viewpoint 18. And
Oh, is this the Viz 3, isn't it, that you've got in your
Viz 3.
appendix?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
So, and I'm looking at people looking from that viewpoint. And so the other point I want to make there is when you're at that viewpoint, you're looking up the valley, you're looking down the valley. So the infrastructure of the junction, the slips, is still there on one side, and then you still have the road, as it says here, proposed overbridge. You still have a road on an overbridge as you look down the valley. So although the visualisation shows that at grade there, you do still have the junction and the overbridge. So I stand by my judgments
Yeah.
for
Okay.
that viewpoint as well. So
Well,
you
that's good.
said, would I change my assessment if the parameters change? And yes,
Yeah.
I would. But in this case, the parameters don't change my assessment.
Well, that's good news. Just a bit of a reality check. Is what you're saying, you'd prepared your proof, when you prepared it for completely understandable reasons, you'd thought this junction was so big that it was raised up enough to fit a whole bus underneath, and it was on top, and the bus would be driving through, and that was that was what you describe in your appendix 3 or wherever I think it is, and that was what you'd understood was proposed, and you'd given judgments on the basis of that. Mistaken, perfectly understandably, understanding. We've just been through what it actually is, which is nothing like that. And your advice to the inspector is, luckily, it makes absolutely no difference to any of my conclusions if that whopping great junction is completely different to what I'd understood.
No, it doesn't make any difference to my judgments at for the AHLV. I'm just looking for the two places I deal with that. AHLV, it doesn't make, because that is a small part of that big change within the AHLV. Viewpoint 18, which is looking down the valley. So it will still, that viewpoint is looking down the valley to this proposed overbridge. I wouldn't change my judgments there either, because this viewpoint isn't looking towards, the viewpoint 18 is looking down the valley, it's not looking towards the junction.
Right.
So,
Okay. Well, that's good. So, I mean, I needn't have got into it really, because as it turns out, it might be that there'd been a misunderstanding on the nature of this junction, but as it turns out, it's not a material one for your evidence.
So I'm just looking through my reasons for the difference and,
Sure.
and where I've made those judgments. I'd say construction of the SSR, the reasons for my would require demolition of Golden Wood. Parts of the road junction here is at least 4 carriageways, which it does. I'm not saying it's dual, but there are carriageways on the road for the junction, and it's elevated over the dry valley. I have put that, but it remains elevated over the dry valley in the direction of viewpoint 18 to maintain the flood point. So it's
What about the bit about buses driving through?
where
have you what? Sorry.
I'm just looking to see where.
Oh, sorry. If you turn to your appendices, your appendix 3.
I haven't included that in 6.87 reasons.
I'm sure
for
you haven't.
difference.
I'm
looking for. I'm just
you?
looking to see if I put buses.
Appendix 3, has everyone got it hard copy? The Appendix 3, there's location number 2, which is, I think, 1, 2, 3 pages in.
Yes.
And you describe the development in your description of development bit. Oh, sorry. Oh, no. Hang on, have I got this wrong? Appendix 3, Appendix 3 is headed
Yes.
of the
yes,
proof?
I can see where you're. I can see.
Yeah,
the
hang on,
point.
we've just got to get the inspector there first.
Yep.
And then Appendix 3 should have illustrations of the proposed development at selected locations. That's the heading of it, of Appendix 3, of Mr Hearn's proof.
Yes.
And then there are 3 locations. Each one's 2 pages long, I think. So the second location 2 is headed Junction of Highsted Road and Stockers Hill, which is this one. And when you describe the development that you're considering, we've got Southern Relief Road route along the valley, involving a multi-road signalised junction up to 4 lanes in places, sustainable movement corridor, bus lane running under the main junction, embankments, cutting, bridging over the overland flow route.
So yes, I agree.
So my question to you, and I think to be fair, you've answered it already, but the reason I'm mentioning it is that you had assumed, fair enough, you'd assumed that the junction on offer here is so big and sort of prominent and tall or whatever that you could drive a bus underneath it, and that the corridor could keep going underneath it, and that it was that raised up. You now have been told in a faltering way by me that in fact that's not the situation at all, and your response to the inspector is to say that all of the relevant assessments you've made are completely unaffected by this news, I think.
Well, my response, that is correct, because my response is for the AHLV as a whole, which includes other junctions and this junction. So I haven't changed that for that. I haven't changed for that one. And viewpoint 18 is looking down the valley.
Thank
so
you.
Yes. In the appendix, you're right to point out, and that is wrong, that I have made the wrong assumption there in my description of development. But I haven't used that I haven't used that in my reasons for differences in the tables in my assessment.
Good. So no change. That's handy. That was all I wanted to ask you about that junction. There's only a couple more. He keeps promising, but there really are only a couple more.
Just to come back to you, if I had said in my assessment, if I had said here, because of the scale, because of the height of the road and the bus lane underneath, then I would need to look at this paragraph again and reconsider it. But I haven't used that. I'm looking at 6.87 of my proof, and I'm also looking at 6.87, and the other one is, put a marker in it, the other paragraph I'm looking at is 6.50, which is looking at the whole of the AHLV, not at that particular junction.
Okay.
Although I agree, I include a picture of the junction there.
All righty. Well, 2 more junctions, I think. Time flies when you're having fun. The transport assessment again, which lists them all, 7.31.6. We left off from sheet 5 of 8 on page 49.
Yes.
The last one in the south that I just wanted to, check with you really, it was page 51, which is sheet 7 of 8.
I have that.
Thank you. Sheet 7 of 8, PDF page 51, core document 7.31.6. This is the one where Church Street's involved. There's been discussion about Church Street. We can see the proposed roundabout exits to the south onto Church Street. Is that the one you've got?
Yes.
Okay. And it was really just, this was described by you at various points as a quite sort of significant piece of infrastructure. This is a 4-arm roundabout, all at grade, not very big, with no sort of bridges or anything. It's a normal roundabout, if you like, where you've got the top right connection. Do you see the thing where it says connection to future development?
Yes.
That's the school. That's the secondary school.
Mm-hmm.
So really, it's just, I suppose it's just to clarify that and to say, is there anything you want? I mean, you can say anything you want about it, but this is not some sort of major infrastructure intrusion. This is just a roundabout that you get all over the place.
I think just a roundabout on a rural lane is something that we should consider as an infrastructure intrusion. And the other point I was making, and I agree that at this point it's not dual carriageway, but the point I was making was although it's still a single carriageway with a sustainable movement corridor alongside it, you can see by the grading and the tadpoles that it's a very, very large land take, and to get the road at grade, you can see the and we could go back and look at those chainage diagrams again to look at the extent of filling and raising you need to get that platform. So it's a wide corridor, although it's a single carriageway. It's a wide corridor, and in the context of a
Sorry.
And sorry.
Do go on, sorry, it's my mistake. I
was
just want to check in a
asking Mr.
detail.
Simons if he was listening.
I am.
And in the context of the rural lane, a 4-arm roundabout is I would say, it's a big piece of transport infrastructure on that existing lane. As you cut, this was one of the places I was asked, where would you get a sense of long rural views? And this is exactly the point where, as you get to Ashingores House, which is a house, this is exactly the point where I said you get a sense of coming off the A2 onto a rural lane up to a small village at Rodmersham. This roundabout is almost exactly at that point I was describing yesterday.
Righty. Thank you very much. And the last one is actually in the north, not in the south. And so it will require a new document. The document that we need finally is 1.19.6. 1.19.6.
Yes, I have that.
Not at all. Now, once we've got it, it's PDF page 27. Have you got that, Ms. Ahern? Have you?
Yes, I have
Yes,
that.
thank you. So PDF page 27 is the scheme overview diagram for the northern highways infrastructure. You see?
Yes.
And we're just going to be looking at it's actually on the next page, but just to indicate where it is, it's Hempstead Lane. If we can see where the notation of Bapchild is, and immediately to the north of the row of houses that runs north along what's Hempstead Lane. What is Hempstead Lane? There's a junction. We see the junction in more detail on the following page, which is PDF page 28, sheet 1 of 3.
Yes.
And we can pick out, might require a bit of zooming, but we can pick out Hempstead Lane on the plan, as in it says Hempstead Lane to the south of the Northern Relief Road. Do you see?
Yes, I have that.
And then Hempstead Lane runs up to the north, and we get then to the Northern Relief Road, and then we can see a junction which is indicated with the Northern Relief Road that feeds north into Hempstead Lane. Do you see? We're looking at the same one.
I'm looking at the two diagrams, page 28 and 29. So we're
29. I think just 28 is. I think it's just only on 28 the one I'm asking
we're
about.
looking at, yes,
It's the Hempstead Lane junction, really. I'm just trying to make sure we're all looking at it.
Yes.
It's got CH 500 next to it if you really zoom in.
Yes.
But that's where it is around CH 500. Have you got that?
I'm on it.
Good.
Is this the bit where it says section of Hempstead Lane stopped up? Turning head?
Yeah, just north of that. Exactly. Yeah. So there's an annotation that says section of Hempstead Lane stopped up, turning head to facilitate refuse vehicle movements. There's that annotation, and then immediately north of that there is a new junction that is exactly on the other side of the relief road. There's a junction. That's the one. Has everyone got that?
Yes.
All right. There was suggestion from you that what's happening here involves some kind of sort of bridging structure to oversail Hempstead Lane.
Yes.
Well, there isn't. The junction with, as you can hopefully see, it's a simple T junction that's proposed with Hempstead Lane and the Northern Relief Road all at the same level.
Okay.
I mean, again, it's not. There's no criticism at all. This is not you're not a highways engineer, obviously. But I suppose here's the question: that being so again, it's sort of similar to the last question about now that your understanding's changed a bit. Does it actually matter? So you'd thought that there was a bridge structure that was high enough that you could have Hempstead Lane going on underneath, and you'd have people driving up and down Hempstead Lane, and this raised Northern Relief Road bridging over the top. In fact, the situation is that it's all at the same level and there's a simple T junction.
My point on this was Hempstead Lane is a rural lane.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't be a rural lane because it's crossed. And yes, you were right. I said it's crossed over by the road. So as I understand, looking at this diagram now, what we're saying is it's crossed over at grade by the Northern Release Road, and Hempstead Lane is stopped up.
That's right.
And so it's not a contiguous lane anymore.
No, it's not. So here's my question then: now that we've had this back and forth about the nature of this junction, so it's not this sort of raised bridging structure. It's a good old-fashioned T junction. Does that have any effect on any of your conclusions, any about anything in your proof, or is it all exactly the same as it was before?
The only point where I dealt with this for the northern site is the effect on the rural lanes, and I said that all the other rural lanes in the northern site, I said there weren't significant impacts. And I said there was a significant impact on Hempstead Lane because of the effect of the Northern Relief Road. And I did say because it rises up over the top of it. So the effect here, the assessment I'd need to do here, is does the Hempstead Lane, rural lane, is it affected because the road crosses it and it divides it, so it's not a rural lane anymore, it's two separate pieces of roadway. So that's the assessment I would need to do. But that's the one place in my evidence where I deal with Hempstead, where I deal with that point. I haven't dealt with it anywhere else. So I would need to do that assessment for Hempstead.
Fair enough. Again. So it's fair enough, which is not fair to ask you to do it on the hop, and I'm
so
certainly not asking you to.
Just for that rural lane, I would need to assess the difference between a road running across the lane and stopping up compared to a road running over the lane. But
the good news is, it sounds like none of the other corrections or misunderstandings or whatever that we've been through on anything else have led to any other changes in any of your fundamental conclusions at all.
Well, the corrections are the Hempstead Lane and the location of where the flow route goes.
The public footpath down at the motorway junction?
The footpath?
Footpath that you thought was being stopped up.
Which one? Sorry.
Sorry. I'm taking it's not on this plan anymore. It's the very first one that we started with. The footpath that.
Footpath on the M2.
Footpath over the M2.
Well, the last assessment I looked at, it was being stopped up. So if it's changed since, I'm happy to look at that footpath again. But I haven't seen anything that says it's.
Thank you.
It's. I saw the last thing I've seen said it's moved further to the It's moved to the east.
All right.
It's a new alignment.
Ms. Earn, thanks very much. I think I've got no more questions after my 4-hour estimate. Sorry about that. Thank you very much indeed, Ms. Ahern, for your patience with my questions. And that's it, madam.
I think if you think this is the one point where you perhaps might reassess, you'll, make a reassessment. I think that would be quite useful to know, if you could. Obviously not now, but, if you think, there will be something different you're going to say, I think that would be quite useful, possibly.
Sure.
So then Mrs. Brockhurst can comment if she wants to. Could you do that?
So would you like me to reassess now?
No, well, no, I don't think right now, because that wouldn't be fair. But perhaps if you could do it, I don't know, you're not available next week, so would it be possible to do it tomorrow or something? Or I don't know. Depends what it involves, really.
Okay.
I mean, you obviously know the site, so
I can put a note to the
put a
inquiry.
note. That would be really helpful.
Definitely.
Would that be all right, Mr. Pereira?
Yeah, absolutely. Makes sense.
I would like some more information on the footpath. If I'm
Sure,
going to reassess
of course.
the footpath.
Well, the good news is, perhaps once you're down off the stand, which might be today, we'll find out, you can have Mr. Wilds, who knows all about it, sitting behind me, so can tell you about chainage diagrams and all the rest of it.
Yeah, I think I'm clear with that, but it's the
No, I know.
footpath,
I was
but
being
I'm-
flippant.
I
No,
don't have
of
the
course.
information on the footpath.
We can give you everything you need. We can give you.
Well, I mean, you've sort of made pretty clear that the new information on whether the bus lane goes underneath that junction in the centre of the southern site wouldn't make a difference to your assessment of the landscape effects on the AH.
Yes, I'm certain of that.
GV. If you're happy with that and you want to, you might want to go away and think about it, I don't know.
I'm certain of that,
So you're
judgment.
certain of that, so we don't need to worry about that then. So it's just the footbridge going over the motorway and this point about Hempstead Lane. That if you could put a note in as soon as you can, that would be really helpful.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Good. Right. Okay. Oh, I shall ask my questions. I don't know if I've got any actually. After all, I've been chipped in. 2 point. Can I just see what this is about? 2.8. Sorry, just bear with me a minute. Could you just go back to paragraph 2.8 of your proof, please?
Yes.
And you say the approach in my evidence is proportionate, and I concentrate on those effects which I judge to be significant. I do not cover all the effects that do not or are unlikely to breach the threshold of significance. Right. For each scheme, there are collectively a wide range of effects of below moderate, i.e. not significant, in the northern application, and below moderate substantial in the southern, which are considered to be not significant, and I have not undertaken a detailed assessment of these. However, I note that some may be greater than indicated in the respective LVIAs. And my conclusion is that collectively the extent and number of effects identified in the LVIA as not significant may also be greater. And should also be taken into account in the planning balance. I'm not quite sure what you mean by that and how we can if we haven't got the information because you haven't assessed them.
Okay. So, my intention in 2.8, it's a very large scheme. There is a very large LVIAs, and there are multiple judgments, well over 100, which all have judgments on sensitivity and magnitude, and effects at construction year 1 and year 15. And I simply couldn't, in the time scale for doing this proof of evidence, redo a full LVIA. And obviously the applicants would have spent months and months doing the LVIA. So what I did at first is I wanted to scope the effects so I could be certain that what I was giving the inquiry and giving you was a clear understanding of where the effects would be significant and to be taken into the planning balance.
Right.
I didn't look, because I didn't have time and I don't think it would help the inquiry, I didn't go to each of the 74 viewpoints, for example, for the southern scheme, and 30-something viewpoints for the northern scheme. I didn't go to every viewpoint, and I didn't do an assessment from those viewpoints. And I can't say that because I didn't do that work, I can't say that where the effects are not significant, I can't say I agree with the level of effect identified.
So it's so you're starting with the applicant's judgment as to significance, and what you're saying is that you haven't had time or been able to go back and look at every single one of them to see if you agree.
I haven't looked at every judgment to see if I agree, but what I have done is I've bought what in my opinion, are all the significant judgments. I've bought them before this inquiry, so they can be considered overall. There is a collection of that don't reach the threshold of significance. There is a collection which the applicant says are adverse effects, be they slight adverse or minor adverse. And what I meant by this paragraph is I don't want those to be, just because I haven't dealt with them, I don't want them to be forgotten about. I want them to be recognised that those minor, slight adverse effects, I haven't assessed them. I haven't assessed whether they're more or less, but they are still there, and they need to be. We need to be aware that we're not just dealing with the effects in my proof. There are other effects, but I do believe that I've covered the significant effects in my proof.
So you're not saying you think that the minor or slight adverse effects are significant?
No, I'm not saying that I think I've brought what I need to bring up into this. I brought that up into my proof, but there are a whole range of other effects which are adverse, which don't reach the threshold of significance, which we mustn't forget about. They have been identified, but I haven't been back and checked all of those.
Right, so they might be adverse, but they're not significant.
They're adverse, but they're not significant. But those collections of effects still need to be brought into.
So are you saying that they might be significant if they're all added together?
I don't think we can. Well, I can't.
I'm not
say
sure why.
that.
I mean, I'm just not sure why. Yes, of course, there might be some which have slight adverse impacts, but I'm not quite sure how you expect the decision maker to deal with those, unless you're saying that they might all amount to something that's more, if you see what I mean.
Well, all effects, all impacts are relevant to the balance, aren't they? They're all relevant.
That's a good point.
All effects are relevant, but I've brought into my proof everything that I think should be above the threshold of significance. I haven't considered every viewpoint, but
okay,
and every other impact.
Right. Okay.
So there's a collection of minor and slight adverse, which are set out in the applicant's LVIA.
Right. Thank you. 7.3. What's that? Oh, I think this was. No, it wasn't. Sorry. 7.3 of your proof. Oh yes. Oh, I think this was just that. I don't think these are the right references. That's all. So, I don't think there is an appendix 10.14. Might be wrong. I think that might be 10.9, and there's not a C. I think it's CD 9.2.27, and I think it's paragraph 258. So I just think they're the wrong.
Could you just remind me of the paragraph number, please?
Yeah, it's 7.3. I just think that it's just that they're incorrect references. That's all. But as long as I'm right. So the first one, for the southern scheme, the landscape concept master plan is shown in appendix 10.9, I think.
And I said 10.14. Let me just check.
Which is CD 9.2.27, I think.
Oh, 10.14 is wrong.
Yeah, it is.
Sorry, no, not CD. CD 9.2.7.
I think it's 9.2.27, isn't it?
No, 9.2.20.
Is there a 9.2.7?
There is,
But I don't think it's the right one anyway. Right, and yeah, sorry.
Sorry, 9.2.27 I have as... Oh, maybe I've got the old one I've got as the ES Volume 2. Can I check that afterwards?
Can you check the references in your proof paragraph 7.3?
Yes.
I think all those references are wrong, that's all. Just want to make sure I'm right. Yeah?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I just wondered, so the Northern Relief Road is, as we know, a policy commitment, isn't it? And it's got a local plan policy attached to it. I can't remember the number now, but it doesn't really matter. Which one?
AS1.
Right, AS1. I just wonder whether that had any bearing on your consideration.
Well, I'm fully aware of that policy, but I followed the guidance in GLVI A3, which is we still need to make an assessment of impacts, and however that road is progressed through this scheme or not through this scheme, there will still need to be an assessment of the landscape and visual effects of that scheme, which is independent. So that process needs to happen independent of policy. And that's there is guidance in the clarifications on that point. The GLVIA clarifications, CD 18.3.
Okay. Thank you. Now there's proposed to be some advanced planting, isn't there, which as I understand it is to be undertaken or would be undertaken in years 1 to 3 or perhaps 1 to 5 around various parts of the site.
Yes, I understand that.
Do you think that's likely to have any effect in the or, I mean, what do you think that's a welcome?
I think any advanced planting in a scheme is a good thing to happen.
And so, I mean, in year 15, we were told, that it could have been in place for quite a number of years, so it could be quite big, couldn't it?
Yes, it could be quite big. I think 30 years it could be, it's not mature, it depends what size trees are planted,
Well, yeah.
and that's all for the detail, isn't it? But it has potential at that point to be a positive intervention. I don't. Yes, I'll just answer that question.
Right. And finally, you had quite a few things to say about the fact that there was a lot of linear planting, and that you didn't think that it had much affinity with the existing landscape, I think. But I mean, one of the features of the landscape, especially the national landscape, are these belts of shelter planting, aren't there? Long belts of shelter planting. A lot of them that have grown up into sort of quite long linear tree screens. So they have got quite an affinity, haven't they, or not, do you think?
Well, when I look at the national landscape, I think the most characteristic planting is the woodland, quite organically, belts along the crests of the dry valleys, and the woodlands that that frame the valleys and come across the plateau. That's what I think of as most characteristic of the national landscape.
But what about landscape actually within the site, or the
landscape within the site? There is woodland blocks, and they're the isolated woodland blocks, Becks, Highsted, Cromers. There's isolated blocks of woodland, and then we have some hedgerow boundary planting, hedgerow boundaries.
But I mean, when I went on my site visit, quite a few areas when you walk along the footpaths where there are these long lines of trees between fields, along the edges.
Yes, I can think of some. I can think of the ones up where the proposed junction is. The long shelter belt planting at that location.
Yeah, I mean up near Ruins Barn Lane, just the other side of that.
Yes, I can think of
quite a few
ones.
along there,
There's
aren't
some
there?
linear planting belts along that point.
And indeed, even in the national landscape between the two, where the motorway junction's proposed, those two fields.
Yes,
there's that long.
That's the ones I'm thinking of. So it's long linear belts at that point.
Mm-hmm. So, but you don't think they're really characteristic?
I think
They might not be originally characteristic, but perhaps, since I suppose they're all connected. Were they originally to the orchard planting?
I think they're remnants from shelter belt plantings. Probably most of them. But I think if we're creating a whole new landscape, then there's an opportunity to do something bigger and better and have some organic planting rather than thin linear belts to screen. We're constantly talking about screening the development from what's around it, but we should. I don't think that we'll achieve that through lots of screening belts. I think there's an opportunity to do something more organic with the tree planting and look at what we've got already, the existing isolated woodlands, and what we can do to connect those areas.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
How long are we going
well,
to be, Mr.
is-
Pereira?
Estimates being what they are.
I'm in no position
That's
after the
not a-
rest
no,
of the
that's-
inquiry.
I mean, it's been a long.
It's been a long day.
A long-
Well, it's been a long cross-examination.
It's been a
so
long
I
cross-examination.
quite understand you might have quite a few questions.
Yeah, I don't have anything particularly sophisticated in the sense of, complicated to go
Yeah.
through, but it does require a cool
Bit of
head,
time.
and so I'd
Okay,
rather
well,
do
so-
it tomorrow morning, in
Yeah.
fairness to everyone.
How long do you think?
I think probably 40 minutes.
Hour, then?
It might be an hour. Yeah, it might.
I've ruined the rest. Every time I give a time estimate now
No, I
for the
don't
next
believe
3 months, I'm going to be.
If I said up to an hour, that sounds
Is it? Yeah, no, that's
about right.
perfectly
Okay.
reasonable, yeah.
Tomorrow then obviously makes more sense, doesn't it? Clearly.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah, you must be quite tired, I should think. So I think that's a good idea. So we will adjourn now until 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.
Can we just talk about tomorrow?
Yes, indeed.
Just while we're all here.
Yes.
So I'm assuming then we'll do re-examination.
Yeah.
We'll then call Katie Miller
Yeah.
and try and get that finished. No, that-
I really think that should
but
be
if we
possible.
don't, certainly I don't think there's any.
it
problem
should be
coming back on
possible.
Tuesday, is it?
It really should be possible.
She can come back on Tuesday. if
Could I ask a
necessary.
question, I suppose? Is it, we haven't programmed it like this, but is it the sort of situation where you would ideally like a sort of mid-afternoon rather than a sort of later, 5 p.m. or whatever, Friday?
I'm going to let you off at 2:00.
No, I'm not asking to be let off early. I'm just
That
asking.
always
Some,
used to happen.
I
some
know it used
inspectors
to.
prefer it. If it would,
No.
well, fine. Well, then we'll
Well,
get.
I mean, I have a long drive as well, but
No, that's
I
fine.
prefer to. I don't mind. Yvonne's not here, but I had a feeling that we suggested we might finish sort of about 4ish.
Maybe.
Would that suit everybody?
So it would suit us,
Yes.
sure.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'm going to be as succinct as I can tomorrow.
But the point is, if Miss Miller goes part her, that's fine. She can come
Yeah.
back on Tuesday, and
Come
Okay.
back. And then we've
Well,
just got
we've
Mrs.
got Miss
Brockhurst
Bonnet.
next week, haven't
And we've
we?
got Miss Bonnie.
Oh, Miss Bonnie. I'm sorry.
Councillor
Of course.
Bonnie
I'm
as
so
well.
sorry.
Get her.
I couldn't see you behind the pillar, Miss Bonnie. Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
In respect to Councillor Bonnie, I think my evidence in chief will be much shorter than
Yeah.
anticipated. And
Fine. And I'd indicated, I think, up to 15, 20 minutes kind of thing for cross-examination. So yeah. Don't believe
God.
it. Don't believe it. I can't.
No,
I can't have any moral high ground. So no,
No, you
it could
can't,
be
no.
all day, Councillor Bonnie. I don't know. Yeah, we're doing fine.
We're all right on timing, yeah. Although we have got, if we go into next week. We've got all next week.
We have got all of. I mean, we've got all of next week. So.
I mean, we must try and finish landscape next
Oh,
week.
yes, we must do. That's really important that we do that because then there's a break of however long, 2 weeks or whatever.
Yeah, I don't
So-
see why we should. I mean, surely Mrs. Brockhurst can't be on for. I mean, even if it's 3. I mean, there's 3 days.
I'm going to remind you of that as Mrs. Brockhurst enters day 5. I'm going to remind you of that. But no, yeah, I'm sure we should be fine. We really should be fine. But let's see how we go.
Yeah, I mean that's down to Mr. Pereira cross-examination, of course. So I don't
Yeah.
know what your time estimates are like.
think I estimated about 5 hours.
Right.
That feels about.
Right. Okay. Well, that's,
I'll say now.
don't.
If there are things that have been dealt with in quite a lot of detail already, I'm not going to
No, of course.
throw back our case, which has already been
Yeah.
gone into. So I'll be sensible.
Okay. No, that's fine.
So we'll be fine. We'll be fine. We'll get
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right. So, okay. So 9:30 tomorrow. We'll
Thank you
adjourn
very
till
much.
then. Thank you very much, everybody.